one final time in 2022. This is Warchant GameDay presented by our friends at Zaxby's. My name is Tom Lang. I will be joined very shortly by Dominic Robinson, who is actually in Orlando but not at the game tonight. But this is going to be the presentation and the link for today's watch-along, along with the post-game show 10 to 15 minutes following the game. The ball is in the air. It has been kicked off. Florida State receives to start this game. A couple of news and notes from our own Ira Schofel before the game started. This is what you can find on the message boards at warchant.com. Subscribe today for $10 through August 31st of next year. That's a really, really good deal. Fabian Lovett is not playing tonight. That's the headliner right there. Fabian Lovett at the bottom of those paragraphs is not playing tonight. Unfortunate for Florida State, but he was in sweats. The starting offensive line has a minor change. Darius Washington was taking rushes with the first team offensive line at right tackle. Otherwise, the other four starters are the usual bunch. It is now 1st and 10 for FSU from the 25-yard line, and they've got a run to the left for a gain of 2. So we are underway at the Cheez-It Bowl. Thank you so much for being with us on Warchant TV for the final watch along of the year. And thanks to our friends at Zaxby's. Noel, Finn, Rob, I see you there. I was in Orlando. I drove back today to the home studio to be able to do this show. There were 5 car accidents, 3 on the Turnpike and 2 on 75. So it took a little bit longer to get here, but thankfully I was not among those in the pileup. Hope those people are all right. And I see him in the background. He's now in the green room. I missed this guy. I think the last show we did was maybe Louisiana Lafayette, but it's our own Dominic Robinson, lead analyst here on Warchant TV. D-Rob, how are you?
What's up, guys? It's I'm phenomenal. I am happy to be here. I've missed you guys tremendously. Miss hanging out with you guys, miss watching games with you guys, and excited to watch our team play.
Absolutely. As Florida State gets a big play from Jordan Travis, he's doing the playmaker thing. Off schedule, got to scramble, but first down FSU near midfield. D-Rob will sync up in just a minute. I would guess you've got a proper television, so you're probably ahead of me from your hotel room. But it's just great to do this one more time. This is a really likable team, Dominic, and this is their reward today.
Yeah, and it's funny because they just seem to get more and more likable, as this thing goes along. Somehow they got more likable without ever even playing a game over the last month. With all the guys coming back. And, all the guys, all the transfers coming in, all this is just, it's incredible. We left the last time that we did a show, and then they had the Florida game.
Yep.
And so the last time we were together, we liked them we loved them about as much as you thought you could like a team. And like I said, somehow they go and they have that phenomenal Florida game. And then without ever playing a game, they just become this type of team that you can't help but to love.
Yeah. I mean, not every locker room under Mike Norvell is going to be like this, where they all want to clearly be around each other. There's some guys making decisions and waiting on decisions, Dominic, that, I think if I was their advisor, I'd say, you better go pro, or you better transfer to get some playing time. But they all love being around each other, and that's unique. And I don't know that it's fair to expect that every year, but when you see it, you embrace it. And that's why I'm just so happy that they're here at 9-3, a chance to win 10 football games on the season. That is no small accomplishment after the way it started for Mike Norvell. That will not be acceptable in a year or two, but for this year, absolutely. Absolutely. This is checking the box for a successful season.
Without question. That you brought up, guys liking each other doesn't promise wins.
Right.
Nor does winning games mean guys will like each other. Those things don't have to go hand in hand. So to have a team to do both, I think it says, mostly it says so much about your leadership, right? It says so much about, where the leadership's coming from the top, both coaches and players. And, and so it doesn't surprise me. Because, you look at the top, obviously, with Mike Norvell, but then you look at like Jordan Travis, the guys that are big-time players on this team are also just phenomenal human beings to begin with. And I think that ends up showing out in the character of your team.
So in this first drive, Florida State has a couple of wide open plays, gash plays. Johnny Wilson was wide open over the middle of the field after Jordan Travis' third down scramble. And then Trayshawn Ward got it inside the 5-yard line. But now the red zone offense sputters, runs on 1st and goal, on 2nd and goal, and an incomplete pass to the back corner of the end zone on 3rd and goal. Brings out Ryan Fitzgerald for a chip shot of a field goal from an odd angle. But this is certainly something that should go between the pipes. It does, and Florida State leads 3-0. So a successful first drive, but still one where you lament that you didn't cash it in for 6.
Yeah, and not an easy catch, but one that you definitely expect a guy to make. Yeah. That ball hit him. It was, the DB, came by, and then that ball hit him right in the chest. Just got to make a play there. It's 3rd down. Special things got to happen on 3rd down. When you want to win games, that's a really, really good drive, opening drive. Got everything you wanted there. There was no real resistance there. Just ran out of space there at the end.
What'll be interesting is when Oklahoma's offense takes the field, they've got their starting left tackle, starting right tackle opting out of this football game. So they're breaking in 2 new tackles. 3rd player on the offensive line, I believe, as well, is replaced for this game. So new in the trenches. They've got a good quarterback and a downfield passing game. It will be interesting to see what Florida State's defense looks like, because last time the Noles defense took the field against Florida, they were surprisingly handled up front. I get that there was a lot of jostling and holding in that game, but I believe Mickey Andrews used to say, Dominic, that's a you problem.
Yeah, sir. He only holds you if you let him, is what he used to say all the time.
And so we'll see if the defensive front looks a little bit better tonight, than they did in the final regular season game. But that's going to be the interesting part here. If Oklahoma's going to stay in this game, Dominic, we expect the offense for FSU to score. It's got to be that they've got to match score for score.
Yep, without question.
And there they are, the stats for the season. Obviously, Dylan Gabriel is a promising player. One of the better quarterbacks Florida State will have played when it's all said and done this year. Mims, the receiver, is excellent. Marvin Mims. They lament his inconsistency, but he's got game-breaking ability. And so if the secondary is not ready, look out for Mims. I mean, Florida only had 1 regular receiver available for them in the 12th game of the year, the rivalry game, and he absolutely torched Florida State's secondary. So we'll see if they've improved a little bit. And again, we're just so glad that you're here on Warchant GameDay's watch-along. Be sure to hit the like button underneath this video. Subscribe to Warchant TV. It is absolutely free. And keep the conversation going in the chat right there. If you've got questions for D-Rob, he'll be more than happy to field them. There's FSU fan, one of our loyal folks all year long. How's it going, FSU fan? Go Noles, he says, and we'll see how they go after this commercial break is over. You get so amped up for the game, D-Rob, and then you forget how long these breaks take.
Especially the bowls, man. A lot of bills to pay here at the end of the year, right? And these Christmas bills and New Year's bills and all that stuff. They got a lot to get in.
Absolutely, they do. And you can tell everybody's getting their pound here. And I love that mascot, dude. That Cheez-It mascot is outstanding. I forget it.
Yeah, he seems like he's been having a good time this week, man. I keep seeing stuff with him, and man, he's got to be the best, most entertaining bowl mascot.
Yeah.
Right?
That's tough to beat. It's just a giant.
Not that the competition is real hard, but
yeah, you don't usually judge bowls by their mascot, but this guy, that's well done. I would like him to come visit Tallahassee. I want a photo with that guy.
Yeah, for sure. He seems like a good dude. Good bull mascot. Good on them.
All right. For the next drive here, the ball has just been kicked in the air. How far behind am I, D-Rob, relative to you?
Kick just happened.
Oh, I'm ahead. How about that? That is an upset. Okay, so let me pause it. And then you tell me when the ball is snapped on first down, and I will hit play. I can't believe I'm ahead. That is
yeah. I'm on my iPad because I didn't like the angle of the TV. As you can see, the lighting isn't great. There's a lamp that's right here that would be perfect, except there's no cord to plug it in.
That's kind of necessary.
It's a problem. Yeah. I was looking for 10 minutes to try to find this cord and I could not find it. So I had to change the angle, and so I couldn't watch it on TV. They just had the incomplete pass.
Okay.
I'll get you on the next one.
All good. Where are you on the play clock right now?
30.
30? Okay, you're a few seconds ahead. Let me. And then when the ball is snapped on second down, that's probably the best way to do this. But it's an incomplete pass, as D-Rob said.
Yep. There's the snap.
Okay. And a run for about 5, it looks like, on second down. Again, no Fabian Lovett today, so you see Robert Cooper out there and Malcolm Ray is lined up next to him. Jared Verse is absolutely in the game. So are Florida State's 2 safeties that have decisions to make in Akeem Dent and Jamie Robinson.
Shout out to David Phelps watching from Germany. We love that. We love the Germany. What time is it in Germany? Oh, we got it Japan. Andrew Moore in Japan.
Wow. I was telling Jeff, I was down there in Orlando yesterday to do a show.
Yeah.
Did he catch that? He did. Nice catch.
He did catch it. That was a nice catch.
That we should get a map and then start putting pins in the world.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Where people are watching. Yeah, we definitely got to do that. We can put a pin in that for next year and bring it back.
There it is.
Along with the bingo card, the bad football bingo card that we had.
Hopefully we're not the ones that are filling out that bingo card.
Yeah.
Hopefully we played Duke and Virginia Tech and the like.
Man, watching North Carolina last night, I cannot for the life of me figure out how Georgia Tech beat that team.
Yeah.
I cannot. I just it's unbelievable. That Georgia Tech team, that's a great play right there.
Oh, wow, it is. Okay, I was a little behind. Reynardo's sticking with it. He was beat, but just keep going, young man. And he did.
Yeah, he got spun around. There's Mims. You said Mims a really good player. That's a great finish.
Wow.
But that getting spun around like that, that's a problem, especially when it's in the first quarter. Like I'm definitely putting a little mark next to that if I'm the offensive coordinator and going, hey,
absolutely,
we got this guy.
Also, some late communication on the bottom of your screen before the next snap. Oh man, you got to finish the play there.
So, Gabriel, is he fully healthy now? Do we know?
He looks to be fairly healthy there. I don't know specifically, but what I can tell you, that's a hell of a block from I think it was Mims again.
Yeah,
on the block to spring him. So a couple of third down conversions for Oklahoma to get to midfield. First down play.
Out of bounds.
And it's a first down again for Oklahoma. So a little bit of rhythm here for the Sooners as they are over midfield into plus territory, FSU territory.
Yeah.
A first down run with just over 9 minutes to go in the first quarter. Doesn't go for many. It'll be second and about 8.5 for the Sooners as we hit the 9-minute mark, at least on my screen right now. See Leonard Warner out there and Patrick Payton, so they're already rotating in some of the other defensive ends. Oh, and a missed tackle in the hole. Good gracious. What about that bingo card? Man, oh man.
That's no rust. That's all right.
That's the rust.
No rust. We'll be all right.
No, they don't do full contact in practice. Hardly anybody does, and you could tell.
Yeah, yeah.
It's been a minute.
You know, I was talking to I can't remember who, but I was messaging with someone yesterday about, you know, I think it was about the TCU game. A buddy of mine that does the commentary for TCU, and he asked if I thought they had a chance, and I said, honestly, in bowl games, it's a whole different deal because guys having 3 weeks to game plan,
Yeah. Yep.
sometimes that's too much time, depending on the type of personality you are.
Mhm.
Maybe you tweak something that doesn't need to be tweaked. Maybe you over tweak, maybe you do too much. Um, and then sometimes guys are just brilliant. The timing of your game planning is totally different than what you're used to that you ever really, you ever really do. And your team is really different 3-4 weeks later. It's really different. Guys get a lot better. Some guys get worse. Guys get stronger. Guys get faster. Guys get healthy. So the just the timing of it, the timing of your game planning and everything is just there's sort of a wild card in there. Is how well do you as a coach and as a coordinator, how well do you know and understand your team to sort of time it out right?
Yeah.
You could have a really good game plan, but if you peak 2 weeks before the game, because you installed it super early and the guys are fired up about it, and you lose some of it come game day. And so there's so many unknown variables when you're talking about bowl games in terms of game planning, and then just how much your team changes, just the personnel changes.
Defense gets a big play there after a first down run. They were catching some blocks here in this drive, and not that time, though. Good pressure on Gabriel. They get him to the ground, which has been an issue so far today. But it looks like there was an overload pressure there, and Jamie Robinson came free. Patrick Payton was there just in case.
And we're still waiting on the word on him, right?
Yes.
On the NFL.
I think Jamie Robinson put on social media today, last one. So that seems like an announcement, but that's unverified. That was just somebody texted me. So I will hearsay, objection hearsay, but that's what, yeah. Oh, man.
Doggone it.
Pitch and catch for a touchdown. On 2nd and 20 from the 23, Oklahoma takes the lead. And that's Omarion Cooper getting roasted and Akeem Dent not getting over there in time. So not good for the defense to start here. And it's 6-3 pending the PAT for Oklahoma. Pressure swings back to Florida State. Let's see if there's any pressure here. Not really. So Akeem Dent was kind of trending towards the under part of that route combination on the right. That was an interesting choice.
Yeah, and this is something to kind of keep our eyes on. There's some stuff there in the passing game. It looks like they feel like there's some stuff that they can take advantage of. They took a bunch of good shots there. We got sort of lucky on one, and then guy I wouldn't say lucky, but guy made a really good play. After getting beat, and now couple completions downfield completions that are not looking good.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I don't know, Florida man in Texas, who said that about them not wanting to play. Just in driving down to Orlando yesterday ahead of the show, I was listening to an awful lot of Sooners coverage via podcast and the radio station they have out there. And the word was they were highly invested in this game, especially because a lot of the younger players were rotating in. So I expect them to come out wanting to play, and it certainly looks like they're going to be here for the long haul. D-Rob, I guess, obviously you've played in bowl games before. What's that like on the player side? You were talking about how different from a coaching standpoint, it might be too much time or too little time. What was it like in your era, and how was the bowl prep done in Tallahassee at that time?
So we essentially went back to camp. So, we had 2 weeks of camp essentially. So we went back to the beginning, which was beginning install. We weren't even sort of, it was almost like the opponent didn't exist. We didn't even know the opponent.
Mm-hmm.
It was back to us. Specifically, there was no game plan. And I'll tell you, early in my career, I absolutely loved that because I really got a chance to develop, because now as a backup, you're getting equal reps now.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a starter, you know, when you're game planning, the starter's going to get a majority of the reps doing game plan stuff. But when you don't have a game plan, we're able to sort of equal out the reps, and it gives you a really great chance to develop your younger players, your backup players, you know, guys that maybe, and then give guys that are, you know, dinged a break. And so we did that for 2 weeks, you know, after finals. And that was always, I thought, a really great time. I know when I was there, we really, really felt like we could gain an advantage if we could make our team better. So we trained hard in the weight room. We tried to get faster during that time. And then, like I said, and practices were long, and they were really, it was almost like spring practice, I guess is a better way of that was our approach. And then a week out, just like normal, we would go to our normal schedule.
Okay.
You know, we'd go back to the normal schedule. So I would say I loved it. I thought our approach was really good. I was 2-2 in bowl games. The toughest one was losing to Miami in the Orange Bowl, 16-14, I believe it was. That was my junior year. But we always were prepared. We always played well. We never, the one year Chris Ricks slept in, and we played in the Sugar Bowl, so we didn't have our quarterback, and we found out, 3 days before the game or whatever. So Anquan Bolden had to play quarterback, and we still almost won that game, or actually had a chance in that game. So yeah, we were always prepared. I felt like it was, I'll tell you, man, that on game day, it was always very weird to be back out there at first. It always did take like a quarter before you're like, man, because it feels like a long break.
Yeah.
You know, I played on January 1st every year, all four of my years, and every year that break from that Florida game on Thanksgiving to the bowl game on January 1st felt like forever. It really did. And so on game day, it felt, you know, things just didn't feel right. Your rhythm didn't feel right. Your timing didn't feel right until about the first quarter. And then you were good to go.
Trayshawn Ward, nice run on Lawrence Profili, excuse me, first down, and it moves the chains. So there you go. Florida State back in action now. Uniforms looking good tonight under those lights.
Yeah, really good. Somebody said something. Is that turf? They got turf there now? It's got to be. That looks crisp.
It does.
Yeah, that's got to be. I don't. They didn't have turf last time I saw a game there. I can't remember when that was, but
yeah, that looks very high level. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Some fields are rotten. Like they play some of those games in baseball stadiums.
I know, man. That game last night, the North Carolina Oregon game in the San Diego. I think it's so cool that they're playing in Petco Park. But golly, I feel like I'd be not happy as a player playing on that stuff because they look bad.
After a motion penalty, Marquiston Douglas leaks out to the left for a good catch, putting Florida State in second and really manageable. Could take a shot here if you want to.
Yeah. Good time to do it. Somebody asked any adjustments, FSU fan. I would say right now it's a little early to tell. I would say though that you do again sort of bookmark in the back of your mind, like, are our guys going to struggle in one-on-one coverage? Mm-hmm. Because that seems to be an early plot line that could be developing that you may want to get a hand on. Like maybe we got to start giving these guys some help. What Oklahoma's doing is actually put you in a real bind because they're going stack and separating from the formation. So if you do play zone, your zones are really stretched wide, and now you have a lot of conflict between run and pass. So you play man, you take them, you don't use that run defender, you send them out there and let them play man. But what they're doing is putting us in a bind. And you got to either be able to play man or you got to be able to go to a zone and hope that your front six can hold up against the run.
And need to generate some pressure too. They were rotating in the defensive ends a lot there. So if they can't generate the pressure, then you're caught between a rock and a hard place with the coverage issues you're talking about.
Exactly.
And they were in third and a long one. They got half of the yardage they needed. It's 4th and short here. Here's the snap. This doesn't look promising, and it's not. Oh my goodness. They run Pierce outside zone on 4th down, and it is blown to bits. So Oklahoma will have the ball in plus territory after a turnover on downs. Mike Norvell dejected, as I'm sure many in the chat are going to be over the next couple of minutes. Oh, man, Gibbons got destroyed there. Yeah, that's the difference.
Man.
Marqueson didn't exactly light the world on fire with his block either. But if one of the two make a play, then Trey probably gets there. So big stop for Brent Venables. Unhappy Mike.gif, and here we go. It's a little odd wrinkle in the formation.
Yeah, it's very, very odd considering how well we've run the ball out of our normal formations. I'm not sure you need it. I'm not sure why you don't run counter with that guy. It's been so good.
It has.
It's been so good all year, but again, you did see they had leverage on them, and when you get that much push inside, it doesn't matter what leverage you have.
Good tackle by Renardo Green on 1st down, and Gabriel's down before he throws that ball.
Yeah, he was.
They'll review that and clean it up. Yeah, they got the whistle in just in time. Good Lord. It's an SEC crew for those asking today. And if nobody asks, yeah, well, there's the information. So this will go to review. This should not take long. He was on his derriere before he let go of that ball. We're going to commercial break. All right. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick break along with them. Director Ben behind the scenes. Let's give the folks a word from Zaxby so your boy can turn on the air conditioning here in his home. It got hot in Florida all of a sudden.
See if I can figure out my lighting.
Yeah.
They say I look like I'm in witness protection.
Well, you don't have that voice like, oh, here's what they did. We'll be right back on Warchant GameDay watch along in just a moment.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Pre-game, post-game, or no game at all, anytime is the right time for Zaxby's platters, just as long as you're hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers, or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app today. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. And a proud supporter of Warchant TV for some time as well. Looks like D-Rob was doing some work on the studio, so it's going to be me and the stat book here with you. I could see on the stat book too, it says 3rd and 19. So the review went Florida State's way. Ben, if you don't mind, scroll down on that just a little bit so we don't have spoiler alerts here and just get into those numbers, the individual numbers. But the review goes Florida State's way, or even the total yards. That's probably a good thing to monitor. Not great right now, yards per play wise for Florida State's defense, but could they force a 3-and-out here? A couple of big 3rd down conversions for the Sooners on their first drive of the football game, and a second down in forever, which led to the touchdown. Gabriel drops back on 3rd and 19, and that is a throwaway. So Florida State will get off the field here with a 3-and-out after a turnover on downs on their end. Azareye'h Thomas, circle that. Number 20 was in coverage on that play. We're going to be watching the rotation of the backups, the starters, for an awful lot of today's proceedings. I don't think this is going to be like a normal game in the flow of that 12-game season in terms of your starters going the whole way. So we will keep an eye on that. We've seen the defensive ends rotate in and out already on the first drive they did. Leonard Warner got some time. Patrick Payton got some time. And now Azareye'h Thomas gets some time as well. Micah Pittman with a good deke on the punt. It goes deep, so Florida State will have the ball on the 20-yard line after a touchback. For those of you watching along with us and for some reason might not have the game feed up, we are inside of 4 minutes to go in the first quarter, 3 minutes, 51 seconds, in fact, to go in the first quarter. Florida State leads 7-3 on what is a gorgeous night in Orlando. Left there today. I think the high was going to be 73 or so for the day, so it's got to be in the upper 60s now, and the humidity was pretty low for that part of the state. So ideal football conditions at Camping World Stadium, which has gotten, a facelift over the years. We'll see how Florida State does on this drive after a turnover on downs in the previous drive. 1st and 10 from the 20. Looks like a little sweep to Micah Pittman. Doesn't go for much there. It will be 2nd and long. Rolling inside of 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Have not heard from Dominic Robinson. Hopefully his hotel hasn't lost power. But we'll get him back in here to Warchant TV in just a moment. Now 2nd down for Florida State. Inside of 3.5 minutes to go. Trailing 7-3. And there is counter. And there is an okay run. About 4 yards for Trey Benson. So it'll set up 3rd and short-ish. The really disappointing part for the offense so far today was 1st and goal inside the 5-yard line on the first drive, unable to punch it in. 2 runs were unsuccessful, and then a throw to Kentron Poitier in the back of the end zone that didn't go FSU's way. And then on the previous drive, 3rd and 1.5, and they were unable to get the line to gain in 2 tries. So here we go again on a 3rd and 4. Oklahoma showing pressure. It's just a 3-man front, so they can bring other guys. They've got a couple of spies in there, it looks like, and that is an errant throw, to be kind, I'd say. Intended for Micah Pittman. And not Jordan's best there. So 3-and-out go the Noles. Been a clunky start here as oh, look at that. I love that lighting. That looks good, man.
Had to get my producer to hook it up.
There it is, man. Well, good job, producer. And we can now confirm that it is Dominic Robinson joining us. I'm
out. They let me out. Let me out of witness protection.
Mastromono's punt is a bit of a line drive. Can we get off of the spider cam, guys? Apparently not. Over the 40, now to midfield. Okay, so the Russ has go ahead.
What happened on that drive?
3-and-out.
I didn't see any of it. Was it just terrible?
Yeah, so first down run, they ran a sweep to Pittman to the left for a gain of 1. They ran counter on 2nd down for 4 yards or so. So they were in 3rd and medium, and then an errant throw from Jordan looking for Micah. So 3-and-out.
Jeez.
Yeah, indeed. And now special teams takes a turn too. So there's Russ in all 3 phases so far, and great field position for Oklahoma here. We want to thank our first donor of the night. Who is that? That FSU fan.
FSU.
Hey, all right. Thank you. We'll take those drinks. Appreciate it, FSU fan.
Appreciate you, man.
Shout out to Director Ben as well, too. DJ Lundy in pursuit there. That is another end-around type play, jet type play. It'll be 2nd and medium. I see Joshua Farmer out there, Leonard Warner again. Looks like there's going to be a heavy rotation here. A little bit of junk talk going on. Tatum Bethune. As 2nd and 4 is what the official word is. Inside of 2 minutes, D-Rob. I got it at 1:55 right now.
Okay, I'm about a second behind you. I'm at 150 right now.
I'll keep my poker face. Oklahoma goes with a direct snap with a pulling guard, and it will be 3rd and very short from the 40-yard line. And they're going tempo here.
That's a good call, man. That is so tough. I've always loved that if you have a 3rd and short, 4th and short, if you have a play that's in the chamber that you can unleash real quick,
yeah,
it's tough for a defense because you're 3rd and 4th down are usually downs that you're doing something special defensively. So you're kind of thinking about what the call is, what you've been practicing, what coach, you're waiting for a signal, and then it's like, oh shoot, we got to run our base. Offensively, you can dictate exactly the look you're going to get because you're going to get base, and you can just run your best play versus that base set, and guys just aren't ready for it. It's tough to defend.
An awfully long run right after that for Gabriel gets Oklahoma on the precipice of the red zone. They are now officially squarely in the red zone. That looked like Leonard Warner might have gotten held a little bit around the neckline area on that long run, but he still allowed Gabriel to get outside of him. I don't know that he was going to make the play, but could have used a hanky there. Instead, 2nd and 7 now, and we've got too many men on the field. There are all kinds of communication issues. Like D-Rob, I'm very patient with a bowl game because you're working in different guys. There's rust, there's all that. But I have now seen communication issues and substitution issues, and I'm ready to drop an F-bomb. Starting to get
Yeah, some stuff you can't. You can dismiss some things, and then some things it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Can't have that. I know it's a bowl game, but it's still game 14 for you, Game, yeah. What is it, 13, 14? Yeah.
Yeah. This is we're near the end of the first quarter. This is get your crap together time. Come on, guys. How do they have 10-3 on the screen? What the hell is that? That's strange. I don't know if ESPN awarded 3 points to Oklahoma, but it's
spotted them 3.
They're trying to rush to the line to get the play in on 1st down inside of 10 seconds to go, and it's taken an awfully long time for the chains to set. Is it because we have an injury? See the official signaling something. What are we talking about, fellas? Well, while we wait, hopefully somebody in the truck says, hey, Oklahoma's only got 7 in the TV truck. They're all next to each other there, so I've been in one of those before. Will it be 14-3, Mark and Josh, or is it going to be 17-3? Will they catch the error? Will it just continue the miscounting of Oklahoma's score? There's the end of the first quarter. Not a great start for the Noles. Don't believe what you see on ESPN. I know a lot of you already say that anyway, but it's 7-3. Florida State trails in the Cheez-It Bowl. Another word from our friends at Zaxby's as we take the quarter break here on Warchant TV. We'll see you on the other side.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
We are coming back to the second quarter momentarily as it is 7-3. There you go, Director Ben, with the parentheses. ESPN is lying to you. We'll see if they get it corrected for the break. I'm sure the red phone in the truck is going to ring, and some executive somewhere is saying, fellas, ladies, let's get it together. That's also what we're saying to Florida State right now in each phase. Get it together. D-Rob, have you experienced a really rusty first quarter in a bowl game or after a long delay like Florida State is experiencing right now?
Actually, no.
You guys were ready, huh?
From what I can remember, we always, played representative of who we were. I'm not saying we just came out and just blew everybody out. But who we were was usually what came out. Again, I can't say enough. Both teams, everybody who's playing in a bowl game after Christmas is going to feel there's just I every single bowl game I ever played in, it never got easier. There was always a very uncoordinated feel to the first half. But again, everybody's receiving it. It's not. This isn't just something that's
Yeah, and certainly Oklahoma is not going through any prolonged rust. D-Rob's camera appears to have been disconnected, but that's okay. We'll get him back momentarily. That is still by far not the worst technical issue of the day, as ESPN had the wrong score. We'll see. Now, drum roll, please, when we come out of the break. Did they have it correct? They do. Okay. Congratulations, ESPN. You finally got your stuff together. It only took about 6 to 7 minutes of real time. It'll be Oklahoma football, again, driving on Florida State here. It's inside the red zone. It's at the 9-yard line, and I recall if it was a 1st and 10 or 1st and goal. It is. Good stop for the Noles defense there on 1st down. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 8. Looking at personnel groupings out there for FSU. Shaheem Brown is now on the field. DJ Lundy remains out there at linebacker. Malcolm Ray, Robert Cooper up the middle. And a quick snap again for OU. And Gabriel keeps it, and he will score on the zone read. Azarie unable to shed his block. And in pursuit there was Tatum Bethune. Couldn't get there in enough time. So they had the give part of it all wrapped up, but Gabriel keeps it. It is now 13-3, pending the PAT. Oklahoma is making a statement. Will the Noles respond? It's going to have to be through the offense. As you see, they sell Cheez-It heads. That's very interesting for the fans. I don't know. I kind of either hate that or love that. I'm not really sure. What we don't like right now, obviously, is 8 plays, 49 yards in 2 minutes and 56 seconds. That's how Oklahoma got down the field. PAT is good. So that means the score is 14-3. And if Florida State is going to notch their 2nd ever victory over Oklahoma, they played 7 times. Florida State has only won once in this series history. If they're going to do it, they better get their crap together early, or quickly, I should say. They didn't have it together early. They better get it together quickly because, as the kids say, right now they are cheeks. We are now awaiting the kickoff to start Florida State's 4th drive of the night. First drive went right down the field, had a 1st and goal right around the 5-yard line. Couldn't get home for 6. Kicked a field goal. Turnover on downs for FSU in the 2nd drive of the football game. And in the third drive, a 3-and-out. You can see that Oklahoma has 110 yards of offense right now. 4.6 yards per play, but they've converted on a lot of situations on FSU. Second and long for their first touchdown. It was second and 20. As we have our guy back. What's good, D-Rob?
Tom, I'm sorry, man.
I said by far it is the second worst technical glitch of the day behind ESPN's 10-3 gaffe. So we're good, man. We're good.
Yeah, we also gave up a touchdown. It's just kind of all going bad right now.
Both times you left, bad things happened. So we needed you around. There was the 3-and-out on offense, and then there was the touchdown. So we need you. Lovett not playing so far. Howard, Zach Noel, Posner. He will not play today. He was in sweats pregame. So just to clear that up, Fabian Lovett is not going to be in the rotation. Troy Noel says, I'm pissed, Tom. This is unacceptable, man. We are getting towards unacceptable territory. It's hard to get mad at a bowl, especially if the bowl game is not a playoff game. But we're getting there. We're getting there, Troy, and we're getting there, D-Rob. I'm starting to get a little pissed off here. Let's not get embarrassed now. This is crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me, like bowl or no bowl. Like if we're putting the ball down and we're strapping on pads, like there's something that I got to bring, you know. Yeah. There is no. Oh, this is just a bowl. You're playing a football game, then it matters. It means something, and I want to have my best showing.
A lot of time there for Jordan Travis on first down. Good situation to be in. The late pressure, he climbs the pocket, keeps his eyes downfield, and Johnny Wilson has the Noles over the 50-yard line. That's 2 big catches already for 14.
Come on.
Oh, Jordan.
Die.
Get rid of the ball.
Dang it.
Takes a sack after stringing the play out. It'll be second.
That doesn't happen often, man. When he gets on the run, it's very often that he makes a poor decision. Yep. He usually makes a play 90% of the time, and the other 10% he throws it away. He makes such good decisions. Don't want to take a sack there.
It's a teachable moment. Clearly on the scramble drill, he didn't get what he thought he was going to get from the receiver. Ja'Kai Douglas in the game, and that is a decent pickup there. It looks like they got about halfway to the 16 they need to move the chains. This probably, again, is go for a territory if they pick up even a little bit of yardage.
Yep, got to.
So it's 3rd and 9.
Third down here, man. Go get 4 or 5 right here. Get it to 3rd and 4 or 4th and 4.
Random guys on the line.
Here's a great time if you had 2 calls.
Mm-hmm.
Run a play, get right back on the line, and run another one. You don't want to be in 4th and 9, though.
No gain on a counter play. Who is that at the bottom? Receiver got destroyed. Kentron got destroyed by the corner on that play. And 4th and 9. What are we doing here, Mike? Oh, man. He's starting to get purple. Going for it. Okay. 4th and 9. Well, this is all of a sudden a really big play. Jeez.
Yeah.
8 out of 20 on the year. 4th down, 0 for 1 tonight. And that was a 4th and half a yard.
Oh, boy, I don't love this.
And they will call timeout. But who is they? Play clock was running down. Oklahoma took the timeout. Okay. Scott, let me give you a little bit of love here, all right? A little bit of TLC. Not so excited about next season if this is how we're going to play. Bowl games do not beget the next year, Scott. They don't. And I could give you great examples in the past 15 years of just that. In 2010, they beat the tar out of South Carolina for their 10th win, and Jimbo does the whole thing on the stage where he says, we understand where we're going. We understand who we are, yada, yada, yada. They lost 4 games the next year. Then they played in the Orange Bowl in 2012 against Northern Illinois, one of the most uninspired bowl games in Florida State history. They won, but it was ugly, and it was an angry watch of an Orange Bowl victory, and they looked average. Then next year in 2013, we all know what happened. So, I mean, it's going to be okay. But tonight is not okay. It's just that's not going to beget what happens next season.
Yeah, 100%. You couldn't have said it better. There's that those examples don't even begin to tip the iceberg of the amount of examples you can pull together of game and how that's not representative of who they are the next year. Which is why it's silly sometimes we put so much stock in it, but it's sort of recency bias. It's the last thing you saw, so you're going into the off season, so that's what you want to talk about is whatever you just saw. But it's a fool's game to play because you're not seeing anything that will represent the previous year or the following year.
Old Thomas Smith is not feeling it. This team is a joke. So I'm going to do this live on the air. We're going to do a little bit of administration here on the fly. Thomas, we're putting you in timeout, my man. We're putting you in timeout. Goodbye. Put down the booze or whatever it is. It's going to be okay. You've gone bye-bye now. You've gone bye-bye. They're not a joke. They're playing poorly, but they're not a joke, fella. It'll be all right. 14-3, and we've got a TV timeout here. 4th and 9 upcoming for the Noles. We shall see if they decide again to go for it as their promo.
What do you think, Tom? What do you like here?
Man, can I turn that around and ask the football expert? What do you think?
I hate it. I hate everything. There's no good option. Third down is so important right there. I need you to get some sort of positive yardage. At least get me to 3rd and 5. It's 4th and 9 is just really tough, man.
And we have a drop by Cam. My goodness. There was pressure. Jordan hung in there, delivered enough of a strike. That's a bad drop. That is a real bad drop. Good job to hang in there, Jordan. Again, is that an issue of somebody crossing his face as he's completing the? You just got to catch that, dude.
Jeez. Yeah, that's all it really is, to be honest.
It's too bad the kid didn't pick it off. Would have gained some field position there.
Yeah.
So 1st and 10. I mean, outstanding field position for Oklahoma all night. Here it goes again. They start near midfield. Excellent open field tackle by Jamie Robinson. There you go.
Come on.
2nd and long. Now I saw Brendan Gant out there at linebacker. Again, Farmer in the interior, Patrick Payton. See Kalen DeLoach out there as well. A little bit of overload pressure. Oh, man. Gabriel did a good job of getting rid of the ball, but it seemed like there was miscommunication on the route. So third and 10, D-Rob. You bringing pressure here? Because Gabriel handled that pretty well. The previous one.
I don't think I'm going to bring pressure.
Okay.
I think I'm going to play coverage and
they got their big guns in the pass rush out there, Jared Verse, and looks like there's a false start. That's good news. Be 3rd and 15. They looked like they were going to bring it too.
I looked like, I was seeing pressure too.
Were you saying no? Don't do it. Now it's an easier call to sit back, right? Just let your front four go to work on 3rd and 15. I'm with you, Josh Hutchins. They need to stop.
Here we go.
Gabriel loading up. Was he in bounds? They say yes. Boy, Amarian again.
That was just absolutely ran by, and that's why I was saying you don't want to bring pressure because we don't have the ability to cover these guys. That's a catch. Shoot.
Yeah, it is. Up to the line with tempo off a big play. They got up there quick. Run up the gut and poor tackling, and it is bad news. Bad news, Bears. There is a flag on the play. Let's see if the SEC officials give Florida State a break, or was this? They do. They do. Holding on Oklahoma.
Got bailed out.
Pretty quick hitter of a run. It's tough to hold that quick. Let's see. 59 left guard. Oh, yeah, he did. And it impacted the play. You got to call that.
Oh, yeah. You also got to tackle the guy before he goes in.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
It's not good.
Incomplete on 1st and 20. Good coverage there. Looks like that was 20, Azarie. Let's see this. There's the all-22, D-Rob. What are we looking at here?
We're actually getting cover 2 man. So he's actually supposed to get safety help. His safety didn't get over. He's still got to be much closer in coverage, but they play cover 2 man, which is something that you see a lot of with Fuller's defense. One of his favorite coverage calls on 3rd down. Actually, LSU game was driving me crazy because cover 2 man is the worst thing to run against a mobile quarterback because everybody's eyes are turned and looking at somebody. So there's nobody responsible for the quarterback. So
that was a case of corner not doing his job and safety not doing his job.
Yeah, that was bad all around, man. You can't get ran by that bad. I mean, you're going to get some help, but you're not going to get, I'm not going to help him completely. I'm not going to cover the guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to show up a little late, which is what the safety did. I mean, he ends up showing up on that play, but
3rd and 18 now, and they just went with a draw, and that is eating a lot.
Oh, baby.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
My fault. I'll pause this for a few seconds just so we're a little bit more synced. All right, hopefully
that's nice.
Big play for number 5. Is this his final game in an FSU uniform? That has not been decided yet. Would be an important piece of the puzzle next year if you can get him back. Long kick upcoming here. So it was a touchdown call back for holding, and now this is nearly 45 yards.
And he missed it.
All righty.
Yes, sir.
MVP of that drive was Oklahoma's left guard. That holding changed everything.
Man, keeping us in the game.
Yep. So it remains 14-3.
Need a good drive here. Possess the ball for a little bit. Give your defense a break.
In commercial break, the offense has to get it together. What is Coach D-Rob doing? Now you're in the 2nd quarter, and you've shown signs across the board of a malaise or something. What would you gauge on the sideline, and how would you go about trying to fix it?
Well, one, with these guys, with this group, I'm going to try to find a way to run the ball right here. Settle them down. I want to go back to our foundation, our base. I want to sort of, like I said, I want to possess the ball for a little bit right here, give my defense time to make adjustments, to kind of talk through what they did on that last drive. They took advantage of a man-to-man situation again. That's the 3rd time I think we've seen, 3rd or 4th time now. So one reason why I think he went to cover 2 man on that 3rd down was, to try to get help from both safeties instead of just one safety. But I'm going to kind of talk through that. Hey, man, we got to get a better reroute so that the safety can get over top. You can't be that far. So we're making these sort of adjustments defensively. And then, like I said, offensively, I'm looking for something quick rhythm, in terms of the passing game, quick to get the ball. I'd love to see them play with, run the ball with a good tempo, not necessarily fast tempo, but, maybe not huddling, but just sort of playing with some sort of tempo where we're having a chance to run the ball, run the clock, and, possess the ball for a little bit. But we don't want the sort of the stop-start, because we are down multiple scores. We haven't seen Benson yet, really. So I'm just kind of thinking of, hey, like let's kind of get the ball to our guys, and possess it for a good amount of time here. It's not like life or death if we don't score on this drive, but it's going to be a big problem if you give up the ball quickly here.
Yep.
You go 3 and out here, you're starting to now, get, to where you're going to start having some collateral damage from it. Defense not being able to make adjustments, all of those things.
They, the foundational plays, what was interesting is it was counter for most of the season. By the end of the year, they really liked outside zone as a running play.
Yeah.
It was successful, but what you're saying here is maybe look at just a standard counter on first down. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Like, let's just go back to what we've done so well for 13 weeks of the season. There hasn't been a week that I've ever been like, oh, we don't have that. We've had counter versus everybody we've played.
There it is.
So, so I'd love to see them get back to that.
They did run counter on first
down. They ran counter, is blown up, but again, like I said, get the ball to Benson. When you get the ball to your playmakers, good things happen. That's the reason why they are who they are. It's a great play.
So Trey Benson is alive and well. Let's see if they go back to him here on 1st and 10 from the 30.
And I'll say this too, Tom. Things like that, they tend to happen when you're doing what you do. When you run your bread and butter, because you know how to troubleshoot it. Like you've seen all the different variations of things that can happen to you on those plays.
Yeah,
because you've done them so many times, whether that's against your own defense, whether that's spring ball, or whether that's, during the course of the season. You've seen the different fronts, the different blitzes, the different ways defense handle it. So for some reason, good things tend to happen on those plays, even when you get got, when the defense gets you. When the defense typically, they out scheme you with the pin, that's where the jersey number comes into play. It's like you can out scheme me if I was an X and O, but I'm not an O. I'm Trayshawn Benson, and I'm one of the best running backs in college football. So I can win that battle. I can find a way to win that battle. So.
Florida State now moving the ball. After that Benson run, it was a quick pass to Pokey Wilson, a little misdirection, moved the chains. Trey Benson with a short gain on first down after that, and now a little RPO glance to
love it
Wilson. Johnny's got big time numbers already in this game.
I was gonna say it's close to 80 already. The thing about Johnny, and the thing I don't think a lot of people will give him credit for, and I've seen Mike Norvell or whoever offensively is calling it do this multiple times. The play before, Johnny blocked his tail off, and he blocked the dude into the bench. And on the next play, it's like, yeah, we're giving him the ball. I've seen him do that. The Louisville game was a perfect example. That was one of the games that I broke down, where I'm watching him play after play, just wear the DB out. And then a play or two later, coach will go to him. And I love that.
Pokey Wilson, 2 catches on the drive, and our first chance to hear from Gene Deckerhoff.
Oh, let's go.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Welcome back, Gene.
Oh,
the GOAT.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Fitting that they would have the rocket there, the NASA part of it. It fits Orlando, right down the road from where they launched those things from NASA. And the Discovery is in the air. Gene Deckerhoff has called his first touchdown, and we're running a trick play for 2. Did he catch it? He did. That's Brian Courtney. Wow. So, D-Rob, that was tight end to tight end. Wyatt Rector played quarterback in high school, and Brian Courtney is on the receiving end of that pass. So now it is 14-11. Strange things are afoot in Orlando tonight. And that is the correct score. ESPN got it wrong earlier. But the Noles decide to go with a little trickeration for the PAT. They get 2, a much-needed drive. So the storyline of the last 10 minutes is Oklahoma hits a deep shot on 3rd down, runs right by FSU's defensive backs. They go tempo. They score, but it's called back for a hold. And since then, momentum has been in Florida State's favor. It's 14-11. So now,
Tom, I don't want to pat myself on the. That's almost exactly what I said we needed to do on that drive.
Yep, and it's
like to see Trayshawn Benson on the counter, a little bit of tempo, but not too fast, but just enough. We're back on the ball, get them in rhythm, short passing game. They throw the glance to Johnny. So good, really good.
And
really
now,
good drive right there, really good series. And now we're back in the game. We got ourselves a game.
Defensive coordinator D-Rob does what now? Because they've got issues. They've got issues over there right now.
Yeah. Sack the quarterback.
All right, let's dial up the sack play.
Let's dial up the sack. Let's see if we have a sack play that we.
So
make sure our guys on the edge are in that 3-point stance.
I've got to pat you on the back another time, D-Rob. Johnny Wilson's yardage right now, 80 on the nose.
It's like I've watched football before, you know?
Yep.
It's like when you watch as many games as I watch, it's pretty crazy too. I was going to say earlier, as I'm watching this game, I'm seeing a lot different energy. I've watched like every bowl game that could possibly come on TV. I have a legit football problem. I watch all football if it's on TV. And so I've watched them all. And there have been some games that have been good. There have been some games that have some, but I'm feeling like an energy. You're kind of seeing them get after each other a little bit. Mm-hmm. The two teams, almost as if they have some history, which they don't. It's really interesting because you typically don't see it in bowl games, and I haven't seen it at all. Yeah, I haven't seen it at all in the other bowl games, or very little. I've seen a little bit the Oregon game last night, but it wasn't really like as competitive. The juice wasn't. I'm seeing some juice in this game from both sides. Like early, I saw Gabriel was kind of like he was yelling at our sideline about something, and you're just seeing guys. It's just chippy. It's more chippy than a typical bowl game. Just looks like a lot of energy. A lot more obviously coming from the Oklahoma side, but just kind of see a little fire that you love to see it, but just don't normally see it in bowl games.
We got a question there about Trey Benson and his yardage. He's at 15 yards on 7 carries. So that play that went for 11 was by far his most productive run of the night thus far. And what I will also say about Trey Benson is that he was at 965 yards for the season entering tonight. So he's now 20 away from hitting 1,000 for the season, which is not bad when you consider for the first 4 or 5 games, it was all Trayshawn Ward. And Trey Benson converged to the back half of the season. So 7 minutes, 18 seconds to go in a 14-11 ball game, largely controlled by Oklahoma, but things have turned the Noles' way in the last 10 or 15 minutes. And now it's a big-time drive for the defense. Starts with a completion to a Stoops. Of course, Oklahoma has another Stoops. And it'll be 2nd and medium. Am I ahead of you?
No, we're pretty close. You're just slightly, maybe at 1 second.
And on 2nd down, Oklahoma will move the chains. Again, personnel.
7 minutes, 7:01. Oh,
okay.
Clock stop.
I'm at 6:55, so let me do a little pause.
55, 54, 53, 52, 51. Okay.
I am a tad ahead. You are seeing an incompletion to the flat right there.
Yep.
As they went quick again. Hopefully that brings us up to speed. 6:47 to go in the game. Oklahoma has moved the chains once, still squarely in their own territory. 2nd and 10 for OU.
Come on, guys. Stay up. Dang.
Man, that one is rough. We'll see where they spot that.
Yeah, I want the corner to stay on his feet. If the corner stays on his feet, he's going to make that play. Leave your feet.
Reynardo knows better, too. He's a pretty good tackler. So it'll be 3rd and 6. They spotted it as a gain of 4. Just under 6 minutes, 30 seconds to go here. And we have a pitch and catch. Tatum Bethune isolated against a tight end. No match for him. Pretty wide open there. Gave him the outside. He took the outside. First and 10, OU near midfield in a 14-11 ball game.
Come on. Get him to the ground.
Oh.
That's us.
We got to lose
us,
folks, and that should be
us.
Ball. Come on, put your hands in the sky. Did they point it? I think they did. 2nd down. You got to be effing kidding me.
Wow.
You're signaling 2nd down. How do you not fall on that football? Jesus. Sorry.
That's tough.
Leonard Warner with the forced fumble after he got juked. And that was Stoops who came up with the ball. 2nd and 16 instead of a turnover in a short field. Another miscommunication error on the left side of the formation. Will it matter? It will not. Down goes Gabriel. Jamie Robinson will get credit for that as the closest player. But that was Gabriel aborting, trying to throw the ball down the field and saying, no, I'm not taking this hit. Third and forever, Rob.
Yeah, so they try to take a shot there.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, well, I've said it jokingly, sack the quarterback when you ask, but I think he's going to answer his questions with aggression here. It's like, we can't cover him, so we just got to tackle the quarterback before he can throw it to him, you know?
Yeah. Instead, they rushed 3, and there's a real tackling issue tonight. I mean, it's horrific. So it's now 4th and manageable. I'm assuming Oklahoma will now go for it. 4th and 4. He's not? Oh, my goodness.
That's interesting. Especially in a bowl game.
Brent, yeesh. This is an Oklahoma game day, but yikes, dude. There's some kind of trickeration here.
No, I mean, we just kept our base defense out there. So that wouldn't be good.
So timeout call by Oklahoma. Is he reconsidering?
He's got to.
That was dumb. I was hoping.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure the Levy was in his ear, the OC, saying, "Hey, what are we doing?
Yeah,
we can't punt here."
You think that might have been a wrinkle and a fake, and we were in safe, and so he
It was, yeah. I think it was. I think that was the original plan, and then it got foiled by us staying in safe.
All right, so it's a TV timeout now. FSU, I'm going to guess that the offense is coming back off the sideline for Oklahoma. I would assume we got to get a stop here, but we'll see. 14-11 is the score. To the over 300 of you that are hanging out with us, happy holiday season to everybody. Thanks for being here on Zaxby's Warchant Game Day. Thank you to all of you who are in the ABC Fine Wine and Spirits viewer chat. Feel free to let us know what it is you're sipping on for a nice and relatively early bowl game. We've had a lot of late night games here, D-Rob. I know you're usually a couple time zones over, so it's not as harsh, but we've had a lot of post-game shows that went to 1 or 2 in the morning. It's a pleasant 5:30 kickoff tonight. So let us know what you're sipping on in the chat. And we thank our friends at ABC Fine Wine and Spirits for their sponsorship of Zaxby's Warchant Game Day.
Yeah, I'm loving being in the same time zone. too.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hating being in the same city though as the game and not being at the game. I don't know how you do that week after week, man. I know you said you like it better not going, but
Well,
it's weird. Plus, I haven't been to a game in so long, man. I want to go.
you're gonna be back in Orlando next September for the LSU game. That would be the one to pick.
I would love to be. Yeah, this one was tough. This one was hard to not go to.
No director Matthew, who is part of the Warchant family, he's asking if he's got Texas responsibilities. He's doing a post-game show after the Alamo Bowl, which kicks at 9. No thanks. No, thank you. Also, a quick programming note, because it's a strange time of year, tomorrow at 1 p.m., we will have a live Jeff Cameron show here on Warchant TV. So typically there's a day in between reaction time in the season. Not so this time. We will be on the air tomorrow at 1 o'clock right here on Warchant TV. What's the
I was wondering if there would be a Sunday smash on not Sunday.
a Friday smash?
Friday smash. Ask Aslan if I could get on that Sunday smash. I don't want the season to be over, man.
I know it. This has been a fun group to watch.
It has been. It's been a fun season.
The punt team is still on the field. Wow. Brent had 5 minutes to make up his mind, and he's still going with the punt group.
Wow. Didn't like it. Didn't like the call. Didn't like whatever play he had.
Yeah.
Whatever play Levy told him he wanted to run.
Punt is away. Micah with the fair catch at the 11. Okay.
Let's go take the lead.
Yeah. What do you do here? Now you're inside your own 20. Talk to me about that for a minute. I know your playbook shrinks when you're in bad parts of the field, right?
Yeah. So I'll tell you my personal belief, and I think I got this actually from Coach Bowden, but I'm not sure. I love going into condensed sets here, like as if you're just gonna try to get 2 or 3 yards in a cloud of dust and take a shot. And I think it's because as a kid, the video of the Winky play action Snoop Menace 99-yarder is just like ingrained in my head, like so deeply into my mind that I just love. And that was in a 2 tight set. That was a 22 set. So 2 tights, two running backs. You know, Snoop Menace was the only wide out in the game. And they go play action. Obviously, Winky puts the ball behind his back and, throws a post, for 99 yards. That's just my deal. When I'm backed up, I like taking a shot. Johnny's over 100.
So that looked like miscommunication and coverage for them. Are they in straight zone cover 2 there, D-Rob, or is that 2-man?
They are. Yeah. No, that's so bad. It's so bad by the corner. Oh, my gosh. So they're playing a trap defense, but there's nobody to trap. There's no other wideout. There's no other pass receiving threat on that side. So there's no reason for him to go run inside like he did.
So the rule there is
it's like a cover 2.
Yeah.
If you have no threat, then it ends up just being like you actually end up with a double team.
Yeah.
Like they took Johnny from being in a double team, which should have been a double team, to being nobody.
Yeah,
because the safety's expecting the corner to be underneath that throw and him being over top. But that's just really bad by the corner. You come running inside, but there's no pass threat inside.
So that would be basically your rule there is if there's nobody to trap, then it converts to man, and you shadow Johnny there.
It's like 2 man. Yeah, you play underneath. So it's a version of cover 2. They're trapping the flat, meaning they're going to let you think that the flat is open. And now when you go to the flat, I'm going to come down and make that play. That's usually where you see your big hits, your big blow up hits, or that's where you get the pick 6 in the flat. So, but you trap it. So you look like you're playing man, but then you're not. Well, you stay. Oh, Jordan.
Florida State's going to have to punt here. Jordan was sacked. It looked like everybody turned somebody loose up front there on the offensive line. comes the replay. Just to catch everybody up, FSU was at midfield on the Johnny catch that D-Rob was breaking down the coverage responsibilities, and then the drive has stalled. There will be no going for it here. This is an automatic punt situation for FSU on 4th and forever.
Yep.
4th and 14. All right. Oklahoma spent a timeout there. That would be wise. Minute 49. Minute 58, excuse me. They just corrected the clock. So there are the numbers. Florida State has put up 238 yards of offense. They've got 11 points to show for it. That is because of stalling in the red zone once. And then there was a turnover on downs as well. But that doesn't feel like they've got nearly 250 so far, D-Rob. It doesn't feel like that.
No, it really doesn't. That first drive went right down the field on them, and then had to get 3 on that one.
Punt is away. Fair caught inside the 15-yard line. So Oklahoma calling a timeout suggests they're going to be aggressive on this drive. FSU has all 3 of theirs, so let's say they call a run and it's stuffed. I would assume Mike would go ahead and use his first one. Who you got in the playoff, Dominic? Who do you think is going to win it all?
Georgia's going to win it.
Okay.
I really don't like Ohio State or Michigan. I think TCU should give Michigan a good run, especially without their running back. So I'm going to take TCU and Georgia.
With a good laugh there. At least we aren't Florida. And Director Ben is alert for that that bowl final. First down, a lot of time for Gabriel, but Florida State picks up their 5th sack of the game. That's 5. And Joshua Farmer this time. That's a cut. Oh, are they going to get him for a face mask?
I think there was a hold before the face mask. No. Dang it.
Oh, man. That one hurts. That's about a 23-yard swing. It looked like he might have gotten him. I was hoping we wouldn't. Yeah, he did. Well, wipe that off the board. They do not have their 5th sack of the night. It is now 1st and 10, and Oklahoma is in decent field position. Starting at the 26-yard line. And we've got poor tackling again. Break out the bingo card.
I was just going to say it's a good time for them to run the ball. If quarterback's going to hold the ball like that.
Yep. They go tempo and outside handoff. We gave up leverage, and Shaheem finally makes the tackle on the second try. Who is that? Is that Jared? That's Jared. Oh, they called a twist. That's unlucky. Oh, never mind. That's the previous run. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And is that Shaheem? Yes, it is. Shaheem Brown is down. They're calling that 2nd and 1 from the 40. So a de facto timeout for Oklahoma to consider their options on 2nd and 1. Wouldn't be surprised at all given the coverage bust, D-Rob, for a shot here.
Yeah, they're in a good spot with the clock.
Yeah, that's
tough spot for us.
With 118, would you actually maybe lean run there? Run here to keep the clock moving?
Yeah, I think so. I think this isn't a bad time to go ahead and run it, and then tempo something quick if you want to take a shot, and then now you're second and 10, but the clock stopped. You have time to kind of regroup and get going.
Oklahoma will receive the kickoff in the second half too, so this is a critical sequence here. Shaheem Brown is still down. That's not good. And he finally is on his feet. Got more and more snaps as the season went along, did Shaheem. And that looks like, just judging by the way he's walking, he can come back. Wonder if that was a little tempo cramp or not.
I'm 100%. That's what that was.
How do you feel about those? How do you feel about that? It's all over the game.
You got to do it.
Yep.
You have to do it. There's no way that they can legislate it out.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to do it. I think you have to take advantage of that.
They do call a run. They scheme it. It's open. Good sized hole and a first down. And here comes the tempo you spoke of.
There it is. Nope. Yeah, the only difference I thought you'd take a shot there.
So clock ticking inside of a minute. Boy, they're going tempo here. Now, this is interesting to me. They could have run it down another 10, 15 seconds. Because personally, I don't like to give Jordan any time, and that's a sack or a TFL. We'll see if they call that a quarterback run or not. I would call timeout here. I'm surprised we're not. This is surprising to me that Mike's going to let it ride here. I thought he would try and get Jordan the ball.
Ah, shoot.
Did he step out early, or is that did he get the yard to gain? Let's see. I think he stepped out early. I just watched the replay. I got the two computers set up here. I think he's a yard short. Yeah, they spotted it at 4th and 1.
Nice.
Wow, that's a brain fart. And that's
nice.
That's a yard and a half. Look where that is. That's way back there. So another kick. This kid missed wide left the first time from 45.
Got it.
And it is true. So we are at 17-11, a really odd score. 15 seconds to go. I'll be honest, D-Rob, I don't love not using the timeout there after the sack. I would have loved to see at least 35 seconds for Jordan to work with there. He might get into field goal range.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me as much just because I don't feel like we're in real great rhythm offensively, although we did have that one good drive, and I just there's something's off, and I feel like it's probably just trying to get to the locker room and regroup,
Would you in this situation tell your kick return team, even if it's 5 yards deep, go for it, give it a shot?
Yeah.
Return it?
Yep.
We'll see if that order has been delivered. 15 seconds to go in half. We'll take a short break once we reach halftime and reconvene after D-Rob and I get a little bit of a break before the second half of the game. This is Zaxby's Warchant Game Day, and we're looking forward to hopefully what is a better half of football in all phases for Florida State in the second half. This one's not quite done yet.
I would say based on how we played, we're in a good spot.
Yep.
Because we certainly have not been, we have not looked good. And
that is unbelievably poor situational coaching there, D-Rob. They just squibbed it. Florida State's got the ball near the 35. You can absolutely run a play
bad.
here.
Yeah, that's bad.
Throw it to Johnny. See what, why not?
That's embarrassing. Yeah, that's really bad. With all 3 timeouts, we have a chance to run 2 plays here.
Wow. So Brent, interesting special teams twice. He punts when he shouldn't have. I think we both agree on that. And then we got the ball near the 40. My goodness.
Step up.
Just chuck it, dude. Now he's going to run. Oh, well, he might get us into field goal range, and he has. Jordan Travis, 4 seconds to go, makes something out of nothing. That's going to be about a 54-yard field goal. Why is the offense coming to the line? Timeout.
Well,
okay, all right. Mike did.
You have your timeouts though. Just call a timeout. There's no reason to.
He called it, thankfully.
Yeah, you call a timeout. You may be able to think of a play. There might be something that you like. God, man, that's a great run.
If he had
is a
time,
great run.
I think he might have had a shot down the left, but good. That's what Jordan does. So Fitzy from 54. He does have the leg to do this.
Get up.
Keep going. Oh, geez, it's short. He didn't catch all of that, man. That looks like me on the first tee without warming up.
That breakfast ball.
Yeah, I think that was off the toe a little bit there. No pun intended. So Oklahoma tries to gift us a free score. We don't take advantage of it. Fitzy would probably have been good from 49, not 54. And we will be back in just a moment. D-Rob, before we break, your quick thoughts. You just gave some, but your quick thoughts on what to do as we head.
Well, I really, with 4 seconds and 3 timeouts, I like run another play and call your timeout to regroup and just sort of reset and then kick it from 4. Even if you're just 4 yards closer, that ball goes in. So I didn't like that, but bonehead job by Oklahoma there. Yeah, that's a horrible. Kick it deep, make them return it, and then again, with as bad as we've played, to be down 6, it's just like, man, you get a stop and you're golden for the second half. So let's just play a better half.
Yep. So that's the story, folks. Here's a quick word from our friends at Zaxby's before we break. We're going to take about 10 minutes or so. We'll reconvene here. The link will be live. We'll be back in about 10. Pre-game, post-game, or no game at all, or how about halftime? Anytime is the right time for Zaxby's platters, just as long as you're hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers, or boneless or traditional wings. And if you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's platters. Order online or on the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. When you support them, you support the Noles, and they say, go Noles. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 7:17 p.m. on Warchant GameDay.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
It seems like everyone's got a chicken sandwich these days, so how do you know which one to try? Luckily, one sandwich towers above all the others in size and in deliciousness. That is Zaxby's signature sandwich. It's an extra large, hand breaded filet and 3 thick cut pickle chips on a split top bun. And it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. We are reconvening now. D-Rob will be back in just a moment here on Warchant Game Day. Take a look at some of these stats. The sack-adjusted rush yards is the most alarming thing. Fabian Lovett is not playing for Florida State tonight, and between that and a lack of tackling, you adjust for all the sack yardage, and D-Rob, it's 5.3 yards a carry for Oklahoma. That's got to get cleaned up.
Yeah, they've done a good job. We've got a lot of adjustments to make here.
Yep. And
we're really up front. We've gotten beat on both sides. So
yeah,
we seem to be able to generate pressure. We're bringing more than 4 on a good amount of those pressures, but we seem to be able to generate pressure. But they've been able to gash us in the run game, pretty regularly.
They have. They're averaging just over 5 yards a play. Surprisingly enough, a lot of chunk plays for FSU. Specifically, Johnny Wilson is on the receiving end of a few of them, and then Jordan Travis scrambles. FSU is averaging 8 yards per play on offense. You'll take that all day, but it just doesn't feel consistent. It is feast or famine for the offense, and that's why there's only 11 points on the board.
It is. There have been some beautiful drives where it's just like no resistance. You had the one where first drive of the game, beautiful drive, no resistance, loved everything, run pass, and then you couldn't get it in down there in the red zone. And then you've had a couple drives, great drives, right down, score. But then you've also had some drives, negative play, behind the chains, sack. There's one, Jordan held onto the ball a little bit too long. You're 2nd and 18. Not going to convert many of those, and so it's been a weird game offensively because, like you said, numbers wise, it looks a lot better than it's actually been. The numbers make it look like it's a dominant offensive game when it hasn't been that way. They've definitely got us. So, like I said, a lot of adjustments to make. And more so, not really schematic adjustments, but more so we just have to do a better job. The tackling has been poor defensively, and then offensively, up front, we've got to get to the point where we can run the ball consistently, control the clock, and do what we've done best all year.
Yeah, Florida State had 4.9 average yards per carry, but I mean, you've got chunk plays. But when they needed a yard on 3rd and 1.5, and then 4th and a half a yard, they couldn't get it. And then they tried to punch it in on that first drive, 1st and goal from the 5, 2 consecutive runs. Neither worked. So we'll see if FSU adjusts from there. But they're only down 6. For as bad as things went, you mentioned this before we went to break. You look up at the scoreboard, it's only a 6-point margin. Getting a stop on that first drive, because we got to kick the ball to Oklahoma, getting a stop on that first drive, and you got a chance to go down the field and take the lead.
Yeah. And I do want to point this out too, before we get too far. We talked about it a little bit earlier of like, don't take too much from this bowl game in terms of projecting and what it means down the road and what it means next year and all of that. But I do want to call out the next sort of phase, what will be a huge talking point for us coming back next year, will be now that everyone knows that we are a good team, because we spent most of the year trying to convince people. And I can even remember going into the Wake Forest game, hey, when are we going to get our respect? When is Jordan going to get his Heisman talk and all of this stuff? And it's like we spent a lot of this year trying to convince people, hey, we've got first-round talent. We've got this. We've got that. We've got guys we got some players. And then Now it's going to be, oh, we got a bunch of transfers. We got a bunch of our recruits this year. And, it's a lot of like, trying to convince people that we are good or that we're, headed on the right path. Now, everyone knows we're good now. We'll probably be, in the top 15 preseason, next year, regardless of, I think, this outcome. Even I think we'll start the year the top 15. Obviously, Jordan will have his due. Everybody will know what he's done and who he is, and Johnny and all of that. I'm curious though, because I do think the first test of whether you are legit or a legit contender, or is how do you handle the praise?
Yep.
I talk about it all the time, humiliation versus adulation. So how do you handle your losses is really important, but people don't talk about how do you handle your wins and your successes as much. It's not only learn from your losses. It's not only learn from your failures. There's a lot that can be learned from wins. There's a lot that can be learned from success. And so I'm not saying that is the reason why this game has looked the way that it has. Don't mix my words, but I am curious to know, and see going forward. That's going to be a huge talking point for us is and next year, what does it look like now that everyone knows, now that the secret is out, so to speak, that this is a good team.
Yeah, clearly Oklahoma has been ready for counter. They've got a lot of designs towards making sure that the edge is covered. They're not like getting out leveraged to the outside very often.
Yeah.
The only time it really happened was when Trey Benson broke a tackle in the backfield. It's the only time that a running back has seemed to get the edge on Florida State. Like you're saying, it's not just for the bowl game purposes, which you have long preparation time for, but every week now, next year, there's going to be a target on your back like there used to be. And that's something that you had to deal with the entirety of your career. Florida State was Florida State in those days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'll tell you, for me as a competitor, like that's fun. I enjoy that. I enjoy both sides. I enjoy the underdog side. Now as a coach and things like that. But that's part of the reason why, as a competitor, you go to Florida State is I liked having the target on my back. I had that in high school. I was 38-3 in my 3 years of high school. So every game that I played, that other team spent their whole off season trying to beat, my high school. And so I wanted that in college. Most guys that chose Florida State, for years and years and years, chose Florida State for that reason. We wanted to be a part of that type of hate. We like that hate. We feed off of that, and but I'll tell you, it's definitely different. Dealing with that is definitely different. Your preparation is different. And for these players nowadays, they will get way more information than we ever got. So again, social media and all these other things, so it's a lot harder to deal with even now than it was when I was playing. So I'm very, very interested, and I'm hoping that what we're seeing today isn't a sign of that. I don't think that that's what it is, but I am definitely intrigued because there definitely has been a lot of praise, like we said when we first got on the air, was we fell more and more in love with this team, and they hadn't even played a game over the last 3 weeks,
Right. Yeah.
And so it's not just us. I think that the part of the reason is we've seen them get a lot of positive attention that we haven't gotten in years, many years. Positive attention, and so dealing with that is such an important ability as a competitor. It's how do you handle your successes? And when you're having more successes, and when you're going to be considered for the Biletnikoff and the Thorpe and the Davy O'Brien, and you're on all these watch lists and all of these things. These are all things that we're going to have to deal with here this offseason and going into next season. So
Jordan's numbers have been good. He took the one sack that we didn't feel good about there rolling out to the right, but he's 10 of 14 for $170 and a touchdown. That's with 2 drops. And then Johnny's got 4 catches on 4 targets for 110 yards. Those are your stat leaders right now. The running game, I'm doing quick math here, 12 carries for 48 yards combined with Trayshawn Ward and Trey Benson. That needs to get a little bit better because
it's not us.
2 of those carries are for 33 yards. So you got to get a little bit more sustainable on the ground, but we shall see. The ball has been kicked, and it is a touchback to start the third quarter, 17-11. That was one of those bowl halftimes that takes a minute. They're paying a lot of bills, but finally Oklahoma will take the field here at the 25.
We got to get a stop. Let's get a stop.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to put us in a real bad hole if we come out of the halftime and they go down the field.
No bones about it, too. Amarian Cooper was the guy who got burnt twice pretty badly in the first half. We'll see if 13 is still in the rotation. Personnel groupings will be interesting to watch. There's Kevin Noles on the top of the screen. That's Renardo. So on the first play, at least, I do not see Cooper out there. And a good start for the defense. D-Rob, I'm at 14 minutes, 50 seconds, 49. And they just cut to the sideline interview. Where are we?
I'm 1 second behind you.
Okay. That's an easy fix. There we go. They go quick. The sideline reporter was not done talking, but we got football on the screen, so it's going to be 3rd and about 6 after a run to the left.
Let's go, man. We love this. This is money right here. This is money down right here. This is big.
Seems to be some discussion about the spot, but there it goes. I like the sidelines too, guys, but let's show the field. I would like to see who the hell is on the field, please. I see Tatum showing
3rd
pressure.
and 6. They're going to bring pressure. They're going to bring 5. Screen!
Oh.
What a play.
Gabriel buys time by dropping back. Now it's from the H-back position there. You called it screen because you saw him bail and not pick up the blitz.
Jeez.
Or a slip out in this case. What's the flag? Ineligible receiver downfield.
Love it.
Can't do that. So it'll be 3rd and 10.
We'll take it.
59 again. That's the guy who helped us out in the first half.
Is that the left guard?
Yeah. 3rd and 11. Sorry. Every yard matters right now. That was a good call on offense. That was nice.
That was a good call.
Showing pressure from safety. Are they changing? Are they bailing out of it?
Get out of it. Yep.
Yep. Shaheem making some corrections. Boy, they're running right. We got blown off the ball. That will depend on the spot. The line judge is going to have him short by a half a yard. I'm not sure he was, but it'll be 4th and a foot. They got destroyed on the left. There was nobody back there. There's no second level.
Shoot.
So what's Jared doing there? Is that got a coverage responsibility, D-Rob?
So what happens is they called his zone blitz. That's what when they were shaking his hand like this, so they were checking out of it.
Mm-hmm.
What he has to then do is he plays run first.
Mm-hmm.
So he's responsible for a pass zone, but he has to play run first. And he, instead of playing run first, and this is the advantage of when you're playing tempo, is guys are tired. They 1 second for them, showing or playing run first. In his mind, he played run first, but you get out really fast because you're tired.
Yeah.
And so you're trying to, how tired you are, so you compensate by getting out sooner. And just as the game goes on, that's sort of what tempo does to you. So, yeah, he's just got to play the run before he drops into his zone.
That's killer because they convert on 4th down. They go with tempo so fast that the camera people didn't pick up the damn play. We saw him dive at the end, and now 2 runs later on the next 2 plays, another first down for Oklahoma. So the last minute or so has swung momentum back to the Sooners. Looked like FSU was going to get off the field. They call a run on 3rd and 11, and it worked. Got them into 4th and manageable. Here we go again. This time, not much doing. Florida State's having a hard time getting these dudes on the ground, though. This is getting annoying here. Even though that was a no-gainer or a gain of 1, man, they're bottling up the Sooners in a lot of situations, but not getting them on the ground.
Yeah, what's weird is first down. We've been close to dominant on first down, which usually is a great indicator of success, but there's been a lot of 3rd and longs that they've converted, it feels like. And like you said, there's just been too many plays where
there you go. That is much better. That is a lasso tackle from Kalen DeLoach. It'll be 3rd and long again. Can they get off the field? But that was a nice play. Notice that they called a pressure there. I think they brought 6.
Yeah, that's definitely getting a feel for the way Adam Fuller's going to handle this stuff tonight, man. He's gonna answer these questions with aggression here. He's gonna bring pressure.
Alert on a screen or a draw. They've done it once already. Actually, twice. One of them was called back for illegal man downfield. Hand on the ball. Nearly a pick, but that will be 4th down. Azaria got up there. Flashing a little bit of the athleticism with the vertical. Let's see if he should have come down with this. Is that as heady of a play as it looks like, D-Rob? Because he looks like he's going to take the underneath route to the sideline, but he drops back deeper against the corner.
Yeah, for us, yes, because that's not a common coverage for us.
Yep.
There's certain defenses that that's their base coverage, and so that's something that they practice literally every day is to feather. It's called feathering the flat. You feather, you play it soft, and you know that I got to come down fast, but I got to take away the deeper throw. I got to sort of midpoint these two.
Is that a rule no matter what, or is it because they're in 3rd and long that the deep route takes a lot more precedence there because that's the one that'll get them the first down?
Yeah, it's just sort of your base way of handling it. And then you teach the corner, hey, you got to understand down and distance. The deeper it is, the less threatening the flat is. But you have to be careful. That's where the art of coaching comes in because it's all based on personalities. Yeah. If I have a guy that's uberly aggressive, naturally, I can't tell him that he should come up because he's going to come up on his own.
Yeah.
So I have to tell him, hey, you play deep, play the corner, because I already know on his own he's gonna come up. And if I have a guy who tends to be passive, then you coach him that way, and you kind of coach him backwards, and you say, hey man, what are you backing up for? You got to play the flat, play in between these two, and then be aggressive to the flat. So that's what makes coaching fun, man. It's no. You never get to do the same thing twice. It's always something new. New way of teaching. New way of coaching.
Let me ask the special teams maven, D-Rob. You wear a lot of hats, man. You got.
I know. I know.
Fair catch at the 6 there. It looks like Oklahoma might have gotten to the end line to at least have a real good chance to down it. What do you think about fair catching it at the 6 when they're punting from around, midfield or so?
I hate it.
Okay.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. That downing play, you just were to watch a cut up of 100 of them, and they're a lot harder than people think. It's a fun play and all of that, but tip your cap and go, all right, we just got the ball at the 1 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But you got to make them make a play. Getting the ball at the 6 is no better than getting the ball at the 2, to be totally honest with you, So at least we have a chance if that ball hits the ground. If you fair catch and put it at the 6, we don't have any chance. I would say that sort of goes back to your offensive coordinator too, and sort of his mindset and his beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
But me personally, just as a special teams, as a punt returner, I was never going to go inside of the 10 unless I knew I was going to get 10. That was sort of my rule. Is I'll go in the 10 to catch a punt if I'm going to get 10. If I'm going to give you 10 back, I'll go in there. But if I'm not getting 10, if I'm not giving you 10 back, then that ball's going to hit the ground. And if a guy makes a play, then he makes a play.
I'm doing a cut up here of Dylan Gibbons, whose charity is up over $500,000 using NIL for good is Dylan Gibbons, and Timothy Donovan was there in that little montage as well. 1st and 10 for Florida State, a little under 10.5 to go. And they call a shovel on 1st down. That's interesting. Didn't do much. Gain of 1. It's a weird spot on the field to call that, at least to the amateur watching here. Do you agree with that?
I do. That's one of those where you probably at halftime, you probably worked on it and practiced it. Mm-hmm. And then at halftime, you realized you hadn't called it yet. And you said, hey, I'm calling this when we get the ball. And so he called it. Oh, good play.
There. That is a heck of a catch. They're talking about whether he got his feet down or not. They are calling it a catch. I would get up on the ball and run the play.
That's a good play.
Snap the damn ball, Jordan. There we go. They did get the play off.
Take a shot.
We've got a drop. Johnny was 4 for 4 on targets and catches in the first half. That might have gone the distance. Yikes.
Yowzer. Holy cow.
Man, that was wide open.
Oh, boy.
5 incompletions for Jordan, 3 drops.
That's just an absolute lapse in focus.
Florida State bounces back. That looked like a call quarterback run all the way.
Yeah.
Just judging by a 53 and the
it
run.
Was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still stings that drop right now. See if FSU can erase it.
That's so bad.
Oh, is that a horse collar? They didn't throw a flag for a horse collar there? They're too worried about whether a shovel pass is an incompletion. Of course it's an incompletion, guys. What is it with us in bowl games and no horse collar calls? Let's see if he actually got him there or if it was. Yeah, come on now. That's ridiculous. You're looking right at it. The official's looking right at that.
And that's actually the reason they created the horse collar tackle was for that right there.
He's in position to make the call. Sometimes the refs are out of position and you can criticize him. He's looking right at it. Good God.
Oh, but that is the injury. That's the exact injury. The reason why they finally made that a rule was that exact going backwards on your ankle and knee. Dang, man.
Second down was an RPO throw to the flat to Malik. He is bottled up at the line. Jordan's pissed, saying, run up the field, dude. What are you dancing for? And it'll be 3rd and 10. Same offensive line as start of the game. Darius Washington at right tackle. 3rd and 10, just over 8.5 to go.
What a laser.
That was a throw, and Malik bounces back after getting a little cute on a little bubble. Malik McClain with a catch to move the chains. Good throw. That's anticipatory right there, D-Rob. Look when he's making the decision. That's good stuff.
It's great.
To me, that's the
Blazing
next step
good.
for him is the anticipation,
Mm-hmm.
those throws.
Yeah.
That's one of them. That's good. Injured Oklahoma Sooner. 8:25 to go. For those of you just joining us, thank you very much for being a part of Zaxby's Warchant Game Day. To the nearly 350 of you that are watching right now, hit the like button underneath this video. Subscribe to Warchant TV. It is absolutely free. That's right. D-Rob's telling you what to do right there. And if you want to happen by warchant.com, we've got a special for you. $10 through August 31st of next year. $10 gets you all the coverage from now through camp of next year. That's a really good deal. Can't emphasize that enough. Head to warchant.com for more there. They've got a commercial break. D-Rob, what do you think of the start of this half? The drop aside, it looks like it's been an okay start.
Yeah, I'm trying to I'm trying to get over the drop. I don't want to just keep bringing up the drop. That was just a complete lapse in focus. And man, those are the plays you need, man. You need those. You don't get a lot of you don't get a lot of chance at those, you know.
Yeah.
And
it happened in the Florida game.
Hopefully he'll go back to him.
He had a couple of big drops in the Florida game, but then he made two incredibly difficult catches. One was a third down conversion in the second half. That's along the FSU sideline. It's just a focus thing, huh? At that point,
it is. It really is just a short lapse in focus that comes to bite you, you know. And it's tough, man. That's a tough spot for that to happen to you, you know, because that's obviously not an ability thing. There's no college player, offense or defense, that can't catch that ball. You know, that wasn't like, oh, you need to be a good pass catcher to catch that ball. That's just a lack of focus, you know. If it's contested, that's different. If it's an angle or an adjustment, that's different. Those are ability things that some guys have and some guys don't. Everybody has the ability to catch that ball that he just dropped. There's no college athlete that can't catch that.
When you're coaching a receiver and they've got a case of the drops like that, because it's been something that's hurt Johnny more at the bookends of the season. The middle of the season, you didn't see it as much, but the start of the year and then the end of the year. Is there anything you can do with that? I mean, is it just working on the jugs machine? Is it a mental thing that you coach them through? How would you help?
Yeah, so I'm super. I hate to say this, like I don't want to go too overboard, but I'm pretty anti-jugs. I think the jugs has its place, but usually a drops issue has nothing to do with like catching a stationary. When you catch on the jugs, you're stationary and you're catching a ball that you know where it's going to be, you know the location, you know the speed. These guys, they're so good. They can figure. Eventually, you're going to drop a couple on the jugs because it's different. But then once you figure it out, it's more, that's a repetition thing. That's more, again, now if it's focusing on catching a pass for 30 minutes, you're not going to get somebody to throw a football to you for 30 minutes. So yeah, maybe use the jugs, but I'm pretty anti-jugs. For me, it's getting them catches, contested catches at different angles and different speeds. I want to do that. I want to give them confidence in, okay, there's a low ball with a defender on my left hip. Okay, there's a high ball with a defender on my right shoulder. There's a low ball with a defender on my right hip, and I've got to have strong hands as he's right there to punch it out. Mm-hmm. So I want to give them as many repetitions that are game-like to get them confidence that they can do that, you know. And I want them to see that ball in their hands with game-like situations, game-like positions. Like I said, varying speeds, varying tempos, different throws. I don't always want it to be a spiral. Sometimes it's a bad ball. Sometimes it's, sometimes I tell them it's going to be a high ball, but it's actually low, because that's what happens in a game. Hey, you're supposed to get this ball thrown up and away, and the guy throws it, throws it on your back shoulder. Well, nobody cares where the throw was. Next to your name, they don't put reception, high ball, reception, low ball. It's a reception. A reception is a reception. So you just got to catch it. So that's the thing. That's the way that I look at it.
3rd and 8, Jordan to Johnny, and he does make that catch. The chains will move after a miscommunication with Deuce Spann on 2nd down. Deuce Spann sighting. We haven't seen him in a while. They're rotating a lot of guys in and out here tonight. Johnny helps move the chains there. They rolled the pocket out right. Oklahoma did a good job of making Jordan stop, I think, quicker than he wanted to. But that's a really good throw. So it's 1st and 10. Florida State in plus territory at the 38 of Oklahoma. We're rolling inside of 7 minutes, 15 seconds. Trayshawn to the wrong side of Jordan on the run fake. Good time there. There was a lot of time for Jordan there as Pokey Wilson makes yet another catch. You're in the red zone now, D-Rob. What do you do here? Moving the ball pretty well. Do you keep throwing it? That's been successful this drive.
Yeah, I'd love to see, glance or short post here. I love, for me, the fade ball is just a really hard throw. This is a really low percentage, but I like to throw a jump ball or a high ball, but it's so much easier on an in-breaking route on a post, a glance, inside post, something like that, a seam. So I'd love to see that. So you don't see this very often. This is a very basketball-esque move. Brent Venables called a timeout to get the attention of his defense. I don't, especially in the first half, Dominic, I don't think coaches do that enough. The second half timeouts are valuable, but I don't think that's a bad move in theory. What do you think? No, you make a great point. And we actually, as a staff, our coaching staff, we have a one coach in particular, our running backs coach, that at the end of this season, he was big on that, like telling our OC, hey, if you don't like it, call a timeout. Don't just run it. It's a bad call. That's a bad look. Like, use your timeouts. And I would say the same thing for defense. I think when you have a defensive head coach, that helps so much.
Yeah.
Because I was always, or the way that I look at it is that the offense has the ability to stop the clock whenever they want. Down pass, out of bounds, whatever it may be. Defense doesn't have that ability.
Right.
So I believe I was always taught coming up in football that the timeouts were the offenses. And I think it's actually the other way around.
Biscuit to the air, Florida State down at the 1-yard line. So the first down play was a counter, and you can see it. Brent is saying, hell no, you're not getting outside on me. He had 2 bodies to flank Florida State, forcing Trey Benson the inside, second and longish, and Marquise and Douglas is wide the hell open. Florida State going with some tempo on 1st and goal from the 1. That's an offsides on Oklahoma as they couldn't get to the line quick enough. Nice to see FSU turning that around on the Sooners.
So, that it didn't work necessarily for Venables, I'd say, but yes, Tom, I agree wholeheartedly. I think a basketball timeout, on defense is a great thing to use, and I think it's way underused. I think we value timeouts way too much in terms of, and I shouldn't say like way too much, but in terms of
fullback dive for the first time. I think DJ Lundy had 3 touches this year and 3 touchdowns or whatever it was. It's the first time he touched the ball, didn't score. So FSU continuing to have problems trying to get a yard when they want to get a yard. That's got to improve next year. That's got to get better.
I think the point I was trying to make was that we save them too often. We keep them, and then we go. Why finish the game with 2 timeouts or 1 timeout or 3 timeout? Like, you should always use them. There's always a time in the game that you can use your timeouts, and so you should.
There you go. They go Wildcat on 2nd and goal. Trayshawn Ward, that didn't look good for the first second after the snap, but he waited, was patient, found a hole off the right side, and Florida State takes the lead. Let's hear it, Gene Deckerhoff.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
I should say the PAT will put Florida State in position to take the lead, but go ahead again, Gene.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
John Cena, Gene Deckerhoff with the call there. Touchdown, Florida State. 15 plays, 94 yards, 4 minutes, 56. That's well done. So they erased the drop mistake. Fitzy makes the PAT. It is 18-17. FSU leads. And Trayshawn Ward caps it off. A lot of third down conversions. Nice throws from Jordan on that drive to erase some bad situations. (18-17) Noles. You are watching Warchant Game Day presented by Zaxby's on Warchant TV. We will be back as they take a commercial break after this word from our friends at Zaxby's.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Couple of key conversions on third down for Florida State on that drive. They wiped away a 3rd and 9 and a 3rd and 8 in order to keep the ball moving. 94 yards. You never want to have to go 94 yards, but when you do, it's extra sweet, D-Rob.
I cannot believe we are in the lead. This is one of the weirdest. It's just it does not feel like we've played well. It feels like we've made a lot of mistakes and we've given up a lot. Feels like how many yards can you go to the defense? How many yards have we given up on defense? I know we've
quite a few. Ben will pull that up in a second, but Matthew Ray says you look shocked, and you would agree with
that? Yeah,
I
know. I couldn't believe when you said we took the lead. I'm like, wow, in this game, like we took the lead in this football game that I'm watching. It's awesome. I mean, it's great. It's definitely the mark of a good team. It's just surprising. It feels like we should be behind. Feels like we should be behind 2 scores. And we're actually up.
250 yards for Oklahoma thus far. Florida State's well into the 300s already, which is just kind of crazy. Looking at 15 yards per completion for OU. That's a lot of downfield shots. And then their sack-adjusted rush yardage is still pretty robust.
Where's the third down? What's our third down? Feels like
they're 5 of 11. We're 3 of 8.
3 of 8?
We are 3 of 8. Yep, they're 5 of 11. So, and 2 of them on that drive. They were two. So before that, they were 1 of 6.
Got it.
They've got to get better though at that area, Dominic. Next year, when the world knows that they've got to get a yard, they got to be able to get a damn yard against a team.
100%. That's going to be a big thing. And I'll be honest. From watching them and, following Norvell, over the last couple of years and everything, I think he knows that. I think that's why he gets a little creative down there in the red zone, because he knows we just have to be better up front. There has to be a time where you just know that the guy that I'm lined up across is going to get his butt whipped on this snap.
Yeah.
And he knows that I'm coming at him, and everybody in the stadium knows I'm coming at him. And, I can tell that he doesn't feel that way. It's got to kind of be trickery and misdirection and catch them by surprise. There's never a time where we just line up and just go at guys,
This will help the average. 2 runs, 4 yards for Oklahoma. They're in a 3rd and 6 now. Going tempo.
We love it. We love 3rd and 6.
checking at the line. Florida State, a lot of communication going on pre-snap for Florida State. They're checking into something completely different. They did get a line. Give them credit. That looked like a fire drill there, but it doesn't matter. Completion over the middle of the field to the tight end. Somebody tackle him, please. Thank you. 20 yards after contact there. It's not great. So Oklahoma converts on a third down. They will have the ball 1st and 10 at the FSU 40. And Jamie Robinson pulls up lame. And we'll see if that is a tempo cramp or if that is something legit. This is just wide the hell open. So they changed the play, D-Rob. Clearly they didn't come to a – oh, no, Tatum just got destroyed. Yeah. Yikes.
Ugh.
Yeah. And then they're trying to knock the ball out. Just get him to the ground. A lot of missed tackles tonight. So after this injury stoppage, it'll be 1st and 10 from the 40. FSU leading. Oh, he's still down. FSU leading 18-17. That is now Oklahoma's 6th conversion on third down. They are 6 of 12 in the ball game to go along with a 4th down conversion earlier this half. 1 for 1 there. So here's a question for D-Rob when we get him back. An issue there with it looks like the computer again. And that is not a good sign. Every time D-Rob leaves, bad things, real bad things happen. So we'll see if we can break the trend there. Maximus, I will ask him about the drops versus the missed tackles when he comes back. For me, it's a close call. Missed tackles are really annoying because they signify a lack of physical toughness, Maximus. So I'm going to go with missed tackles over drop passes. Got to be tough. And on first down, a late developing blitz. They can't get Gabriel on the ground. He throws it away. Shaheem Brown was in on the pressure as we get D-Rob back. This time, D-Rob, it was an incompletion. Could have been a sack maybe, but it wasn't the end of the world when you went away for a play.
Thank God.
2nd and 10 inside of 4 minutes, 10 seconds. FSU does get Gabriel on the ground this time. That is a quarterback sack. Daniel Lyons was on the field for that play. Dennis Briggs looks like he's going to get credit for the sack, but that is freshman Daniel Lyons, number 95. Really like that player. Really like him. But Dennis Briggs caused that initial pressure, and then Tatum Bethune cleaned it up. But they are rotating in some freshmen now, even in a tight ball game. That's noteworthy. And a tackle in space. Got some yardage after contact on McClendon. It'll be 4th down and medium. They tried to call it again, that draw play. Oklahoma 40% on 4th downs for the season. 1 for 1 tonight. It was a half yard the last time they went for it. 4th and 6. It's been some, they've got isolation with the tight end and Lundy. We're in man, and there's a timeout. Who called it? Wow, Oklahoma's burned another one.
Oklahoma.
That's interesting, D-Rob. Honestly, I know that's an indicator pre-snap to show what coverage we're in, but I like DJ Lundy against the tight end all day. I might have let that go.
Right. Yeah.
So Oklahoma down to 1 timeout in the second half, 3:03 to go. What do you call? You've watched this game long enough to get a sense of what Oklahoma can and cannot do tonight. It's 4th and 6. What do you like here?
Yeah, if I'm them, I'm gonna spread them out and create one-on-ones. And I feel very confident that we can win one-on-ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna assume that Fuller's gonna bring pressure, which I would be glad. I would like him to bring pressure here because that means that I am getting one-on-ones. And I like Mims. You know, I put Mims. Right now, I'm calling Mims over and I'm saying, hey, what do you want? What do you want to run?
Yeah.
Okay, where do you want to be? Okay, put me at number 2 to the field and let me run whatever route I want to run. Let me run an option route. That's what I would be doing right now.
Well, there's a correction. Now Florida State has coverage on the tight end with Jamie Robinson, and they're going to get off the field. Noles get a stop. D-Rob, there's a lot of late communication going on pre-snap. I'm not loving that, but they got off the field there. But a good adjustment. Adam Fuller says, no, we're not leaving 46 on their tight end this time. So Jamie Robinson.
Yeah.
Now, what could he possibly be communicating there? Oh, man.
Because they're trying to in and out it. They're trying to, essentially just whatever leverage I'm in is the leverage that I want to play, and then you play the opposite type of thing. Like, I'm going to take the in cut, you take the out cut. I don't feel like I can get to an in breaking route, or I don't feel like you can get to an out breaking route.
Jet sweep on the first play for Florida State. Oklahoma is not allowing Florida State to get outside on them at all tonight. 2nd and 9. Jazz Turnitine now at right tackle for FSU, 79. And Darius Washington at left tackle. Robert Scott is out of the ball game. That is noteworthy.
Oh, man.
D-Rob's ahead. What did he see? Oh, another drop? Good gracious. And the defensive back getting up like he did something. Come on, man. Maybe he did. Maybe he jarred it loose, but I don't think so.
I don't know about that.
Oh, he kind of did. All right. Still would like a catch there.
Yeah, you got to catch that.
3rd and 9. Boy, those downfield shots. I'd just throw it the rest of the game. The hell with it. They're open.
Get it out.
I'm just seeing it now. He did get the ball. All right. Johnny with another catch. Wow. All right. What time do you have on the clock, D-Rob? Let's get synced up again.
So I'm at 150.
Okay. Now I got to a second.
Can you go forward?
Yep, I can. I'm good. We're good now. So 1st and 10, Florida State in plus territory. Another good catch for Johnny, bouncing back from the drop. That's 2 in a row. And again, the run goes nowhere. How many guys do they have around line of scrimmage? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I think it's going to be throw to run now.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of carries for Trayshawn Ward in this game tonight. Speculation that he will transfer because of the loaded backfield. That's
really
9 carries for him. We'll see if he ends up deciding that, but yeah, it could very well be.
Yeah.
Florida State out of the pistol on 2nd and 10 from the plus 45. There's a successful run. First time in a while, the box was light for the run. And Trayshawn picks up 7. 3rd and 3, 2 down territory here. Inside the 40.
It's another one of those spots that I mentioned earlier. I'd like to have 2 plays called.
Yep.
Run a play and come right back to the line and run another play. Obviously, it's not the greatest to do off of an incomplete pass, but notice when that Oklahoma guy, the way he celebrated, he takes off that way. If we're all on the line right now and then we snap the ball, we either got an offsides or we got a guy that's not ready to play coverage. Like that's you see what I'm saying? Like
I do.
It's a great time to, third and short. It's a great time to call 2 plays and be ready to run them back to back, regardless of outcome. Because even if you get the first down, now same thing.
Here we go, 4th down.
Oh my gosh!
Man, he got picked off. That looks like a miscommunication with the receiver. That's what I'm going to guess there. Well, if it was an incomplete pass, you'd give him 10 more yards. So the call that an arm shank punt.
Oh.
A lot of jersey there from 5 as he jumps it. What do you see there, Dominic?
I see a corner or whoever the defensive back that doing a really good job understanding the situation down and distance, and knowing, okay, we line up in a stack, so we're trying to get a free release. And are you trying to get a free release to run a vertical route? Probably not on 3rd or 4th and 3. And so he sat on it, and he took the chance of giving up a go ball there. But how many coaches are going to call a go ball right there, especially out of a stack formation? So
yep.
Really good play by him. And
Oklahoma calls a misdirection. It's like a self-reverse. Looks like it's going to be a sweep to the right, but it ends up countering back to the left. They're guilty of a block in the back. So it'll be 1st and 11 as that block in the back occurred downfield. And it looks like we're going to go to the 4th quarter. If you had the over today, I feel bad for you. There's only 35 total points on the board as we head to the final 15 minutes of the game. Jordan Travis has been picked off, but he was excellent the drive before, as in that quarter, 7 points were scored. All of them went to Florida State. It's 18-17 Noles. We're going to take a quick break and come back with the 4th quarter on Warchant GameDay presented by Zaxby's.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's chicken finger plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
It's time to get ready for that 4th quarter. One of the interesting developments in this game I didn't see coming. Trayshawn Ward has more carries in the ball game than Trey Benson does, 9-8. Trayshawn goes for 43 on those 9 carries. Trey Benson only has 18 yards on 8 touches tonight on the ground. That's interesting. He was 35 yards away from getting to 1,000 for the season. That's in danger as FSU is not able to consistently run the football tonight. Oklahoma clearly is doing everything they can to stop that. There are downfield shots open for the passing game. Dominic, at least to the naked eye here of an amateur, use the golf way of saying amateur. I feel like this has to be much more of a pass to run split in the 4th quarter for the offense versus the other way around.
It's what they're given. That's what they're giving you. I think they feel comfortable in their defense playing one-on-one out there on the edges, or they don't feel comfortable stopping the run. I think they know that we are a run first offense. I think they know that we want to run counter. I think they know we want it. And I think that's one thing that their coaches said, we're not going to let them have their bread and butter. We're going to, so we're going to commit 6.5, 7 to the run and let the chips lie where they are. I agree with you in terms of Trey Benson. I thought for sure we'd see a lot of him, a lot more of him. And I hadn't seen anything to tell me why he shouldn't be getting carries. Like he had the one carry that they blew up that ended up being 12-yard gain or something. So But I do think you're going to have to throw to open up the run here. Play action pass to get, clear passing lanes. And I think it's there. Your play fake throwing glance over the middle is a nice, easy pitch and catch. And I think we can take advantage of that here in the second half and even here in the fourth quarter and in the red zone also.
Yep. Yeah. CHJ, thank you, by the way, to 100 Proof Football for the contribution. He does look like he's on the old milk carton tonight, as on the first play is Mims inbounds. They're saying it's a catch. I would think that Mike Norvell might want to take a timeout if they try to go quick here. He's out of bounds. They got to call a timeout if the replay official's not going to stop it. Oh, never mind. I got that wrong.
Got it in.
Never mind. That second camera angle told the tale. That was a catch. That's a great catch. Good Lord.
That's an incredible catch.
Florida man in Texas wondering if Corey Clark will shake up the champagne bottle after the game. Regardless of outcome, we should celebrate this team in the season. I agree, Florida man in Texas, but regardless of outcome, I hear you. I do want to see this fourth quarter, though. This is a dogfight now. 2nd and 6. That's an easy first down. Leonard Warner back out there on the field. Looks like Renardo Green is limping and having an issue. Looking at different personnel. Josh Farmer, Patrick Payton is now coming off the field. Here comes the A team, the two defensive ends, McClendon and Verse. Mims is getting checked on. And Bernardo is limping enough that there's another injury timeout. Matthew Ray chimes in. Thank you, Matthew. Hopefully we can party like it's 1999 tonight. Thanks for all you guys do. We appreciate you, Matthew, and everybody who's joined us this year. I think I didn't mention Belgium. Belgium checked in terms of International Warchant TV.
Let's go, Belgium.
Thank you, Matthew. We really do appreciate it. And it's because of things like that, what you just did right there, that we can continue to break out all the wrinkles here on Warchant TV. So it is extremely valued. Top 5 French fries. Number 1 is Zaxby's. What else? All right, I'm on the internet. Checkers Rallies has elite French fries. I think I like the spicier fry, D-Rob.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had a spicy fry.
They've got like a Cajun rub on them of some kind. Yeah.
They're
orange with little pepper on it. Those are very good fries. I don't have fries all that often. You got any picks? You seem like you don't eat bad food at all.
Well, I'm an In-N-Out guy.
Okay.
Being a SoCal kid. But I will say, like, I love them, but I could see I would never put them like in my top 5. Like, they're in my personal top 5.
Yeah.
But I could see if they're not in anybody's top 5. It's a weird thing. It's just like I've loved In-N-Out my whole life because I'm a Cali kid.
I've had it one time when they went out to the national championship game. I went out to the
Rose Bowl.
Yep. That was cool. That Florida State got to play in the Rose Bowl.
In the Rose Bowl. Well.
2nd and short here for Oklahoma. Another good chunker, and Brendan Gant comes up lame now. In the middle, you've got Malcolm Ray and Dennis Briggs, it would appear. And running it right up the middle and getting it is Oklahoma. Thankfully, they stopped that. That looked like that was going to push forward in a rugby scrum for another few yards. So the Sooners are poised to score here. The question is how many? 1st and 10 from the 15.
Shoot. Son of a biscuit.
The answer is at minimum 6. Touchdown Oklahoma. 23-18 is now your score. I would think they're going to push for 2 here and try and get it to a full touchdown lead. Full 7. Rough start to the fourth quarter for the defense. Really nice catch by Mims on the left sideline, but they just got gashed on the ground here. Outside, inside, and everywhere. have enough guys on the line on the left? Yeah, the tight end's there. 2-point try is good. Can't cover number 9 tonight. 25-18 is the score. Oklahoma leads by 7 points. 13:22 to go in the game. The offense has got to respond again. That was a yikes drive right there, D-Rob.
What a funky score.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like something from the Almanac 1962. You're like, oh.
Yeah, 25-18.
We're learning that Dylan Gabriel is intense. The camera loves that on ESPN tonight. Gabriel for the game is 8 of 17. That's it. But 8 of 17 for $139 and a touchdown.
This is one of the funkiest games, man.
Yeah.
If you'd have said, "Hey, tell me what Gabriel is," I would have said that. Like, it feels like he has very few, other than the sacks. He has been sacked a bunch, but it feels like he has way more completions than 8.
Yeah, 5 sacks for Florida State tonight. And if you rule those out, that means that Gabriel would have 6 rushing attempts for a little over 20 yards. He did score on the ground tonight. Dylan Gabriel did. And also the number now for the sack-adjusted rush yardage for Oklahoma, it's 179 yards or 4.7 per carry. Just plain and simple, D-Rob, not good enough. That's not good enough.
Yeah, it seems like they can run when they want. That's for sure.
Yep. So the offense will have to respond here. This is a tight one. The numbers didn't update. There's a couple more numbers for Oklahoma. Hang on. The Cheez-It Bowl, a little scored thing, D-Rob it's stuck on the beginning of the fourth quarter, so he's over 130 yards. That didn't seem right, did it? Yeah, he's at buck 72 now, which still feels a little light, but 172 yards for Gabriel, a couple touchdowns.
And you know what I think I'm seeing too, and this is hard because I don't have the All-22 or even the ability to rewind, but because of the pressure that we're bringing, a lot of these runs seem to be hitting gaps that our guys are, rushing upfield because they're trying to rush to get pressure. They're running sort of pressure blitzes or pass blitzes, and so maybe every gap's accounted for, but if you're too deep in the gap and the ball spits past that gap, now the runner can kind of slide back into the gap that you just vacated because you're too far upfield. And that feels like that may be what's going on. Is just we do seem to bring a lot of pressure, and sometimes those pressures, depending on the technique of the defender, those pressures don't end up being run pressures. They end up being only good versus the pass because the passer is 6 yards behind the line of scrimmage, as opposed to being at the line of scrimmage, which is where the ball carrier is.
Tom chimes in from the chat asking why Fabian Lovett didn't play. He was nursing a couple of things, as I understand it, Tom. I don't know if it's tied to a decision or anything like that, but I don't think he was 100% coming into this game. Now that the game started, I feel like we can talk about that a little bit more, but that's the answer to your question. Appreciate it too. Thank you, Buffalo Tom. Jordan keeps it on a little read option. And it's a gain of about 3 on first down. Big drive here. And, a little storyline I mentioned last drive, but it's potentially a big deal. Darius Washington remains at left tackle in this game. Jazz Turnitine is now out there at right tackle. So no Robert Scott for Florida State up front. They gave Jordan 4 on the play. It's 2nd and 6.
Good job, Jordan.
Yeah, he knew where to throw it. Yeah. Is the cliche throw where the pressure's coming from like oversimplified, D-Rob, or is that?
No, I don't know that it's oversimplifying. I think depending on the type of pressure and then the coverage they're playing behind it, sometimes you throw away from pressure. It all kind of depends, and it kind of depends on the structure of your offense. So it's not that simple, but I will say more often than not, that is the answer. Yes, is typically is.
Jordan Travis hits Pokey Wilson. So that catch from Marqueson was good for a first down. Then a nice throw. Pokey Wilson not going out of bounds, staying in bounds for a first down. Nice final game for number 80 tonight. Good send-off for Pokey Wilson. Nice effort. Jordan's shot, and Micah Pittman is furious that he was prevented from releasing into the route. Well, in the NFL, that would at least be illegal contact, if not outright pass interference. But the SEC crew is letting some stuff go. Second and 10 for Florida State near midfield. FSU on its own 46.5-yard line. Trayshawn Ward in the game at running back. Trey Benson returned the kickoff, by the way. Didn't note that. I didn't like it. It was deep and in the corner, but he got it out to the 25.
Oh, throw it up top. Dang.
Jordan Travis to Darian Williamson, who has been out since the Boston College game. He led the team in receiving yards for that game, rotating a lot of receivers tonight. Seen Deuce Spann on the field, Darian Williamson, Pokey, Johnny, Micah. It's been a lot of guys. Kentron, been a lot of guys out there. Malik McClain, too. Florida State first down at the Oklahoma 38-yard line inside of 11:15 to play. There he goes.
What a play.
Wow. Trayshawn Ward, if this is your last game as a Nole, 2 touchdowns, 38 yards for Trayshawn Ward. Tell us about it, Gene Deckerhoff.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Galactic.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
I was like waiting for Ben, Director Ben. I'm like, all right, is he not going to play it a second time? But there we go. So pending the PAT, Florida State with an answer here to tie the football game. We'll see old Fitzy line it up. Big run for Trayshawn Ward there. 6 plays, 75 yards, 2 minutes and 17 seconds off the clock. Oh, God. That was a low line drive.
Bro.
But it's good, by the way. It's good. It's good. Sorry, folks. They're probably like, he missed it? You got to be kidding me. He tried to have that one blocked, but we are tied at 25. Hopefully we don't need to kick a field goal to try and win this game or tie it late. That doesn't look great. But a big response from the Noles there, D-Rob. Big time.
That's awesome. Great drive. Great drive. I literally was just about to say we were 5-on-5 in the box on that last play.
Mm-hmm.
They were going one-on-one that whole drive. And then on that play, they still end up going one-on-one, but they rolled the safety down on the other side. So we ran it to the right. They rolled the safety down to our offense's left. But pre-snap, it was a great box to run against. It was 5-on-5. They just had one backer in the box. They brought the 6th guy down, but they brought him down to the wrong side. We ran it right, and they brought him down left. It's the chess match.
Mm-hmm.
And then the safety to the right, he was down, but he's responsible for a man. He ended up taking out his own guy. He came in and Ward made a miss, but when he made a miss, he took out his own guy. So that's how that run ended up busting there. That was great call, great timing. Like everything there that's one of those where you're just like, man, the football guys smiled on me because it was kind of luck.
Yeah.
They could have called that run to the left and it would have been tackled for, 2 or 3 yard gain. They called it to the right, and it was the right call.
It seems like, and the first watch sometimes can trick your eyes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Happens. But it seems like, Dominic, when they don't stack Florida State's able to run the ball, but there's just a concerted effort by Oklahoma to throw numbers at the problem.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's where. So to me, this is a game that there's a couple things that you can do. And you allow him the ability to check out of bad runs where the box is loaded, or you RPO him, and you're still putting it in the quarterback's hands, but you're putting it in his hands post snap, or you freeze it and you put it in your own hands. You come to the line, set, go, and then you see it's a loaded box. We're going to throw a pass. It's a light box. We're going to run it. That would be sort of my approach to this game. Is just like, man, we got to throw it when they're light, or when they're heavy in the box like that. We're not going to be able to run it. We just don't have the guys, to block it. And so whenever they're heavy in the box, we gotta throw it. Yep. Take advantage of the one-on-ones.
Trayshawn's numbers now looking better and better. 10 carries, 81 yards, and the 2 scores tonight. That's a nice night for Trayshawn Ward. Jordan Travis currently 21 of 32 for 296, a touchdown and a pick. Jordan's also got 50 yards on the ground, 7 carries. And Trey Benson sits there, 8 carries, 18 yards. He was healthy enough to return the kick. So this is just a coach's decision about how they're distributing the ball to the running backs. Florida State kicks the ball away, and you know what? Maybe over-bettors are okay now. That was 15 points scored in a matter of 4 minutes here. The total now at 50. But we don't care about that as much as we care about who comes out on top. Big time to respond for the defense here.
What was the what's the number?
63, 64, somewhere in there. So it's definitely doable now.
Yeah. Okay, Gabriel 9 for 18.
Yep. Mims has been quite good tonight too. They got Florida State.
Yeah, very good.
We didn't really have too many numbers out there on the right. Actually, you only gave up 3 or 4 yards. Is better than it looked initially. Azaria Thomas did a very good job to disrupt that.
Yeah.
Good effort from defensive end Patrick Payton in pursuit there. Still 5 yards, 2nd and 5. They go the other way.
Right the other way.
There again, too. Boy, oh, my goodness gracious. Another missed tackle.
Tackling.
I mean, what the hell are we doing? That's bad, man. Did he step out before that Jamie hit? It's close. It won't be reviewed. And look at that O-line surge, man. That's crazy. We were pushed 2 yards back beyond the line of scrimmage there. Another chunker. This is breaking out into a Big 12 football game. On a 2nd and 4. Well, DJ Lundy completes the shoestring tackle. It'll be 3rd and about 2 for Oklahoma in Florida State territory. The ball will be around the 42-yard line. 41 or 42.
Definitely some fatigue showing up.
Yep.
Guys look slow, not getting off on the ball, just getting completely blown off the ball.
Is that a fumble? They rule it a fumble, and Florida State has the football. Wow. You needed a turnover because that was going to end in points, that drive, for sure, it felt like. That was going to end in 7 points. Wow.
For the white jersey is what it was going to end in. Oh, that ball's out. Let's go.
That is. Yep. The way he reached back for it, that's usually a sign of guilt.
Yeah, it is.
Omarion Cooper with the forced fumble. Not great in coverage tonight, but that's a big-time play right there. Getting the shoulder on the football. Okay.
That. No turnovers at all tonight, either side. First turnover.
Wow. Was it fortunate? Yes. Do we care? Not right now. We can talk about the defense later. So let's go get the offense on the field. See if they can go down the field again and take the lead back. Been a wild bowl game tonight. 25 all, 9:41 to go on the clock. And while they review this, I can't imagine nothing bad can happen here for Florida State, right? Why are you talking for this long?
No.
Why are we talking for this long, ref? You shouldn't have to go to the booth for more than 2 seconds for the replay official to say, my bad, just keep it going. Ruling confirmed. Let's go. Confirmed. Thank you. All right, Florida State football. 9:41 to go here. Did you visit Oklahoma in your recruiting?
When I was being recruited, no.
No.
No, I didn't. Deuce did. And he actually loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1st and 10 for the Noles. I'll ask a follow-up on that in a second. Pokey in a jet motion.
Get it out.
That's a great
Okay. Okay. Hey.
That's a great screen. That's good design, D-Rob. Everybody's thinking it's a bubble to the left, and it's a leak out to the right. Wow. Trey Benson on the receiving end of that. Inside at 9:20, Florida State in plus territory. That was an explosive play. 1st and 10 from the 35. Johnny Wilson with a catch on the outside. Gain of 4. I'll ask the question after this drive. This is moving too fast. 9 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. 2nd and 7 officially for Florida State. They gave him 3. Robert Scott continues to be out of the game. Trey Benson is now back in, though, after Trayshawn Ward had a good drive last drive. Here they go again out of the pistol. Looks like a light box for Oklahoma. Late developing blitz. Ooh, man. Trey got rocked there. It'll be 3rd and about 4. We don't want to kick it for a lot of reasons right now. Mike is pissed about something. I don't know if there was a gap there or... $8:20 to go, 3rd and 3.
Come on.
That's going to depend on the spot. That's going to be really close. Micah Pittman with a catch in the flat. We'll see where the spot is. Marqueaston kind of caught the block there instead of driving his guy. 85. They're going to call it 4th down and a foot. We're at 8 minutes. What's the call here? Oh, nope. The graphic changed to 1st down. ESPN, thank you.
What? Wow.
That is a fortunate spot. I think he might have been a foot short, but we're live now. Pittman with a block downfield. Darian Williamson in the flat. Gain of 8.
This is one of my huge pet peeves that drives me crazy. And if you watch the World Cup, this would make you even more crazy. Is the technology we have?
Yeah,
we should be spotting the ball a lot better than the way that we do it.
I agree.
Like, it's unbelievable.
Wide open. Gene Deckerhoff, we want to hear from you again. Marqueaston Douglas with the touchdown.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Cape Canaveral, Gene Deckerhoff. Go.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
You don't need to be a pro's pro like D-Rob to break down what the hell happened there. Nobody covered Marqueaston after the snap. He was wide open from the word go. What a response, man. Wow.
Yeah. It looked like us the way we've looked all year. That was good. Great drive. You know, that screen to start that drive. Awesome call. Great call.
Yep. I like it, Hawaii Noel.
Great execution, everything.
I love it, Hawaii Noel. Biscuit, get your gravy. Off of the fumble, Omarion Cooper forced it. Jamie Robinson recovered it. FSU takes 7 points off of the turnover. Marqueaston Douglas on the receiving end. That's good stuff. That's really good stuff. So what I was going to ask you while we're in commercial break here, Z-Chan, Biscuit. Thank you, Z-Chan. the official DMD of Warchant TV. How is Brent, the coach, and how is he behind the scenes, D-Rob?
Oh, Venables.
Yep, Venables. Yep.
So we loved Lincoln Riley and his whole staff when so obviously, so we had been to Clemson also.
Yep.
Never felt comfortable with his vibe.
Okay.
Not that I've always followed him as a coach, just as a status, as a guy who watches, football and, strategy and all of that. Love his approach to defense, but just never felt like just never thought he was a head coach and just didn't get a head coach vibe from him. And so yeah, that was it was very quickly. It was very quick once Lincoln left and he came in. We're just like, no, this is not. This isn't for us. Like this isn't our vibe.
And different strokes for different folks. I get that part.
For sure.
To be fair,
for sure.
But he looks like a weird guy, man.
Yeah. And that's how it came across. Like Deuce tells a really funny story. Like the first communication that he had with him, he was just like really confused because it was just like he never like said anything, and he just kind of sent him a picture of his shoes and was like, what? And Deuce was just kind of like, what? Okay. And it never got on track. Like that was the first communication. And then there was, it never got on track. Like it just stayed off the rails that way. And
oh my God.
Yeah. And so it was yeah. So that was our deal with Venables.
Oh my! He sent him a picture of his shoes with no cut.
Yeah, that was diverse. Like never like, hey, I'm the new head coach. Nothing. Like, hey, nice to meet you. I heard you're a good player, or I watched your tape. You look really good. Like it was just his shoes.
Are they Oklahoma shoes at least?
I honestly, I don't even know. It's funnier if you don't. Like the less details, I think the funnier the story is. Yeah. So yeah, they had to have been Jordans. I'm assuming they were Jordans. I'm assuming they had some sort of Oklahoma tie because he just got the Oklahoma job. Like it was just weird. He was on a private jet, like, but he wasn't coming to Phoenix. Like he wasn't, I don't know. It was just this is just like, okay, like,
whoops. Yeah.
Now what?
I'm going to share something. This is we got to commemorate this moment. Ben, flag it. I want this isolated to the story. Here's Venables. There you go. Just a picture of shoes.
Person wearing shoes. Oh, is this the new head coach at a major university, at a Power 5 university?
All right. I'm not going to soon forget that one. It's going to be 3rd and short here for Oklahoma, as there was a 5-yard gain on first down, a run for between 3 and 4 on second down. We're inside of 7 minutes. Big play for the Noles. Oklahoma has been converting short yardage. I would imagine they could run the ball here if they want to, but we shall see. Big play here. Inside of 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. FSU up 32-25. It's a good. Oh, Gabriel keeps. That's just a good run by the young man. FSU had jumped it on the right side. So they move the chains. Yeah. That's tough to stop. 1st and 10 from the 35 or so for Oklahoma.
Hey, you never asked me a drop pass or missed tackle, by the way.
Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry about that. Gabriel's in the open field, and is anybody going to show up with him? All right, he slides down at the 41, FSU 41. That's not good. What pisses you off more, D-Rob? It's tough, isn't it?
It's really tough. And I did like your answer of the whole toughness thing. Here's the difference, and here's the part that I'm going to have to go with drop pass, because tackling isn't practiced as.
Yeah.
So if I was a coach 20 years ago, my answer would be tackling. So like if I was my coach, then I would hold you accountable to tackling more than I would catching passes.
Yeah.
But in today's day and age, you just don't practice tackling enough that I don't feel comfortable. I never feel like I'm the type of coach that if I can't hold you accountable to something that I didn't coach you to do.
Oklahoma in the red zone. Was a good tackle in space there, but not before a long gain. So OU is on the brink of rushing for 300 yards in this game, first of all. They're running at 5 yards a clip, and that's going to open up things like a bubble to the perimeter. They block it up really well. Their receivers do a good job of blocking. And now it's going to be 1st and goal for the Sooners. Man, it really has turned into a Big 12 game tonight.
I would imagine this is their first game of the year rushing for almost 300 yards.
Yeah. Could very well be.
I wonder what. Yeah, our defense is definitely tired.
Jamie Robinson off the field for this next play. They're calling it 1st and 10, so I guess it was just outside the 10-yard line. Yeah, they got it at the 12. Florida State is winning this football game currently. It doesn't feel like it, but they are.
It really doesn't. I just looked at the score, as a matter of fact, because I was just thinking, are we tied?
A lot of misdirection there. And, oh, man, that's an errant throw, and you'd love to come down with that. It'll be 2nd and 10. It's one of the few misses tonight by Gabriel. Double fake. That's also some contact down the field on the linebacker.
Yeah.
Wow. This crew's letting it go.
Definitely get that call on Sundays.
Yeah.
NFL, that's 100% called.
A little bit of an errant snap. Good job by Gabriel to field that, but a nice tackle for loss. Omarion Cooper, ladies and gentlemen, forced a fumble and then a TFL there. So it's going to be 3rd and 10.5 or so with 4 minutes to go. This has now turned into a critical drive because that clock is running down. It's inside of 4 minutes now. 3rd and 10, they're going to call it. I would have given Omarion a credit for a TFL there. They call a run, and there is nobody home. Touchdown, Oklahoma. My God. Miscommunication, late communication as well. That looks like Kevin Noles just runs the wrong direction for no reason. I'm looking at the replay right now. They'll show it. For those that are critical of the defensive staff, you're gaining more ammunition by the drive here tonight. (32-31) pending the PAT here. 3:37 to go. And we have a tie ball game. Florida State will have the ball with under 4 minutes to go. We are tied in Orlando. Man, oh man, they're going to TV timeout. Yeah, there goes Kevin Noles on that replay, just running. I don't know what the hell he's doing. We'll be back in just a moment. One more word from Zaxby's before we do the conclusion here and document it all together. He's D-Rob. I'm Tom. You're watching Warchant TV. We'll be back in just a moment.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world.
Is it?
Something big.
I don't know what's going on there.
It's not time for Zaxby's, maybe?
Something big, Something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
We are back here for the stretch run of this game. 10 times at Camping World Stadium tonight. 32 all as we go down the stretch here. I was giving the numbers before the break, D-Rob, of Oklahoma being on the brink of running for over 300 yards. That, again, is the sack-adjusted yardage. They're officially at 260. By the way, college football keeps the metrics, which I think is stupid. They're running for 290 when you take the sack yardage out of the game, and it's a clip of, again, north of 5 yards a carry. That's just getting dominated up front, period. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Just I think the internet's bad.
Yeah.
Or something.
Good old hotel internet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, don't drop out. Bad things happen when you drop out. This is a critical point of the game. At least keep the connection alive. David Phelps, 3 a.m. in Germany. We still here. Let's go, Noles. Thank you, David, man. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully you're watching the game as well, but we appreciate that you're with us for the Warchant Watch-Along. Nearly 400 of you right now locked in. Final 3:30 here. Florida State has the football with a chance to go back up and take the lead on what is a perfect night weather-wise in Orlando. Director Matthew says it's going to be fine, guys. It's coming down to a kick right where we want him. Please no. Please no. Let's not do that. 1,000 yards of offense today between the two teams. Florida State over 500, Oklahoma over 500, and there's that little number for Vegas. That can't finish at 64, so it's going over here today. Interesting that the official stats don't agree with ESPN's graphic, but still, 1,000 yards of offense. It'd be fantastic if the winner of the Cheez-It Bowl, and I know that there are two of them because Cheez-It presents the Citrus Bowl on the same field as well, but it would be fantastic if you get the mascot to be at your stadium all year long if you win. That guy is just the best.
That would be great. He's so good.
He's hilarious. He wouldn't send you a picture of his shoes either. 1st and 10 from the 25 for Florida State after a touchback. And a little misdirection of their own. Man, that felt like there was a lot more there than just 2 yards. So Trey took his time. It'll be 2nd and 8. Yeah, just hit it, Trey. Man. Interesting here. Trayshawn Ward is not in the football game. He has been really good tonight for Florida State. So it is the Hoss, Trey Benson. 2nd and 8 for Florida State on the 27-yard line. Deep shot. Does he have him? Oh. He does. I don't know if D-Rob can see it. I was trying to hold my poker face for as long as I could. Have you seen the play yet?
No. I got behind.
I'm so sorry. Johnny for a deep shot. Florida State is in the red zone. Wow. Where are you? Did it just happen? How far behind?
No, I'm way behind.
Oh my goodness!
I just got the first run to Trey Benson.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I'm gonna click out after I see this Johnny play, click out and click back in.
Talk to me about the hands there. It seemed like it was late. Like he showed his hands late, which is a good thing. He's also fighting through contact downfield.
Oh, that's a play.
It is.
That is a play. So it's interesting. They went to that same look that they went to on 4th down earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And I said they're stacked, and usually out of a stack you run some sort of horizontal concept. You don't usually go vertical, and that they went vertical on there, and they're
showing the replay now. It ended up being one-handed. He secured it with his right
holding his left hand.
Yeah, and then he got the second hand up to secure it. It wasn't fully secure, but he basically snatched it with the one arm and pinned it against his body to be able to finish it. I'm going to try and keep my mouth shut, but it's inside of 2 minutes. This is a big situation here.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I think I'm caught back up now.
Okay. All right. So
I'm at 145. 140.
140. All right, I'll pause it. I'm about 10 seconds ahead. So it'll be 3rd and medium. Brent Venables uses his last timeout to preserve time. But if Florida State can pick up a first down here, not necessarily even a touchdown, if Florida State can pick up a first down, you can keep Oklahoma from getting the ball because of the timeouts they used earlier this half. Now, there's a Nole down, and that looks like it's an offensive lineman. We've already lost Robert Scott tonight, the left tackle. But I see 2 knee braces, so I'm going to guess that's an O lineman. I see Dimitri Emmanuel up. I see Darius Washington up. Is that Jazz? Oh, man, he's in pain, whoever it is. They're promoting the next game on ESPN right now. That is Jazz. Is that 79? That sucks, man. It's like the end of the bowl game. Probably your last drive on offense, and you suffer what looks like a serious injury. We hope he's all right.
Yeah.
Damn. That throw to Johnny put Jordan over 400 yards passing. He's at 419 for the game. And it puts Johnny over 200 yards receiving. 202 yards on 8 catches. And you know what, D-Rob? If he catches another pass on a deep post, he could be going for 250 right now. My goodness. $127 to go. We are still waiting on the offensive lineman who is down. It doesn't look good. The other players on the field, Jordan is very concerned. What is it? I mean, I kind of know the answer to this, D-Rob, but I've never been in the situation as a player on the field. When you see one of your teammates go down or even an opponent and it's serious like this, how do you gear back up to make the next play? That's got to be so difficult.
You can't even describe how bad it sucks. Like it is gut wrenching. Like, and you don't even really want to play anymore. And that's why, like, when it happens at a time like this,
yeah,
it's really understated how hard it is to play the next snap. It really is. And it's for both sides, because we're all sort of presented with that immortality, right? Like, hey, man, this could have happened to any of us.
Yeah.
There's nobody that's immune to this thing. And that moment just, man, the way that it hits you, it kills.
I mean, this is his final year in college. He came in because of an injury in the first place. That does look like it's Jazz. It's never good to be injured, but in this circumstance, it's just so they're bringing the card out. That's just terrible. And to be able to gear up to play the next play, it's 3rd and 6. It's a tie ball game. There's under 90 seconds to go. This is a huge freaking play.
Yeah, this happened. NC State, my junior year, I believe, Kerfonso Thorpe broke his leg on the final play of regulation, or the second to last. So Leon Washington scored on the next play to send it to overtime, I believe.
Yeah.
So it was like the last play of fourth quarter. He breaks his leg. The next play, we run it in for a touchdown to end the game or to tie the game up. And it was so weird because it's like even when he scored, there was this sort of jubilation, but then it was also like because you just knew you lost a teammate. You knew it was a broken leg, and you knew you lost a teammate, and you knew you weren't going to have him for the rest of the year, and you didn't know, does that affect his draft status?
Right.
All of that, and you're sort of, again, you're faced with all of that, and then a touchdown happens to tie a game versus Phillip Rivers, who's dicing you up, and you want to be excited for that, right? It's just a really weird, conflicted position to be in.
Also, it would appear from a football standpoint, it spares Oklahoma the timeout. So that's also a big development. So I see, the whole team's coming out. That's moving. There you go, guys. That's what you do right there. Good job. I see that Lloyd Willis is he's transferring, but he's in uniform. So I don't know if he's the one that goes in. I saw the question. Jalen Early's been taking reps at tackle and doing pretty well in camp. But, Julian Armella is not dressed for this game. He's on the sideline, but he wasn't in pads. So I am as interested as everybody else asking who the hell goes in now that you've lost 2 tackles this game. Again, it's only 3rd and 6, and now both of your 2 of your top 3 tackles are out. Unless Robert Scott could go back in an emergency. But we'll find out here in just a second. 1:27 on the clock, 3rd and 6. FSU was issued the injury timeout there. Oklahoma keeps the timeout, at least according to the ESPN scoring bug. And it's a tie ball game. The stakes are massive. Huge play. I can't tell who it is. Zane Herring's in the ball game at right guard. They flexed Dimitri Emmanuel out to right tackle. I don't know if I love that. Clock is now running. That's interesting. So they didn't, I don't know what the hell just happened there with the timing rule. They call a run left, and it's a tackle for loss. What do you think of that call, D-Rob? First blush.
I don't love it.
Yeah, me either. You've been throwing it on them all night. You're going to have a problem one way or the other with Zane Herring in the game in either pass pro or run blocking, so you might as well do what got you here.
Yeah.
He's thrown for 4 bills. Now
he's the best player on the field on either team, I don't want to take the ball out of his hands. I want the ball in his hands. Like, if I feel like I have to run it, then I'm probably going quarterback run there.
Yep.
I want the ball in his hands.
Yeah, don't love that call. I'm not really sure why a timeout of some kind wasn't assessed for the injury, because the clock was running pre-snap. Now Oklahoma burns its final timeout, which is significant because there's 59 seconds on the clock, and the kick is upcoming here. I'm not looking at the chat for spoilers. Good for you, Fitzy. Good for you. All right. So let's reset it here. 35-32, Florida State. The Noles have the lead. But there's 55 seconds left on the clock. The defense has been carved up tonight to the tune of 500 yards. And honestly, D-Rob, it doesn't feel like a coin flip right now. It feels like you're not in a great shape here, even though there's only 55 seconds. And Oklahoma has no timeouts. I still feel not great right now.
Yeah, I don't love it. I don't love it. I really don't. I don't feel great about it.
What would you do as a defensive coordinator here? Would you force the issue? Adam Fuller's got his tendencies, but in a situation like this, would you force the issue or would you stay back?
So I believe he will. I personally would not probably. But just watching throughout this season, he's going to bring pressure here, and he's going to leave his guys, and let us. He believes in his secondary. Yeah. That's one thing I would say. He believes in those guys to make plays. I have no faith in them right now in terms of covering Oklahoma's receivers at all. Yeah. One-on-one.
Yeah. And Braden Willis, the tight end, number 9.
Yeah. No, I just don't. I don't believe we have an advantage in any matchup. Yeah. So I would play zone here, but it's just not what we do. And so we'll see how it works out. The big thing's going to be getting the quarterback to the ground. If we can get the quarterback to the ground, then we'll be good.
3 safeties on the field. Jamie Robinson in the slot to guard Willis. They've got Shaheem Brown, Akeem Dent. A pump fake and an open shot over the middle. He did not get the first down, so the clock will be running inside of 50 seconds here, 2nd and short. The down is less material than the time on the clock, though. 42 and 41 at the snap, 2nd and short. We've got a false start. We got motion here. We've got a false start. That comes with a runoff, no timeout. That is a significant development.
Wow.
So that should be at 28. Isn't there a runoff? Yeah, they're talking about it now. How do you not know that, ref? Come on, man. This is your freaking job. Unless the rules change overnight. He would have let it go if he wasn't told by somebody on the crew.
That's bad.
Come on, man. It's your job.
That's really bad. Yeah.
F&A. Why is it at 47? What? Well, now I'm just thoroughly confused. Because we don't have the feed. There you go, 28. Okay. God bless. All right. Now, will the whistle start on the ready for play? It should. Or the clock start on the ready for play. He's explaining that, too, which I think Gabriel knew. Come on, guys. Let's go. Snap of the ball. Get him on the ground. There's a flag on the play. I'm not sure how we didn't pick that, but let's see what the flag is. Holding on the offense. Okay, here we go.
Okay, yeah.
20 seconds. Yeah, I see you in the chat, DRL. I thought it might have been PI too. Just the camera work is awful. We couldn't see what the hell. Oh, ESPN. Please change. 20 seconds to go. 2nd and 16 from just inside their own 20-yard line. It's a dump off. Interesting. Are we synced, D-Rob, or am I telling you what's happening ahead of you finding out?
No, I switched over to YouTube TV, so now I'm actually ahead of you.
Okay, that's fine. I'll hit live. Well, I can't hit live right now. They're about to snap it. So hopefully it's good news here. 3rd and 8. Drops back, and he goes down. Oh, baby. Let Dennis Briggs Jr. tick. 3, 2, 1. Happy Nole Year.
That is the game.
Florida State survives. 35-32 is the final. D-Rob wins. A 10-win season for the Noles this year. Wow.
What a job.
That is the 6th sack of the night for Florida State to close out the game. Wow.
I'll tell you, man, as a former player, as a lifetime fan, growing up, winning 10 games at Florida State University, I can't even put into words how ingrained in my blood and my thought process of my life that is, and how important that is to us as players and as fans and all of that, man. This game was big because I only knew Florida State to be a 10-win team. That's all I ever knew as a kid.
Yeah.
So when I went there, that's all I ever dreamed of doing was winning 10 games. And then when I left there, that's all I ever wanted to see was 10 games won a season, So this is awesome. This has been phenomenal. Great season. Dream season. To be honest, man, this was exactly if you wrote it down on paper, you'd go, that's the perfect season.
Yeah.
Just based on who we have, the coaching staff, the players, the where we are in the second year of a new coach. This is what you dreamed of having and doing. They've done it all, man. They literally have done it all with, like you said, with no offensive line, injury before the year even started, with the center going out.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Just unbelievable the things that we've that Mike Norvell and his staff have overcome and achieved. The gauntlet of playing Wake, Clemson, right there in the middle. Who was the third? We had three. NC State, Wake, and Clemson there, right there. Just, man, thinking maybe we're not as good as we thought we were, and getting back to this point, it's been awesome, man. It's really been cool.
So Mike Norvell beats Mr. Shoes, Brent Venables. That's a big one. Go ahead, Ben. I think he pulled something up for the Shoes. If he's there, yep. There we go, Coach Venables.
That is good work. That is good work, Ben. Send me that, please. I'm gonna send that to Deuce tonight. That's great.
Oh man, so it wasn't pretty. I'm thankful that for the remainder, last couple of minutes here on the watch along and then the post game show, we could talk about our grievances after a win. There are reasons to be mad, and we will discuss that and vet that. But I sure like doing the critical thing after a victory. And just to go over some of the good things tonight. Jordan Travis, 27 of 38 with a few drops mixed in there. I think 418 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. Trayshawn Ward, was it his last game in Tallahassee, or last game as a Seminole, I should say. 10 carries for 81 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jordan Travis added 50 yards on the ground. Trey Benson finishes 5 yards short of 1,000 for the season. 10 yards. He's at 990 for the year. He had 25 yards and 13 carries. Johnny Wilson, even with a drop, 10 targets, 8 catches, 202 yards for Johnny Wilson in the bowl game. That's massive stuff. And one thing to clean up, on the final play of the game, the sack was split between Dennis Briggs and Jared Verse. Could that be Jared Verse's final moment as a Seminole? We'll find out in the weeks to come here. But D-Rob, a lot of offense there. That second half ended up being a Big 12 football game. That's what it looked like to me. Just score for score, going both ways.
It was, and then a stop. That's you. Obviously, honestly, that conference for years, that's what they talked about, was just which defense can get one stop in the second half. That's what it used to be. It's just everybody would score every possession, and then you'd get that one last stop, and that's essentially what we did, which is what we needed.
Yep.
And hat goes off to Norvell and Jordan Travis for that final drive when we got the ball back. Was there 2 minutes? Exactly 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And I mean, first play screen, big chunk play. Trey Benson, who hadn't had a big game, hadn't had a lot of carries, a lot of opportunities. It's really been indicative of the way that this team has been kind of all years. It's sort of when your number's called, you do it, and when you're not doing it, nobody's really complaining or making a big fuss. It's just waiting for this opportunity. It's really cool to see that.
To the nearly 900 of you that have hopped in to watch Warchant Game Day, we thank you for your presence here. If you don't mind doing us a quick favor, just hit the like button underneath the video right now. It takes just 1 second. It helps us out. Do us that favor if you do not mind. If you're on YouTube, just hit that like button right underneath the video. Dominic, it has been an absolute pleasure this season. I've really enjoyed our time together on the watch-alongs. I'm going to miss it for the off season. That's gonna be lame. Maybe I'll just get a text you and come on down here. Let's play some golf in the off season.
For sure, man. Let's do it. Thank you. I appreciate you and all of your effort and energy, and it's been a lot of fun getting to know you and spending this time with you. It's kind of weird the last month not being able to talk. So let's make sure we stay in contact here over the off season.
Let's do it. Well,
and for you guys here in the chat and it's been awesome getting to hang out with you guys, talk to you guys, and develop relationships with you guys over the last year. And thank you guys so much for watching and supporting us, and look forward to keeping this relationship going.
To the 1,000+ of you that are in right now, hit the like button underneath the video, subscribe to Warchant TV. The post-game show will commence shortly. Dominic, once again, thanks for a great season. We're going to do a little transition break, and on the other side, Gene Williams will join me for the post-game call-in show right here on Warchant Game Day, presented by Zaxby's.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's chicken finger plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
For the first time in the history of Warchant Game Day and the post-game call-in show, Gene, we are assembling for a bowl game. And for the first time in the history of the Warchant post-game call-in show, we are assembling after a 10-win season. Cheers, Gene Williams. How the hell are you tonight?
Cheers. This is the sound of 10 wins, baby. Oh. Let's do it. All right.
Oh, I love that.
That's nice. They had to make it interesting for us, Tom.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
That was a sweat. That one was a full sweat. It was a pretty lame first half by Florida State. I think it was 17-11 at the break.
Yeah.
But you felt lucky to be down only 6 points, but then Florida State does what they do. They didn't get to the 40-burger tonight, but they dropped another 24 points in the second half, Gene. That's getting the job done. Over nearly 600 yards of offense. Situationally, they weren't all great tonight.
Yeah.
But the offense is the reason they won this football game. Defense, not so much, but they did get a turnover in the second half, and they got to stop to close it out. So kudos to the defense for that. But this was a game that the offense had to be good because it certainly was every bit a race to 35 to win the ball game.
Yeah, my thoughts, I think the first half was just flat. You see that sometimes in bowl games. Teams you take almost a month off. You're just out of rhythm. You're in that routine week after week doing things the same way, and you have breaks and all the other stuff that happens. So we see this a lot of times in bowl games. So I kind of got why the offense was a little flat in the first half. And they respond the second half. You're right. Situationally, they're not good. Third down, fourth down on both sides of the ball. They didn't do well there. Both things on that. But the overriding thing, look, they got 10 wins. It's great. It gives that momentum in the offseason. I think it would have been a good season, but there would have been a bad taste in your mouth going to the offseason had you lost to a team that you were a 9.5-point favorite that was a little bit decimated. They played a lot better than a team that, was down all those players. They came out fired up. Venables had them ready to play. So you have to give OU some credit for that. But again, I know that the theme in the offseason is going to be the defense, Tom. With all those players out with Oklahoma to give up 32 points, to give up all those yards, all those conversions, and just in the second half get gutted the way they were, that's a problem. And again, what's the common theme we've seen all season? Fabian Lovett, when he's not out there, it's a problem. And I don't remember a team that one player can make that much of a difference. But when he's out, you're able to defend the run, especially between the tackles. And then that seems to open up everything else, because it seems like Florida State's trying to compensate for that weakness, and they just get weak everywhere across the board. So it's a big problem in the offseason. Obviously, they got a big transfer defensive tackle coming back. We may see Fabian Lovett come back. We'll wait and see on that. I know we sat out today and some people were like, oh, that means he's leaving. No, not necessarily. I think that was more of an injury thing than anything else on that. So we'll see what happens with Fabian Lovett. But again, the overriding thing, 10 wins, that's huge, a lot of momentum. This was a team, those people who were a little upset that maybe didn't play as well or they didn't cover the spread, remember where we were after that Jacksonville State game last year. Just think of where this team was a little over a year ago and where it is now. And how well they've done in the portal, all these key guys coming back. This could be a really good team going into next year. Yes, there's some things you need to clean up, especially on defense. But, the momentum is all in the right direction.
And we'll vet that here on the Warchant Game Day postgame call-in show presented by Zaxby's. Thank you to the nearly 1,300 of you that are joining us to celebrate a 10-win season. If you don't mind, now there's over 1,300 of you. Let's get that like count up to 1,000. Everybody out there, in 3 seconds, I'm going to count it down. Hit that like button underneath the video. 3.
10 wins. If nothing else, man, 10 wins. You got to like that.
Yes, you do. There's the thumbs up. Go hit it for us. Thank you very much. It helps us. It really does. Nearly 1,400 here. It's a celebration post-game show. We will vet the criticisms, and there are some to be levied. But in the spirit of celebration in the holiday season, let's go through our 3 Gene Deckerhoff touchdown calls.
Yes.
One more time, Ben. Let's hit each one.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Cape Canaveral.
Touchdown FSU!
Oh, good. Good.
Cena.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
And finally.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
The delay makes for good comedy. Cape Canaveral, Gene Deckerhoff. John Cena, Gene Deckerhoff. And Galactic, Gene Deckerhoff. Those are always a hit. And we hope you like that in the chat. So, Gene, to me, again, the story on the positive side is Jordan Travis playing a really good game. He was victimized by a few drops tonight, one by Johnny Wilson. Johnny Wilson had 200 receiving yards on 10 targets, 8 catches. Could have had 260 or 270 with the drop.
Think of his numbers and what Jordan's numbers would have been if he doesn't drop that. Would have been a touchdown.
Yeah.
It's my. And I remember this criticism from last year. There's a period where Jordan Travis didn't throw for 300 yards. It might have been early this season. You've seen such an evolution of that guy. That's another thing. Where this guy was from a year ago to now, it's unbelievable. Yep. Threw for 418 yards in this game, ran for another 50. Johnny catches that pass, goes to the house. He's close to 500 total yards of offense. That's just insane. Yep. That's what Heisman material is made out of right there. If he wasn't on your Heisman list after seeing this game, he should be on your Heisman list. And just some of the reads, and I know you're the X's and O's guys, but it just seemed like consistently seeing that, making the right reads, getting the ball out quick when he needs to. You saw that blitz by, I think it was a defensive back on the one side, and boom, that goes to Marcusson Douglas. Yep. The play where they had Marcusson on the touchdown too, just that right up the middle, man, the right read, everything was together. It's so much fun to watch when a quarterback knows the offense, is making the right reads and executing it perfectly.
Yeah, Marquison's got to get a little bit better at blocking, but Gene, he's had a nice second half of the season.
Yeah, he really has.
And when you combine that with Morlock and Jaheim Bell coming in now after the transfer portal, the tight ends next year are going to be lethal in this offense, and that gets really fun to consider. The one thing about Jordan I'd say tonight that was very impressive to me was he made quite a few anticipatory throws. I think that's one thing that's left to check. He's checked so many boxes this year, and he's checked more than enough to be a lethal college football player and a candidate for all the awards. Like, he's good enough, don't get me wrong. But the last thing to me is more anticipatory throws, and he made a few of those tonight that were just outstanding. His knowledge of the offense, his command of the huddle, he's more demonstrative when guys screw up. Everything about him, the player, the total package, has just gotten better and better every game. It's amazing to watch.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, there's nothing you love cheering for your team and following them and everything else, but I mean, you got a quarterback that is just firing on all cylinders.
Yep.
It's so much fun because it's not, when the pass is 3rd and 8 or more, you're like, well, they're going to end up punting. Now you expect to pick up the first down because he's going to find a way to do it. If not with his legs, he's going to find the open guys, and he would have converted a couple more if not for some drops and for some other things in this game. But just, it's so much fun to watch, and we're FSU fans are so lucky to get a whole nother year of having Jordan Travis and the bulk of this offense coming back. And like you said, a couple of huge additions. It tied in how good this offense can be. I don't think there's any question this is going to be one of the top 10 offenses in college football next year. That how far this team's going to go, it's going to depend on that other side of the ball and how they do there.
100%. And again, remember, folks, that the field that they played on tonight is the field that they are going to start the season on next year against LSU, and that's going to be one hell of an atmosphere. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up and say a heartfelt thank you to everybody who stopped by the Harry Buffalo yesterday for the live JCS, for the staff meet and greet. The Noles were out there in force, Gene. They're all getting their sea legs if they're not from Orlando, finding their spots for September, going through the dry run process out in force yesterday at the Warchant meet and greet and the Battle's End block party. We thank you for coming by, saying hello. So many kind words. Gene, you were missed. Everybody was asking for you. But it was an outstanding atmosphere, and we've got the best fan base in the world, not just the Noles, but then the folks that love what we do here at Warchant TV. So thank you all out there for supporting us. And I think we've got to thank some people, too, as to our first round of contributions to the program. Thank you again. If you're in the chat just asking questions and keeping the conversation going, we love you. But if you donate to the cause, too, more wrinkles get added. Like, what we did with D-Rob this year with the watch-along. So Florida Man in Texas first. It wasn't the easiest win, but the boys capped off a 10-win season, are state champions, and beat the elusive OU Cheaters. Cracking open the champagne. That's a pun for Illinois, Florida Man in Texas. Yes, crack open the champagne. Indeed, 10-win season, the first losing season for Oklahoma since 1998. It's been a minute since they've been under 500. Thank you, Ben, for pulling that stat for me. Premier Youth Theater, 10 for 10, 10 for the 10 wins. Thank you very much. Great work tonight. Well, thank you, Premier Youth Theater. We appreciate you. Terry Carter, go Noles. Way to get that 10th win. J. Trav and Johnny. They were quite the combination tonight, Gene. Johnny dropped that wide open pass, but he made a couple of tough catches, too. He seemingly is better on the tough ones than he is the wide open ones.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing. He had a couple of those plays on the sideline that went over the middle, which thank goodness he's 6'7". I don't remember that long 3rd down conversion. He was able to pick up and go up and get it, because that's a beautiful thing about having a guy that side. You're going to have a 6'7" tight end to go along with him to really create some mismatches next year. So that's going to be a ton of fun. We didn't do the pre-production meeting like we should, Tom, but are the phone lines working tonight, or are we not doing those?
We will be doing the phone lines. It's that standard little wrinkle where if you don't mind, Gene, muting yourself while the person comes on.
So we're going to try that. So stay tuned. I know some of you want to call in, so we'll let you know when those lines are open. They're not open right now, but we'll get to you soon.
I'd say about 10, 15 minutes and the phone lines will be open. Captain, thank you both, especially D-Rob from Charlotte. Well, thank you, Captain. We will pass along that love in more ways than one to D-Rob. Z-Chan! Thanks, D-Rob, he says, to the official DMD of Warchant TV. We love you, man. You're a great pillar. Thank you for your support. Look forward to talking to you on the phone. Tom Ortner, Norvell is 1-0 in bowls at FSU. That is true. That is true. John, what a game. Loved how the team responded to Jazz going down, showed heart of this team.
That was
touching.
That's one of those moments. You just know this team is different than a lot of teams. And I know people get tired of hearing about the culture and the family and all that kind of stuff, blah, 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 because it gets overused all the time, whether a team has it or not. But you see stuff like that, this is special. These guys really do love each other. And that was neat. I got goosebumps watching that thing. It was fun. I mean, It was fun. It was bad for Jazz. Obviously, we hope they're the best for him. Hope for a quick recovery. But, I mean, it was just beautiful to see the team, the way they reacted to it.
And that's just such a crappy situation, Gene. I mean, it's his last year in college football.
Last quarter of his last game.
And he came in for an injury. Robert Scott had to leave the game at some point. I'm not sure why, but it was Darius Washington at left tackle and Jazz at right tackle for most of the second half. And
they held their own. I didn't see a whole lot of pressure in that second half.
They did. And you're right. There's a minute to go. He's down. He's hurt. And we hope for the best. Because I don't know what his professional future is, but I hope it isn't hindered by what happened there tonight in the final drive. And we'll talk about that final drive in just a moment where Florida State goes up by 3. Eric Angel, another pillar. Thank you, Eric. We really appreciate the support. FSU wins. Happy 2023.
Thank you, Eric. We'll see you at the CP, buddy.
That's right. Eric Gravitz. FSU woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Thank you, Eric. I can't do that thing justice. That commercial is good. And the Cheez-It Bowl, at least in presentation, is pretty fun. That mascot's awesome.
They have fun of that. Yeah.
They do. Dave Barton. Woo! That first down call we got. Yeah. Indeed.
But you know what? I think that was. Now, I don't know if you heard the broadcast because they did a really poor job in the replay. There was a Pittman play. I think it was a series before where remember he was mad on the sideline. The broadcaster said he was holding his face mask from 5 yards on that play. Now, they didn't show the replay of it. So he said that was obvious that they missed that call on Pittman the series before. So I almost started thinking, a little makeup there for them screwing FSU in that series before on Pittman.
Sure. Well, how about the ref not knowing the rules about the runoff? He had to have somebody come up.
I know. At least the broadcaster kept saying it, and thank goodness they did it.
God bless. It's your one job is to be a ref. Like, that's an easy rule. You know that. They have no timeouts. You've got to run 10 seconds off. South Georgia Nole, you guys deserve more for all you've done this year. Appreciate the great coverage. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, D-Rob. Thanks, Gene, Corey, Aslan, Jeff Cameron, Langston. Thanks, Director. Thank you, Ira. 10 wins. Go Noles. Thank you,
South Georgia Nole.
35-32. I see what you did there. Marcus Dudley. What's up, Marcus T. Lang? It's been a day. Someone hit my car this morning at 9 a.m. At 4 p.m., I found out
Oh, Marcus.
Sorry, I read that with way too much enthusiasm, Marcus. Yeah. I found out my uncle passed away. I extend my heartfelt condolences to you, Marcus. You're a good guy. I've met him in person for those watching out there. I really needed this win today. If the Cowboys manage to lose today, that might be okay. Love you guys.
I don't think the Cowboys are going to lose when they're starting Dobbs at quarterback for the Titans. So, but you got the FSU win, man. Sorry for your loss, Marcus.
Marcus, where you are in our thoughts, my man. Murat, thank you, Murat. Great experience for the team. Coaching staff saw the shortcomings of the team and no doubt will make the needed modifications. No complaints. Yeah, they did enough poorly tonight, Gene, to actually have a larger discussion after a bowl game. Usually, to me, a bowl game, especially when not a playoff game, you could kind of leave some things at the door, because it's a weird setting. It's an exhibition. But they did enough poorly tonight on defense where you're like, what gives? This is – yeah. Jeremy, what's up, Jeremy? Great to see you, man. At least your avatar on the bottom. Great season, and thanks, Warchant, for the second-to-none coverage. Drunk and fabulous, and go Noles.
I'm working on that drunk part.
Yes, he is. I think that's it for now, Ben. Or nope, FSU fan 93. We love you, man. Supporting us all year. Did Benson get his 1,000? No,
he got 25. Only 25 yards rushing today.
He needed 35. He got 25. It was interesting, Gene. Let me ask your opinion on this. The splits. Trayshawn was more featured through the course of the game. Now, Trayshawn had a good day, 10 for 80 and 2 touchdowns. But that was surprising to me. Were you surprised by that?
Not so much. I think this is a hot hand thing. It just looked like Travis was running better. He just seemed to break away. I don't know. It wasn't a Trey Benson day. So, I don't have a problem with that. And a lot of coaches do that. When you've got so many good running backs, you see, okay, this guy's hitting the hole a little harder. He's seen it a little better. You got to go with that. So I have absolutely no problem with it. Ward averaged 8.1 yards per carry. He had that big breakaway run that added to it. But even before that, he was running better, I thought, than Trey. And Trey will have other games where he's going to be great, but this was not his game.
And we'll see if that's it for Trayshawn Ward at Florida State. That running back room is really crowded. These things might not get settled till after spring. You can always wait.
You got that second period. Yeah, for the people not aware of that. So the current portal window is open until January 15th. And then after spring practice, is it 30 days?
I think it's 30 on the other end.
30 days. So back in April, May, it'll be open for another 30 days. So you'll see another wave of guys going in. I wouldn't be surprised. FSU in the past has added 1 or 2 guys in that period too. So that might be the situation, how they see the running back room. At this point, if Ward hasn't gone out, I guess he could. He might have waited till after the bowl. If he doesn't the next day or two, I think he probably hangs out through spring practice, and we'll see.
And if that was his final game, what a way to go out with it.
Yeah. Well, thank you. He's been a great player at FSU.
Absolutely. Tom Ortner. I love Pokey.
Pokey had a nice – they kept calling him Pookie on the broadcast. But
did they? Oh.
Yeah, twice.
Again, you've got one job. Get kids' names right. That's all for crying out loud. Swiss Irish, thanks for being a part of the ride this year, gents. Can't wait for the sequel. Cheers from the Floribama. All right. Gene, you ever been to the Floribama before?
Have not.
Okay, it's it's as it sounds. It's outside of Pensacola on the border of Florida, Alabama. It's half the bars in one state.
Okay. Well, something to add to the bucket list.
And so when the Florida side shuts down earlier because of you got to close at a certain time, people just go over to the Alabama side. It's pretty cool. Sharon Thornton, Nole Nation under God. All right, Sharon, getting religious on us. There you go. Thank you for the contribution. Caleb, $20 for the awesome Warchant crew in celebration of the 25th 10-win season in program history.
There's a great post on the Tribal Council if you want to find it. There's a discussion of how many 10-win season. But it's amazing how many more Florida State has compared to Miami and Florida. And some of these blue blood programs, the Ohio States and Notre Dames, going back to whenever they played in the 1700s. I mean, it's still like Florida State has nearly as many as they do 10-win seasons. I mean, it's underrated how consistently good this team has been in a very short period of time.
Yeah, that's the embarrassing thing about being a Florida Gator is you had a 50-year head start and you have no more accomplishments than Florida State had with a 50-year head start. Embarrassing. Caleb, thank you very much. There's a lot of folks from Hawaii that watch Warchant TV, and he adds to the list. Island Chief, that culture is going to win some close games. Ref, we're ACC level. Yeah, it was an SEC crew tonight. That was the same head official that we had for the Florida game, but apparently the crew was mixed and not completely the same from the Florida game. But they had a rough night. Garrett S., loved watching you guys the whole season. Watching Warchant TV teleported me from L.A. to Tallahassee every day. Keep up the great work, go Noles. And don't leave us, Garrett. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, but we've got great coverage coming for tonight, the entirety of the offseason. We've been waiting to cover a team for a long time on Warchant TV with preseason hype like this. It is warranted, and we cannot wait to bring you wall-to-wall coverage on Warchant TV. The Godfather is here. Ed Ed, thank you so much. Great year. Appreciate all you.
Hey, thank you, Ed, for your support, buddy.
Promoting DeLuna Coffee all year. Did you get that, folks? Great job.
Yeah. And I use every day for my coffee, man. I use that. There's a great Warchant tumbler you can buy. They have a part of a pack, man. It's awesome.
Can't wait till next year. Top 10 starting out. I think so, Ed. If they had lost this game, I wonder if it would have affected. But
it does. It shouldn't. I think bowl games are overrated in terms of expectations and rankings for the following year. But at the end of the day, you won 10 games. You got a Heisman candidate coming back. I'd be very surprised if they weren't in the top 10.
Anthony Galloway, thank you very much. This will be the last one for now, Ben, because I'm going to ask Gene a question, and we'll pivot to the phones. But you folks are so generous. We really, honestly, from our hearts, thank you very, very much. Years past, we would have folded under adversity. Sure, we got things to work on, but I love this team. Yeah.
They do. That's a great point. I mean, that's one thing this year. They've had a lot of those close, intense games down the stretch. And when they lost those games previously, they find a way to win. But that goes back to a lot of the culture things we talk about, and the guys not giving up and the guys fighting hard and keeping their composure when things are on the line.
So, Gene, I'll ask you this question before we break and set up the phone lines. What did you think of the 3rd and 6 call after the injury to Jazz? It was a run left to Trey Benson. Oklahoma still had a timeout in that situation. And I get that you've got a second backup offensive lineman on the field because they'd already lost Robert Scott. Zane Herring checked in at right guard. But in theory, you're going to be bad at either thing, running the ball or pass protection with another backup in there. I found that to be a really questionable call. I'd rather have the ball in Jordan Travis' hands on 3rd and 6. If it was 3rd and 1, I might understand it. But what did you think?
A couple things on that. I mean, as long as, like you said, in his hands, I wouldn't want to pass necessarily because I do think with them out of timeouts, it really puts the pressure on them. So I wouldn't want to, but I wouldn't mind a little bit of an RPO type of situation or something like you said. Put it in Jordan, let your best player do it. Now, they did say, and I'd be curious, that'd be something I'd ask Mike Norvell about, and we know he may know Fitzgerald better than us. Is he better from that left hash? Is that what the thinking was to go there? Now, you could have done that with Jordan Travis just the same, so I'm not saying that necessarily, but I wonder if that had something to do with it. But, yeah, they seemed to run that wide play with Benson several times, and it never worked. Whatever reason, OU just had that play down, so it wasn't going to go anywhere. So it's almost like you should take a knee if that's going to be your play call at that point.
Yeah, two things. Oklahoma refused to get outflanked to the perimeter.
No.
They threw bodies out there to wall it off. They were like counter, outside zone, whatever you want to run. You're not going to get outside our shoulders.
No.
We're going to keep you contained. They did a very good job of that. When they didn't stack the box, Gene, when it was a fair fight, Florida State did run the ball, but that's what Venables wanted to do, was take the run away, force Jordan to air it out, and Jordan did to the tune of 400-plus yards. So that's why this offense is so dangerous, and it's a pick-your-poison type of offense. Execute better in the red zone, and it doesn't come down to a kick at the end. But I guess the final question I'll ask you before we open up the phone lines is how did you feel as Fitzy was lining it up?
Oh, it's funny, man. He's Fit Magic, baby. That was all day. He's got this. No, you're nervous. I mean, but I mean, it's in a range where I think he's a little bit. He seems like he got some of his confidence back. He seems to be, in that range. It's not bad.
Yep.
I'm sure Norvell would have got a lot of criticism and he missed it. Like, what are you doing setting up for this guy based on his history? But I was fine the way it played out. I'd rather him be a little bit conservative in that situation and go for that. Now, if you didn't ask me about earlier when he went for it on 4th and 9, I was throwing stuff around the room, high about those kind of things. And it ended up not biting him in the ass because the defense stood up and actually got a stop and they missed the field goal. Mm-hmm. They got lucky as hell on that one. And that could have ended up costing them the game at that point. But
yeah.
They dodged the bullet on that one. I get it. I don't even think the analytics would say go for it on 4th and 9. I think that's just Norvell being a little bit nuts on that play.
Yeah, the 9 is the hard part there. They know what's coming.
Let's Jamie Robinson. There's been a lot of people talking about Jamie Robinson, and I thought he ended up with 14 official tackles. It felt like he had 20. It seemed like a lot of things. And one of the things about the defense, a lot of times out of position, but the tackling was horrific in this game. It seemed like Jamie Robinson at time was the only player on that side of the ball that had some gumption, that wanted to tackle people. Yep. It was sad. So I don't know what was going on there, if that's the layoff from not playing a long time or some guys just weren't, I don't know, they weren't fully tuned in or what the deal was, but that was a pathetic performance tackling. I'd be very curious to see the PFF tackling grades. I'm guessing they will not be good after this game.
No, they're going to be in the orange or the red, most of the guys. There's no doubt there. And then also, let me give
13 tackles, yeah.
One note of encouragement. Amarian Cooper got roasted in coverage, which has become the norm, and that sucks. Mm-hmm. Hopefully there's improvement to come in the offseason because he was supposed to be the lockdown guy, and right now that feels like a punchline. But Amarian forced the fumble. That was key. Oklahoma was going to score on that drive that they were in Florida State territory. That was Amarian putting his shoulder pad on the football, jarring it loose. Jamie Robinson came up with the recovery. And then Amarian isn't credited for a tackle for loss, but on another play, another drive, he did make a tackle for loss. It was about a half a yard loss.
Yeah, I remember that.
He bounced back with a couple of physical plays in the second half, but he's got to get back to his freshman form next year. So we're going to take a quick break. Let me tell you about Zaxby's before we go there. I'm going to tell you about Zaxby's, then you're going to watch a little bit about Zaxby's because we love Zaxby's and their support of Warchant TV this entire football season. Pre-game, post-game, after a 10-win season, anytime is the right time for Zaxby's platters, just as long as you're hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving today with Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. When you support them, you are supporting the programs you love. We'll be right back with the phone lines after this on Warchant GameDay presented by Zaxby's.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's chicken finger plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
The phone lines are alive and well on Warchant TV. We will be taking your calls shortly. Screener Terry is in the screener's room. He will get with you, and then we will pull you on the air. Gene, I'm interested. The callers sometimes zig when I expect them to zag based upon the tenor. I wonder if tonight is going to be more about the big picture and the positive of the 10-win season, or about some of the micro stuff tonight's game that was disappointing, like the defense, the tackling, and some of the other things that we saw rear their head. What do you think it's going to be tonight?
I think we're going to be educated and informed by our callers, because I've been surprised this season. We have the best callers, and I listen to a lot of shows, call-in shows on satellite, terrestrial radio, those kind of things. And for the most part, they're idiots. I'm sorry, but they are. But man, we have the best, most informed, insightful callers. So I'm very curious. They've talked me off the ledge a couple times this season. They brought things to my attention that I didn't notice from a game. So I'm kind of very curious to see. I think there's going to be a couple people that will be critical of the defense, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
I mean, you gave up. I mean, giving up 32 points to Oklahoma, you shouldn't have done that. I mean, that's without both their tackles were out. There were starting freshmen.
Yes.
I think the running back declared, and he's not there. So I mean, it just. I can see in the 20s giving them up in the 30s. That's a plight on the defense, even without Fabian Lovett. So there's a problem there. But over that, everything else was overwhelmingly positive. So I think we'll get mostly positive. But I'm perfectly fine if somebody wants to be critical of the defense and Adam Fuller. But let's hear some reasons why. What can be done? What can be done not to fire Adam Fuller's not going to be fired. I know some people are going to say that. I get it. I understand it. I'm not being critical of you, but I'm just saying. That's probably not going to happen. So let's be constructive, figure out what does this defense need to do, because if this defense is just pretty good next season with this offense, this team could go a long way, and including winning a conference title next year.
Yeah, again, you've got two new defensive interior players coming to Florida State. Mm-hmm. One's Daryl Jackson from Miami, the other's Braden Fisk from Western Michigan. Daryl's moving closer to home to deal with a family issue, and is coming to Florida State. And then Fisk could have chosen Notre Dame or USC. And
the number one defensive tackle in the portal.
Yep, and Florida State got him. So you've got to be able to more consistently stop the run, and that'll be atop the list.
That'll help a lot.
You might have some solutions there. For the 113th time on Warchant TV, we go to the 757. We are talking to Gator Kirk. Gator Kirk is going to join the program in just a second. Gator, let me make sure that Gene and everybody else out there can hear you. Go ahead, Gator Kirk. Welcome to the show.
Let's go, Noles!
Go Gator Kirk!
How you guys doing this evening?
We are doing all right. I'm feeling double digits kind of good, Gator Kirk. How are you feeling?
Disappointed in some of the defensive play, but a win's a win. Lost some money on the spread, but that's okay. 10 wins is better than 9. So, got to move forward, make adjustments, and go from there. So my question is, what are you looking forward to next year, based with who we're bringing in and the transfers and everything else?
Well, that's a broad question, Gator Kirk. I appreciate the call. We'll come back to you in just a second, but I've got to bring Gene in here and then do a little movement. So, Gene, go ahead. What are you looking forward to the most?
Well, first of all, I'm looking forward to a crazy dynamic offense. I just can't even believe with those tight ends and Jordan coming back and Benson coming back. We'll see about Trayshawn Ward. We think Johnny Wilson's coming back. I mean, there's still, I don't think he's officially said he's coming back, right, Tom?
No, but he's at least signed with a collective, so that's a good sign.
Really good sign that he's probably coming back. And you just think if he can get rid of some of those drops and clean up a little bit on his routes, my gosh, I mean, that kid, you saw just a glimpse of tonight how good he can be. And it looked like on that last time, he might just push the guy to the ground. I love the fight in him. Yep. That he has. So that, and then I'm looking to see what can the defense do. I think the start, like you mentioned, those two guys coming in on the interior, and a lot of people are asking about Fabian. My understanding is Fabian at this point, I'd say he was hurt. He wasn't going to play in the game. I don't think that means he's not coming back. We don't know that yet. It hasn't been official. To me, I'd say it's better than 50-50. He's coming back from what I hear at this point, but it's gone back and forth.
Yeah.
The last few weeks, I heard for sure he was coming and then he was going. And most recently I've said he's staying. So, we'll see if that sticks. But man, imagine if he comes back with those two guys coming back there. You've got that. You need to shore up some things at linebacker. There's some things that you need to do. I think there's some things Adam Fuller needs to do defensively, schematically, to fix some of the problems they're having on that side of the ball. So I'm very curious to see that defense needs to improve. And I'm looking forward to what those additions will help on that side of the ball. And man, the sky's the limit, Gator Kirk. I mean, you got to be excited about next season. Like I said, this team has a shot to win the ACC. And who knows, you win the conference, you got a shot to maybe, I really wish the 12-team playoff started 23. So you got to crack the top 4, but I don't think that is outside the realm of possibilities to win the ACC.
No, it's not. It's not out of the realm of the possibility, Gene, especially because there's no more divisions in the ACC. So if you take care of business in your non-conference, you get the win over LSU and Florida. Even if you have a blemish against Clemson,
you lose to Clemson up there, which is going to be tough. You get them again. You take care of business, you get them again.
So that's a different wrinkle. So Gator Kirk, let me bring you back in and ask you, what are you looking forward to the most?
I'm looking forward to how we're building what we've done before. I mean, get J-Trav back, get a lot of offensive people back. Defense should be much better. I think we're going to show improvement with everyone we're bringing in. So I think we should be expecting 9+ wins next year and to keep on building on what we're doing. I mean, things are looking up. This game is done, so let's move forward. Y'all have a great night. I appreciate everything you do. Thanks for a great year. Everything y'all do for everyone. Go Noles. See you in 2023. Good night.
Good night, and Happy New Year to you, Gator Kirk. That's the man right there. 113th time on Warchant. By far and away.
Gator Kirk. Man, he's a legend at Florida State, man. We appreciate your support, Gator Kirk, man. You're a good guy.
Yes, he is. We now go across the Pacific out to Hawaii. We are talking to Spartanol, a.k.a. Ralph, one of our favorites, who will be in Orlando for the opener next year. We look forward to seeing him out there. What's going on, Ralph? Welcome to the program.
Aloha, guys. How's it? Aloha to everyone out there. Wow. You wouldn't want to end the season any other way, right?
Yeah. Big win. Huge win. 10 wins. And you could see how much it meant to the players too, right?
How appropriate was it that it came down the whole season, 10 wins, winning the bowl, came down to Fitz making a field goal and the defense making a stop? Mm-hmm. How appropriate was that?
Yeah. For a season that he was beleaguered as an individual and for a night in which the defense was rightly criticized throughout, they did get the job done when it mattered, both of them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, beleaguered, hell, I even nicknamed him Fitz-Miss halfway through the season because he certainly earned that. So, I'm not going to take up your time. There's a lot of folks out there. Just what a game, what a season. Couldn't have been a better day. I know Marcus had an awful day, and I'm so sorry, brother. But today's Ingrid and my 27th wedding anniversary. We got a bowl victory. Saturday, I'll be 51. I mean, just what a week for me personally, and the guys really came through for me. So I love all you guys out there, and I cannot wait to see y'all for the block party in Orlando. I've already got our tickets ordered. I love everybody out there, and I'm so happy and I'll leave you guys with this thought. I am so happy that Warchant this year in the off season is going to get to cover a team that's coming in with a lot of excitement and fanfare and hope. The first time since I've been a part of the Warchant Ohana since 2018. So I'm happy that you guys are going to have an off season of joy and excitement, and you're going to want to talk about the potential of next year. So God bless all of y'all.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Ralph, and Happy New Year, happy anniversary to you. And we look forward to going through this whole process together. Gene's not wrong. And Ralph's not wrong that we've been waiting for some time.
Oh, yeah.
And, I've been on and off with Warchant over the years, Gene, dating back to even the national championship season in 2013. Well, this is my first go-around on staff as a full-time guy where we get this kind of off-season, this kind of hype. And I can't wait for it. This is going to be ratcheted up tenfold more than it was, this past August. And people were excited this year, but it's going to go crazy all off-season for this football team.
Yeah, it's a little selfish on our end, but we like it. It makes our job easier. It makes our job more fun. Like anything else, man, you're in a business and things are going well and you're making a lot of money and everybody's jazzed up to go to work and they do better. I mean, it's great for us too. So sure. And we love it because it's great for the fans. I mean, it's such a difference going into a season when, like we said, the sky's the limit for next year. You've got a realistic Heisman candidate coming in. You got a realistic chance to win the ACC. You and I are the type where the degenerates like the gambling stuff. I can't wait to see the odds of Florida State winning the ACC, the over under on the wins, those kind of things. I'm really curious to see what they think of Florida State, because I think it should be pretty high. And if you like that, Tom, we're up to 872 likes. We're getting close to that 1,000. Come on, guys. Hit that thumb up. Get us to 1,000.
1,600 plus of you out there.
Woo!
Count it down. 3, 2, 1. Mash the like. Thank you very much. We appreciate the support. It makes a difference. We wouldn't tell you to do this and be annoying about it if it didn't make a difference. It makes a big difference. So thank you so very much for your support out there. Subscribe to the channel. It's totally free. We now go out to the West Coast, not across the Pacific, but out to San Francisco. And we're going to bring in Jay. We talked to Jay, I believe, after the Florida game. Looking forward to his thoughts on the game tonight. Jay, San Francisco, welcome to the program. Go ahead, sir, on a 10-win night.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, I'm turning into a long-time caller, but not of Gator Kirk status, I guess, yet. I've got a decade or so to go.
Yeah.
We've got three time zones now, I guess, right? We got Pacific, whatever Hawaii's in, and Gator Kirk's in Florida, I think. So I thought this was a perfect victory in a lot of ways and some lessons to possibly learn. So I'll just kind of let you guys know my thoughts, and you can agree or criticize or move on to the next caller. So I kind of thought it's great to get, obviously, the milestone of the 10-win season. We're the 25th team, I think, in FSU history to get 10 wins. So that's awesome, and that meant a lot to the team. But this game should serve as a lot of further motivation for the team. Obviously, we were supposed to win going away, and it was a difficult win. I think that Norvell should use it as an example of how hard any victory at this level is going to be. And we're sort of turning into the team that's being chased and no longer the chaser. And that's going to require even a higher level of discipline and focus. If I was an independent or first-time watcher, I would not know that Benson was clearly, I think, in all of our minds, like the number 1A back. I would have thought Trayshawn Ward was by far the best running back today. So I think that's reason, hopefully, to keep him around, because he still obviously has a role in place. Wilson and Verse had great moments. Obviously, Wilson with 200 yards, but there was still a drop or two. Wilson, and likewise with Verse, he wasn't getting pressure all the time. So I think these are inclinations, hopefully, or signs that they should come back. And the defense all around, obviously, there's some need for improvement, maybe personnel depth and play calling. Likewise for Norvell on fourth down situational calls. Maybe some RPOs to Travis would be great. But this is Travis's team, and he's obviously showing he had a perfect game tonight. Just perfect game. I might have liked it better than the Gator game just because, I don't know, his reads were awesome. So lots to learn from. Travis is showing he's special, and most importantly, the entire team going out to turn teen. I thought that was really special. I've never seen that before, and it was really genuine. Norvell's clearly creating a team of culture that should make any Nole proud. I'm certainly proud. So Happy New Year. Thanks for all you all do. Looking forward to some more transfer portals and signings and Warchant coverage to come. Have a great time. Great year.
Happy New Year, my man. Thank you so much. Gene, that's about a perfect call right there.
I was going to say another unbelievable caller, Jay. That was good stuff from you, buddy. Yeah, there's so much to like about what we saw today.
Yep.
I don't know what to add to that. 1,000. Yeah, we mentioned 1,000 likes. You guys are awesome, man, to getting us to 1,000. That is fantastic.
We very much appreciate you for that. Ben, I'm going to hit it this time. I don't know that I've gotten to hit it this year.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
That feels good right there, doesn't it? Thank you, everybody, for the likes. And Gene Deckerhoff always puts a smile on everybody's face, just like Jay did with that great call. I agree. I don't know that I have a ton to add. I love being able to talk about critical elements of a team after a win. It's a whole lot more fun than losing.
Like I said, Jordan, I don't think we know. I mean, how often? Tom, you've been doing this not as long as me. I'm ancient, but seeing. I mean, a guy we watch these quarterbacks in college. Have you seen a quarterback from where a guy from a little over a year ago go from where he was to where he is now? In terms of, it's one thing to be an athlete. We knew that he could run around, he can make guys miss, but the improvement in the processing of what he's able to do. It's unbelievable. That goes obviously a lot of credit to him for putting in the work to get that done, but to this coaching staff to help develop him. I mean, that's incredible in my mind that you just don't see that at any level.
Yeah, the only comp I have is not a fair one because they're different players in terms of their style. But Joe Burrow had that kind of a year where he was an average quarterback for LSU the year before that he took off. but that was a confluence of a great, brilliant offensive mind. Justin Jefferson doesn't hurt that equation at all either. But he came out of nowhere and he became a superstar after transferring out of Ohio State. It didn't work out there. But for Jordan, it's just what he had shown that he needed to work on, Gene, was a list of like 9 things. You know, it was a long
Which are not easy to pick up. It's like a lot of the conventional thinking is if you can't do that at this point, you can only improve a slight amount. These aren't things you can just pick up in a year by working hard and developing. You can't suddenly learn how to read defenses and process and all that stuff that's a natural thing. No, obviously you got the right personality skill set and you got the right coaches training you and developing you. You can add those skill sets.
Yeah, I think it's also a lesson. It's a really fascinating story about confidence, mental health, and belief in a player. He went to an awful situation at Louisville. He had however many coordinators he had over his first 4 or 5 years in college, 4 years, because of the situation at Louisville. Then he came down here before Mike Norvell got here in the first place. Then Mike's here. He's thinking about quitting the game. He's thinking about quitting football. He believed the critics that said he couldn't do these other things. That's what he's open about these things. So you believe in a player, he's got it in him, but then once the confidence comes back, you're seeing what he can do. And now, yes, the sky is the limit. Steven says, I was asking for Milton during Notre Dame last year. Travis is balling out quickly. Interesting NFL prospect. That's something we're going to talk about next year, too. The body type is not perfectly suited to the NFL level, but the game is different.
The NFL, is a lot more open. It's not like it was back in the day when I was growing up. You had to be the tall, guy with a strong gun sitting in the pocket and all that. Man, it's changed. You've seen the guys like, I was going to say Russell Wilson, although not so much this year. He's been crap, but you can be a shorter guy who can run around and can make plays. The end of the day, if you can be athletic and you can make reads and you can make throws, you can be successful in the NFL. So, I mean, I would have never thought he's an NFL prospect, but he might be especially imagine if he keeps developing. I don't know if he's hit his ceiling yet.
No, his mind to make adjustments pre-snap. He made one play today where he had plenty of time. Then there was a late rush because of good coverage by Oklahoma. He flushes left, and I just love seeing a quarterback who has elite ability to run, keeping his eyes downfield for a throw. I just love seeing that because you're seeing the big picture. You understand what's the better play, and you're not just falling back on a preternatural gift. You're doing the process is correct. So it's going to be just so much fun to watch him again next year. We now go out to Wyoming. We are checking off the box.
Ooh, a lot of West Coast, man.
Yeah, we're going to the high country, as Jeff Cameron calls it. And we're talking to one of our favorite callers. He's still relatively new, but 100 Proof Football has had some excellent.
We love 100 Proof.
We do. Sorry for the echo there, folks. But here comes 100 Proof Football. Go ahead, brother.
What's going on, Tom and Gene? Yeah. So glad to be with you guys after finally beating Oklahoma after all these years. I tell you what, I was at the Orange Bowl National Championship game when we lost that game. I was at the game in Doak Campbell back in Jimbo's tenure when they said it was one of the loudest of all time, rivaling the 96 Florida game. And damn if I'm finally glad to get that monkey off my back. I know y'all feel me on that, gentlemen. I just want to celebrate before I go into any critiques about having 10 wins. Once again, like you said, 25th 10-win season. Put another banner in the complex, and let's roll with it. Let's get the Heisman campaign started up for JT because guess what? We do, in fact, have a national championship caliber offense.
Yep.
Caliber offense, because this is where I'm going. I got to say a few things because I'm so hype about next year, the potential. There's nothing like the offseason. Only thing Spurrier ever came out of his mouth that I like was he coined the phrase talking season, and now talking season is about to begin. I can tell all my friends, Bama friends, Georgia friends, and Florida friends how we about to win the national championship next year, but I hope this damn defense don't let me down next season, y'all. I know I listen to the Jeff Cameron show, the widely popular Jeff Cameron show every day, and I know that he's got a few coaches on his mind and he'd like to see replaced. I'm just curious of if anybody hears anything in the weeds. I guess if you did, you couldn't even tell me about it happening in the off season because you can't give up those points to this Oklahoma team. You can't do that when they have this many people opt out. I mean, everybody that said we played against backup quarterbacks, all these wins, and now all these opt-outs for Oklahoma, and damn it, we still barely won it at the end. that just doesn't make you feel good going into next year when we have so much potential. But the other thing that's driving me crazy, y'all, and I said it before, I love Norvell, but come on, baby, what's this fourth down stuff, man? As a man that's about to turn 40 this year coming up, you can ask my wife. The worst thing I can do is to pre. And damn, if you go on a fourth down the first quarter on your own side of the field, you pre in front of a national audience, y'all. Just all over the field, pre all over the field, and then went over the whole game on fourth down. That's just, you got to get that out of your system, because guess what they did? They punted, gave OU a short field. They punted again, held us 3 and out. Then they punted, had the ball at midfield, and scored that second touchdown. You have to look moves ahead. You can't get caught up in the moment and being mad that you didn't get it on your own side of the field and give them that kind of advantage, y'all. But I don't want to focus too much on it. I just hope Norvell learns from that. Something tells me he won't, because damn if he ain't yet. But I am pulling for these Noles, because we could be playoff bound. If we could get a defense, if we could hold a team to 7 points less a game, we could win national championship. I know it for a fact. Hey, Trey Benson, I was looking for him. I pulled up my milk carton out the refrigerator, wondering where he was all night, seeing if there was a missing persons report for him, because everybody else but Benson was getting carries. But I guess he's trying to keep Trayshawn Ward on the roster, which why not at this point, right? So, hey, much love to you guys out there. Happy New Year. Thank y'all for taking my call. I love Warchant. Hey, if you got any kind of money in your stocking from Santa Claus, y'all, don't forget Warchant's only $10. Is it still $10? Is that right? I think it is.
Yep.
If not, whatever it is, it's worth the price, man. Come on, because these people doing it all the time. I'm live on the message boards. It's the whole community. Join the whole thing. Happy New Year to you guys from Wyoming. Much love, and go Noles. Tribe up.
There it is. Tribe up, man. 100 proof football. So, always
Damn that one, Ben, pull that one out. We need to make that a separate video on Warchant, man. 100 proof every time he calls in, man. He is straight money, man. That you're bringing it. We love it. 100 proof. By the way, I got a little birdie that told me that the $10 deal is in effect. It will end at the end of the year. So if you are watching right now and you are not subscribed to warchant.com, it's going to go up to, I think, $30 for the same deal. So save yourself some money if you're not subscribed to Warchant. You got a couple days left at that $10 deal. That gets you all the way through the end of August for just $10. So sign up for it now.
It's a great value, and this is going to be an off season to remember. It gets you through camp. It gets you through not just spring camp, but fall camp ahead of next year. $10, guys. If you didn't jump on that $1 deal, here's your chance. It's going to be a really fun off season at Warchant.
All right, Michael. Thank you for that update there. That's awesome to hear.
All right, awesome.
Good.
They're having a really good year. Brooke is doing some things over there. That's
I think 100 proof and I need to drink some 100 proof and talk about Mike Norvell's fourth down play calling, because that is one thing that drives me freaking bananas. I don't get it. He got lucky. He got lucky in this game that could have very easily cost you the game, but he got out of it.
The upset of the night is that he's only turning 40. I would have sworn that man is 60 years old or 55 years old.
He's got the wisdom.
Yeah, he does have the wisdom, and he has the charisma. We love 100 proof football. We also love this fellow who is about to talk to us on Warchant TV. It's the official DMD of Warchant TV. It's Z-Chan. Zach in Thomasville. Go ahead, Zach. We are looking forward to talk to you after a 10-win season. What's going on, my guy?
Oh, nothing much, Tom and Gene. Good to talk to y'all. Man, that feels good, don't it?
Oh, yeah. Yes, it does.
I mean, it feels, oh, man, that feels good. Before the game, I've been thinking the last couple of days, I'm like, 9-4 would be fine. Like, I'd still be happy with what we did. But then after we got the 10th win, I realized how much it really meant to me, and I think you could see the energy and excitement in Nole Nation right now is just, it's at a fever pitch. And I think had we not gotten the win, I think it would have done more harm than I realized it would have, because I think everybody just wanted it that bad. So man, I'm so proud of the guys. I think when they came out on the field, when Jazz got hurt, that was, I know somebody was cutting some onions in my house when that happened. Yeah. I don't know who did it, but somebody did it. But man, that just speaks to the heart of the team. y'all been talking about it all week, the brotherhood and the fact that this team plays for each other and they love each other and they just wanted to play one more game together as a team. And that just speaks to that. And to me, that just points back to the Bowden days. That's how Bowden was. That's how his teams were. And I think that's one of the things that we, as Florida State fans, love about Norvell is that that's the culture that he's brought back to Florida State, which is just fantastic. So, I'm so proud of these guys. I got two things. One, so I'm going to do a new thing. My crown for the game goes to my boy Biscuit, old Marqueson Douglas, with his 4 receptions for 50 yards. Joker averaged 12.5 yards per reception.
Mm-hmm.
You could easily give it to Jamie Robinson too, because he played lights out. But my boy Biscuit, man, he showed out tonight. I loved it. I loved all 4 receptions were just clutch. So there's my crown of the game. And then a quick question. So we've been talking about it. The last caller kind of mentioned it. What changes do you guys see that you think need to be made or should be made, whether it's in staff, scheme, thought process, game planning, whatever, between this year and next year to get us to that next level? But I'm with 100 proofs, man. I'm so jacked for next year. I think we're competing for an ACC championship with every possibility of. I think we control our own destiny, especially if you can get a couple key players back. But anyway, that's my question. Thank you all for an awesome season. Warchant, y'all are great. All you guys, I love all y'all. Appreciate all y'all do. Y'all have a good night.
We appreciate it, Z-Chan. Thank you very much. And I like the work there on the crown. Nice pun for the DMD.
Yes.
Warchant. Gene, do you want that one first? I almost fell out of my chair. Do you want that one first, or go ahead?
Sure. I mean, first of all, Biscuit, great game. I mean, I looked at his man. I mean, 4 catches for 50 yards and a touchdown. I mean, you look at him, he looks like a blocking tight end, but he's got a knack for getting open. I think he can be even better. Like you said, he's with that body type, he can get a little bit better at blocking. He could be a big help because I think he's going to be needed more in that aspect when you bring in these 2 transfers. So he mentioned Biscuit, and I'm glad he did bring that up. I mean, I don't realistically think there's personnel changes in the coaching staff on the defensive side of the ball, but I do think to me, it's more about the Jimmies and the Joes, improving some areas there. We talked about defensive tackle, 2 huge guys coming in. Maybe Fabian comes back. So, I mean, I think that helps there. Linebacker position, you got some guys coming back. Look, there's a lot of issues. Linebackers did not play well in this game at all. The fact that Jamie Robinson had 50,000 tackles tells you where were the linebackers. They had to be making those tackles. And I'm curious to get your take in this time because you've seen some film. I love a guy like Blake Nicholson who's coming in. I know true freshmen don't usually play, but he seems like the kind of guy physically and athletically that could come in and maybe help Florida State right away at that linebacker position. Or is there some other – to me, that's, again, defensive end. There were some bad issues with contain. They were getting to the outside a lot. And I don't know how much of that I know. Who was the senior? Warren got in a lot. He was really struggling. He just looked way too slow out there at times. So, I mean, you need some help there. And I think at linebacker, at times, they did not have a good game today.
No, they need better players. And I think that, the question that Coach Norvell has to ask himself is, why are we failing consistently in the secondary? With, there was a criticism levied against Florida State in the recruitment of Conrad Hussey, who we closed on and flipped him from Penn State. But Michael Langston put it on the boards that the negative recruiting tactic against Florida State was they don't develop many defensive backs there. Like, name the guy that's a blue chipper that comes in under this staff that has been bettered to a point that he's going to go get paid. And it's a legitimate question. They have developed some players, like Renardo Green is a far better version of himself than he was this last season. We didn't even think he was going to be in the rotation. He ends up being FSU's best corner. Kevin Noles had a down year. Omarion Cooper had a down year. Akeem Dent was up and down, and Jamie Robinson got better. So I think what Coach Norvell has to ask, is this a personnel problem or is it a coaching issue? I don't know the answer to that. His actions will tell you what he believes, but I think you need better players in the secondary. You've addressed the issue at defensive tackle. I saw Daniel Lyons got in there tonight, which I was interested to see. They've got some young bucks on the way for the defensive interior, but they've solved that also with some older players. We'll see if Fabian Lovett comes back as well. They need better linebackers. And Gene, to answer your question on Blake Nicholson, he's really physical. The thing I like about him, there are technical linebackers and then there are hitting linebackers. Blake can hit.
We could have used one of those tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. No, linebackers were all out of sorts. And you could use more help in the pass rush. Gene, this was a big wake-up call because the bowl game by itself, sometimes the results are not reliable. But when you pair it with the Florida game and you take a look at the lines of scrimmage, it's not good enough. If you're thinking about ACC championship and making a run at a playoff, even the offensive line needs help. Tonight, they needed to get a yard in 2 situations. They couldn't do it. The first drive of the game, they're inside the 5. You can't run for a touchdown in that moment. Then they got a 3rd and 1.5. They get 18 inches.
The play call was ridiculous, but I see your point. You're not wrong in your point. The play calling was ridiculous, going wide on that with Benson.
Yeah, well, you have 2 chances. You got 2 chances to pick it up. You go for it on 4th. You don't get either. You don't convert in that red zone to begin with in the game. And then the way you call it later, you call Wildcat, you score a touchdown on it because you know you can't line up and get the yard. DJ Lundy got turned away out of the fullback dive position before.
Yeah, that was the first time that didn't work all year.
Correct. It's when the world knows you need a yard and you're good, and the world knows you're going to run. Can you get it? And right now the answer is no. So the trenches need some help. So that's where I stand on it at least. But look, that's the difference between winning 10 games next year and making a run at the playoff. And I think Z-Chan's right, Gene. They do control their destiny next year in the sense that the LSU game is a huge poker chip in your favor. If you win that one, chances are LSU and Florida State could be vying.
LSU is going to be one of the better teams in the SEC next year. Don't fool yourself. That's going to be a really good team. And you got that, like you said, everybody loves the grandiose SEC and they can do it all wrong. But if you got to win against them, they this year, FSU didn't get as much credit. They go, oh, that was the first game, new coach, blah, blah, blah. If FSU beats them and they're ranked in the top 10, they can't take that away from FSU. FSU is going to have that, like you said, that chip all season long. So it gets down to if you lose a game, you win the ACC, go, but we have that LSU chip. We ought to be in there.
It's almost like a playoff game to start the season. It almost is. It's not
Seems
quite.
like it. If you want to get to the playoffs, you're probably right. You probably need to win that game.
Yeah, and you need to be better at both lines of scrimmage in order to be able to pull that off because that's no longer a true freshman left tackle you're going to be playing and taking advantage of next season in Orlando. But that's what's so fun about this group is they're close. They're close. They just need a few more pieces, and we'll see what Mike Norvell thinks they need to do because his vote obviously counts the most. We now go to Tallahassee. All right, we've been around the country, and we come home to the 850 for the first time on Warchant TV, it would appear. We are going to be talking to Rashad. Rashad, welcome to the program, and welcome to a 10-win season. Go ahead.
Thanks, guys. So happy to be with you guys. Huge fan of Warchant. Also, just want to give a big shout-out to Tallahassee. Thank you so much, Coach Norvell, for putting us back on the map. I think it's time for Florida State faithful to get behind Coach Norvell. He is obviously our guy. And congratulations to Noles all around the country on a 10-3 season. We have been waiting for this for quite some time. Coach Norvell has delivered it. He's our guy. Let's ride. Thank you so much for having me on the program. Thank you to Warchant. Appreciate everybody. Thank you so much.
Hey, we appreciate it, Rashad. Short, sweet, to the point, but something we can all get behind.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I remember all the media stories preseason, Tom, about Norvell's on the hot seat and all that nonsense. So we knew that was crap.
Yeah,
we didn't. Now we didn't necessarily know they're going to win 10 games, but we knew this administration, president, AD, boosters, everybody behind Norvell, they liked what he was doing. We saw behind the scenes he's doing things the right way. And I know a lot of fans don't always want to hear that. They want to see the W's. Well, you got to see the W's also this year, but there was no real threat that he was going to be fired or anything. But now we have proof. We're waiting for the proof of concept. We've seen it now. We know he can get this team to be really freaking good. And the nice thing is the meteor is still going up at this point, so it can be even better. So you're right. It's great. FSU's got its guy. They've been waiting. Now they need to lock this guy down. That's something we're going to talk about a lot in the offseason. My fear is if you don't lock him down to a long term and get a pretty huge buyout clause in there, what happens? Let's say he wins the ACC, he gets 11 games and goes to the playoffs, Tom. How much is the SEC school that's going to fire a coach going to pay for Mike Norvell? We've seen it before.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it is a realistic possibility that he's going to be the hottest coach that one of these SEC schools is going to try to poach next year.
Yeah, it's not just Alex Atkins you got to worry about. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to worry about the head man, and they have a lot of resources. We've documented that too. Hopefully 2023 brings us really good news on that front. Some magical way out of
I think we'll hear
GOR.
the next couple of weeks. I'm hearing some buzz that it should be soon.
Is that right? Okay, so without getting into too much rampant speculation here, this is a topic that I would love to have some resolution on, Gene. You have been a long-time proponent that the GOR is just really, really tough to get out of. Are you starting to change your mind? Because if you are, that's really notable.
No, not on a GOR. I'm just talking about Norvell. I'm sorry. I'm talking about. No, I wish I had that. No, I think we'll hear something on a new contract.
Okay.
Extension, raise, hopefully a nice, huge buyout, especially in the next couple of years.
Yep.
And I know that's not the thing. What they got to worry about. Of course, we know who his agent is, and it's in his best interest for these coaches to jump around as much as possible. So that's to me, everything I'm hearing, that's going to be the biggest fight. Is going to be, putting that provision in there where he's got. If somebody comes to take him, Florida State is going to get a huge check.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, Sexton is going to be like, I don't care what's in your best interest. I want that thing to be as small as possible because I want you to jump and get that $100 million deal in an SEC school next year, so I get paid twice.
Yeah, Sexton should be the monopoly man. That's what he looks like, because that's what he runs is the agent monopoly in college football.
But I think Norvell's a little different. I don't necessarily think he's the Jimbo type guy that's just going to go jump for the highest payday. I think he sees he's got something good going on here.
Yep.
Obviously, everything's happy in the community. Seems like his family's happy here. He's got a good situation.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to jump at the highest bidder. But that said, everybody has their price, so he needs to be well compensated and locked down.
He strikes me as a guy that wants a pool for the staff. That's what he strikes me as a guy who would demand money to make sure that he has every advantage that he could possibly have. Support staff wise, the assistant coach's salary pool, all that stuff. I bet that'll be a part of the deal as it comes out. To Arizona we go, back out to the west. Massanole is talking to us right now. M-A-S-A Knoll. I guess that might be the tag on the boards. Joins us from Arizona.
Mason Knoll?
Yeah, Mason. Oh, Massanole. Okay. All right. So M-E-S-A, Massanole? Or how are we spelling it?
Yes. Yep. M-E-S-A.
Yep.
Massanole.
Makes sense. From the Mesa. Go ahead, Massanole. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, coming from the south, it's not Mesa, but Mesa. So, hey, I played defensive end, outside linebacker in high school, and whenever I ran up to the scrimmage line, I was told to keep my inside knee up and do not let anybody get outside of you.
Mm-hmm.
Who is responsible in Florida State defense for outside containment?
Who is? I mean, well, it's going to be the rush end, unless they're running a twist. And then it depends on the alignment of the formation. It could be a slot corner. It could be Jamie Robinson. It could be the corners. But I will tell you, I know where you're going with this. They were outflanked the entire night. They did a poor job of getting outside on offense, and then they allowed Oklahoma to run outside all night.
Well, I appreciate it. Was a great win for us. I appreciate the win, but it just seems like whoever has outside containment is more interested in getting the sack and crashing down rather than outside containment, and that's all I got to ask.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mezzanole, and call back soon in the new year, 2023, with Warchant. Gene, yeah, I mean, we discussed this a little bit, but, I mean, again, when you're talking about breaking contain, whether that's a quarterback scramble or a run, Oklahoma's offense, this was no surprise. They like to run jet actions and sweeps and things like that, especially in the second half. Florida State was gashed to the left. Florida State was gashed to the right. And then when Florida State wanted to run counter outside zone, Brent Venables schemed it up very well that we hardly ever got outside on them. Really, one of the only occasions was Trey Benson breaking a tackle in the back, running for 11 yards. So, yeah, I mean, that was something that was just rotten tonight. Mezzanole's correct.
Well, this is something where I wish we had kind of the all-22 to look at to see kind of what was going on there. But I guess to me, just on a grand scale looking, we've seen this happen before when Fabian Lovett's not there.
Yep.
When they cannot, they're very inconsistent. You saw several times there's a huge hole in the middle, and that running back breaks through. We saw 2 touchdowns based on a guy just ran up the middle, almost untouched. I think what happens is the defense, like you said, crashes to the middle to try to overcompensate from that, and then you lose contain on the outside. So one thing seems to stem from the other. So it goes back to getting Fabian hopefully coming back and these 2 guys coming in, and hopefully that solves some of your issues. But there's also bigger issues on the outside. Those guys need to work on that stuff too. But I think, again, it's personnel. I think if you get better personnel in the middle, better personnel on the outside, then I think a lot of these problems go away.
No, I'll tell you another thing too. Again, we all look at the defensive line, especially if it's a 4-man front, and you look at the end most often for contain. But sometimes it could be a slot defender or safety, or depending upon what the call is on the defense, it could be a corner that stays on that side because he doesn't have a man to mark, so he stays there and he's responsible for the backside part of the play. One player in particular who was really rough in terms of his leverage all season long was Kevin Noles. Kevin Noles had a really hard year. It's a really tough position to play in modern football, slot corner, but 3's got to be better. There was more in his game to like in his freshman season than there was this year. So Mezzanole, I agree with you. It's something they got to clean up, because these last 2 games, whatever the opposing offense wanted to do, they were able to do with pretty good consistency. So arrow pointing down in that regard. Maybe the Jimmies and the Joes can make the big difference in the offseason. We now go to Boise, Idaho. Gene, we're all over the country tonight. And we're talking to Mike in Boise, Idaho. Mike, welcome to the program. You're talking to Gene. You're talking to Tom on Warchant GameDay's postgame show. Go ahead.
Hi, Gene. Hi, Tom. It's great to talk to you.
Great to talk to you.
It's been a great season. We got two 10-win teams to root for this year. That's not bad.
That's correct. Yeah, not too bad at all.
Yeah, what I'm really about, what I'm really pleased about is seeing that this team has room to grow. It's not anywhere near topped out. There's still a lot of things that can be improved, and a lot of players that can develop. And I think that really the sky is the limit. And as far as the recruiting, we've always got a few negative Nellies out there wringing their hands saying, well, these guys got that guy, or these guys got this guy. Hey, we keep winning like this. We're gonna get the Timmies and the Joes.
Yeah. Winning does legitimize you in the eyes of recruits, Mike. There's no question about that. And the reputation for Florida State has been weak, and for good reason, for the last 5 years. But that's about to change. What are you most looking forward to next year, Mike?
Just the anticipation, and I know that the talk is going to be about Jordan and the Heisman, and having the chance to at least a realistic chance to talk about it, of getting to the playoffs. Well, that might be reaching too far, but I mean, why not? I mean, it could happen.
Sure.
And that's something we couldn't even talk about without being hauled off by the men in the white coats for the last couple of years.
Yeah, that is correct. Mike, we appreciate your time tonight. We hope you have a happy new year. Thank you for the call, and make sure to call back again. That's correct, Gene. The hype machine is going to be robust next year, and it should be. If they do clean up a couple of things, then the legitimacy to be a playoff contender. And, well, there's a difference, too. We should probably strike that balance. Look, next year the field is going to be a little bit open, at least in theory. Alabama's losing its quarterback. Ohio State's losing its quarterback. TCU, we'll see what happens with the situation at USC. If do they get enough replacements and skill positions out there? There's a lot of programs that are going to be breaking in new quarterbacks next year. Georgia, if I didn't say them, also won't have Stetson Bennett anymore. When you're looking at tenured quarterbacks in Power 5 college football, Klubnik is a first-time starter to begin a year for Clemson. Florida State's going to have one of the elder statesmen, Gene, and that's where it gets really, really interesting, because there's a difference between being a playoff team as that fourth group that's going to get blown out and then a legitimate national title contender. Usually that semifinal day has one blowout at minimum every year. So you want to go from getting to the playoff good, as in winning the ACC, to being a contender. But they've got to tighten some things that we've discussed tonight in order to be a legitimate contender to go toe-to-toe with the heavyweights.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun that we have this hype. I mean, I can't imagine we're talking about this stuff. I mean, it's something you and I were here crying after that Jacksonville State game, like it was legitimately, there were some metrics that show Florida State was the worst team in the Power 5 not that long ago. And here we are talking about hype for Heisman and getting into the playoffs. I mean, it's so much fun. And I'll say one thing about the Jimmies and the Joes, and this is the last time we're going to talk about the offseason. So much has changed with NIL and the transfer portal. And I think our conceptions of, well, Florida State recruiting class was only number 18. They're just not getting the Jimmies and the Joes. Aren't the Jimmies and the Joes also who's in the transfer portal?
Yeah.
Because right now, according to On3, Florida State has the best incoming transfer class of anybody. And I don't think we have enough data points right now to say, how does this compare to a top recruiting class right now? You can look at some of the Jimbo Fisher stuff. They've had elite recruiting classes, and it's been awful. The culture's bad. It's toxic. These guys are making money. We've seen, look at some of the schools that had the top recruiting classes the last couple of years, and look at a number of those guys that have gone in the portal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Those top recruiting classes are blowing up in their faces right now. And I want to see, here's going to be a good test case, Tom. What if Miami up number 3?
3 or 4, somewhere in there. Yep.
When I asked this question, there were people that were bitching and moaning about FSU's recruiting class. And I go, in the next couple of years, do you legitimately think Miami's going to have a top 5 team?
Yeah.
Based on that class. Do you really think that's going to happen? I mean, yes, there you go. Exactly. I mean,
yeah.
I can see the situation in South Beach going, look, it's going to be toxic. These guys will be buying Lamborghinis and doing whatever, getting in trouble. And then like all these other teams that have these top classes, they're bolting out. Because what I've seen in Miami, what they will do is they will get the hype. They will get these guys in. And we saw it even with Van Dyke this year. The incoming recruit got more than the starting quarterback, who was at the time, we were talking about a first rounder. Obviously, that blew up in his face. He wasn't. But that shows you their mentality. They're more about the fluff and circumstances versus actually being a good team, where Florida State is, and thank goodness for Battle's End. And all of them, all the NIL collectives that are doing this, they are about retaining players, bringing players back that are proven to help that culture, and then getting these transfer portal guys. And unless they're a one and done guy, they have to sit out a year. Recruits can bolt anytime they want in the portal. So it's almost an advantage to have these guys. And when you scout them, you've seen them against other college competition. So you know what you're getting. We know recruits, Tom, you're completely rolling the dice. A guy may be a 5-star and it can completely flop when he gets here. But these guys, we saw these guys. You saw Jamie Robinson. You saw Fabian Lovett. You saw these guys. They're good players when you brought them in.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense to me. I think you combine those two elements until they change the rules. If the rules remain this way, then the portal is a huge, huge part, especially when you can get multi-year guys. That's the other thing is you don't always have to get graduate transfers or JUCO guys who have 1 year anymore. You can get somebody who's a sophomore. They've used their freebie transfer, and now you know that if they leave, they're leaving under the penalty of sitting out. So you don't have to re-recruit these guys over and over. I mean, I'm not sure, but I'm going to make an educated guess that what we heard about Sam McCall wasn't the first time that happened behind the scenes. When he put out the social media post, then he was brought back to campus and back to practice. He actually played in the next game, and then he left again. I'm sure that happened more than twice. You know what I mean? The coaching world in this day and age of college football, Gene, has to re-recruit their roster every year. I mean, it's when you get a transfer guy, you can sigh relief because he's here with a chip on his shoulder and he can't go anywhere else unless he graduates and completes his undergraduate.
Or he goes Jermaine Johnson and he goes to the NFL because he's so freaking good in his first year. And that's good for your program too. So either way.
It is, absolutely. We've got our final 3 callers here. If you're in the queue, you're good to go. But these will be the final 3 callers of the final Warchant Game Day postgame show of the season. It's a bittersweet thing. And we're going to get to those callers in just a minute, but I'm sorry. We get the fast pass here from the managing editor of Warchant.com. Stadium side in Orlando. He's Ira Schofel. What's up, Ira? Long time no see.
I'm in the bowels of the stadium. They're not letting us because they have the Citrus Bowl next week. They're already working on scrapping the field, so we're gonna do the post game wrap up in the mezzanine. But right now you're getting the view from inside the bowels of the stadium.
Well,
that's fantastic. All right, I got to ask you the number one thing: how many Cheez-Its did you eat this week?
not enough, but I'm taking a couple of boxes home with me. So if you need some, I could drop some off when I get to town.
Hey man, those boxes are actually cool. If there's an extra one floating around with the 2 school logos,
I'll do what I can do.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Wave to the guy. Oh, so hey, I mean, you've been covering this beat almost as long as I have. I mean, we just talked about where Florida State was not too long ago after that Jacksonville State game to where they are now, and we're talking about this show we've been talking about Heisman. We got a Heisman contender. We're talking about ACC championships, maybe in the realm of possibilities getting in the playoffs. How far this team is coming. I know there's some warts in this game on the defensive side of the ball, but I mean, just how amazed are you how far this program has come in such a short period of time?
Yeah. I mean, there were warts on this game and on both sides of the ball. The first half, the offense, really was not all that effective against the defense that had not been good all season. But the second half was completely different. The second half, the defense got 4 stops in the second half. One of them was a turnover. They also got a turnover on downs. They finished with 6 sacks. So they made some big plays when the game was on the line, and the offense was fantastic in the second half. Jordan Wilson, Johnny Wilson, Jordan Travis and Johnny Wilson. But, I think really the big story of this game was how much adversity they overcame in terms of so many guys went down. For most of that second half, they had the secondary, they didn't have any starters playing in the secondary other than Jamie Robinson, and he had to move to nickel. But they had Jarquez McClellan and Shaheem playing in the safety, Azaria Thomas, and Duke Cooper were playing corners because Jarian Jones and Renardo Green were both hurt. They had guys, offensive linemen went down. So it was just one thing after another, and they just kept persevering. And, back to your overall big picture question, I talked to Alex Atkins this week about where they were 2 years ago, where they were last year after the Jacksonville State game. And I asked him, how did you guys stay on path? And he said, really, when you're in the middle of it, you don't think of it the way everybody else thinks of it. Like everybody else is thinking of it as, oh, there's this huge mountain to climb. But when you're in it, all you're focusing on is pouring into the players and trying to help them get better. And really, that's kind of what they did. I mean, I think there hasn't been any magic formula. They just kept working, and the players started believing, and here they are.
Well, another ho-hum day for Jordan Travis, 418 passing yards, 50 rushing yards. And if Johnny Wilson doesn't drop that pass, he's probably got almost 500 total yards of offense. I mean, it just again, what he's done, he put this team on his back, especially you mentioned that second half. And I think I mentioned earlier, I think that first half, look, it's a bowl. We see this all the time. These teams are rusty after taking a month off. So I kind of attribute to that. But I know it's so easy to overlook what Jordan's been doing just normal nowadays. But again, just being there and seeing what he did, especially in that second half.
Yeah, it was awesome. And, and we've got carts going by here, so make it loud here for a second. But I'm going to walk past them as they're walking past me, but to speed it up. But, the thing with Jordan is, and Johnny, I don't know what Oklahoma was thinking. I think they were really determined to try to sell out to stop the run, and they did a pretty good job of that. But they left Johnny on an island a lot, including sometimes on a safety. And we asked him about that after the game, and he basically said, it's a sign of disrespect if you're going to either just cover me man all the time or put a safety on me. And, they made him pay. And I think, the reality is it could have been even more. Like you said, he dropped the one wide open that probably would have gone for 50 yards. And there was a couple of times where I think Jordan didn't see him. And but it was a monster game, 200 yards. And, none of the players really talked after the game about their future plans. Nobody confirmed anybody's leaving or anything like that. But there were some encouraging comments, including by Johnny Wilson, who said, we're just getting started. And Jordan Travis also made some really strong comments about this isn't, as good as this is, as a team, they're just getting started.
All right, I got to talk about the elephant in the room. I hate to do something negative, but obviously people are going to look at giving up 32 points to Oklahoma that was without their big-time running back, without their 2 tackles in a game like this. So any feedback or something you saw or any feedback from the coaches or players, what happened on that side of the ball?
Not really. I really don't. I don't think that they were expecting to have a huge game against that offense. They lost, their 1,300-yard rusher, but the backs they brought in were all big-time running backs that I think Florida State even recruited both of those guys or tried to recruit them and couldn't get them. They went to Oklahoma instead. Dylan Gabriel made some fantastic plays. So, they give 32 points. Oklahoma averages 34 points. And when Dylan Gabriel plays, they average more than that. So was it a great game defensively? No, but in the second half, again, they got 4 stops. They got a turnover. They had 6 sacks. So yeah, I mean, I know, I get it. Everybody's gonna be mad about the defense, but I don't know what you're expecting. I mean, look at Oklahoma's games. Everybody they played all season were games just like this, especially for Oklahoma offensively.
I've got a question. It's kind of an in the weeds question, Ira, but perhaps there's a simple answer. I didn't see anything that happened to Robert Scott specifically that had him come out of the game. I just was watching along with D-Rob, and I noted that Jazz was in, and then I looked to the left, and I saw, oh, wow, Darius shifted to left tackle, Darius Washington. Did you see what happened? Was there anything on the sideline, or did they have a stoppage for an injury that I missed? What was the deal with Robert Scott?
I think it was actually after the first touchdown drive of the second half. He, one of my spies in the stands, texted me. This wasn't me sideline watching. It was a spy in the stands told me that it looked like he got a head injury at the end of that first drive, and he went to the locker room, and it looked like he wasn't able to come back and play. So we don't know a whole lot more than that, but yeah, man, again, that's just what I was talking about. You lose him. You're already playing Darius to start the game, but then you lose Jazz and Turnitin late in the game. Defensively, you lost a bunch of guys. I mean, they just kept plugging guys in, and it's just really impressive. I mean, we've seen that from this team all year long. Guys stepping up when other guys go down, the next man up. That you can never. You don't want to have to count on that, but man, it's really cool they did because they just had so many guys go down in this game. All the talk before the game was about the guys Oklahoma wouldn't have. But, man, Florida State lost a ton of guys during this game and still came away with the win.
The last thing I have for Ira, Gene, if you don't mind, did it play for you the same way it played on television? A powerful moment when the team ran out before the cart pulled away for Jazz. I was just wondering if in the stadium you could feel that, because on TV that was a pretty poignant moment.
Yeah, it really was. And I actually, when I saw it, I mean, I grabbed my phone and tweeted a quick video too, because I wasn't sure if TV was going to capture it because I didn't know if maybe they went to commercial. But I'm glad they did. And yeah, it was really the first, when he first went on the cart, 3 or 4 players went over. I think Pokey Wilson, Jamie Robinson, like 3 or 4 guys went over to him and, just kind of gave him a hug while he was on the cart. And then the entire team came over him. And we talked to all the players and Coach Norvell about it afterwards. And Coach Norvell said, man, this is, think about a guy like Justin Turnitin. He's only been on this team for 1 year, but really he got here in August. He wasn't even here like a spring enrollee. He got here in August. He's been here 4 months. He's been in and out of the starting lineup, had started some games, got benched some games, didn't even start tonight. And then when that happened, you just saw the way the entire team, it was so emotional for them. And Trayshawn Ward said, obviously they were probably going to win anyway, but he said when that happened, the way as emotional as they were, he's like, man, I just knew we were going to win this game for Jazz. And that was cool. And Mike Norvell also said that in the post-game locker room, Justin Turnitin was in there on crutches celebrating with his teammates. So, yeah, man, it was a really cool moment.
Man, it's awesome. That was, TV captured it. It was a really cool moment. It kind of reminds me of, when Norvell had the sideline exchange with Deuce and it got caught on TV before, and it's the same thing here. You see that. So it's great to see. Again, it gets so overused. You talk about chemistry and family and all those kind of things, but I mean, it's legit with this team, and you saw firsthand of that. So that's what I asked you about, Ira, is just, and I know when in the media, when it comes to rankings and expectations, bowl games are massively overrated because they're kind of weird the way things we've been doing before. They don't really mean a whole lot at the end of the day. But for Florida State to finish winning another game to get to that 10th win, how much does it mean to this program to finish on a high note, to get that 10th win, to carry that momentum into the offseason?
Corey and I were actually arguing about it on the way down to the press conference, and I think we'll probably talk about it in the wrap. I don't think it means a great deal from a positive standpoint, but I really think it would have made things difficult from a perception standpoint if you lost to a 6-6 team to end the regular season. It just would have taken a lot of the luster off of all the good things they did this year. You can make a case this is the best possible scenario because you weren't great on defense. You weren't flawless on offense. You had to go to the wire with a 6-6 team, so you shouldn't go into this offseason feeling that great about yourself. But you do have 10 wins, so fans can feel good. There's plenty of things to work on. So when Jordan Travis made his comment about we're just getting started, I've got big plans for next year, Mike Norvell jumped right in. Mike Norvell jumped right in and goes, he goes, he's like, oh, and a lot of work too. You know, like he's reminding them of that right away. Last thing I wanted to add, guys, and I tweeted this from when I was walking down. So we come out of the press conference and I see Kenny Shaw and go over and get a hug from him. And the first thing he said was, man, that was sweet revenge. And we all know how things went for him in that Oklahoma game in 2011 in Tallahassee, where Oklahoma got the win and he got knocked into next week. So, man, he enjoyed that, and it's in his hometown. So, man, this was just when you talk big picture, it wasn't a perfect game, but, man, it's been a fun year for this fan base and the alumni, the former players, and this is just a cool way to end it, I think.
Is Kenny still raw?
He is. Kenny will always be raw.
Okay. Just want to make sure. I know we got the wrap coming up with you and Corey. What else can we look forward to? I'm sure another stellar Corey Clark column coming.
Yeah, his column, he said he's actually done. He's finishing that right now while we do this. Then we'll shoot the wrap. Then I'll be writing a story probably about Jordan Travis and Johnny Wilson, really focusing on what they did tonight. Then we'll come back with plenty more coverage. Aslan's already got the videos up. You guys can watch. We had I think we got 6 or 7 players, and Mike Norvell talked after the game. So plenty of coverage from that. And I'm sure Michael will have recruiting reactions coming as well. So stay tuned to warchant.com. We'll have plenty of coverage all weekend.
Thank you, Ira. Great work, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Safe travels back.
Yep.
And again, for all that coverage, man, $10. It's going to be active for what do we got? A couple more days.
Yep.
And then it goes away. So if you're not a Warchant subscriber, man, go in there. No promo code needed. Just go and sign up for that package to get you all the way through August for $10.
It's an awesome deal. It's well worth it. That was worth $10, that interview. Ira always puts things in perspective. I really enjoy that. And Ira, I know you've signed off, but in case you lurk in the green room somewhere, happy football season, man.
Yep. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Did an awesome job. It's been awesome working with Ira again this season. To the final 3 callers we go here, and then we're going to do a quick thank you wrap up because a lot of people have donated to the program. But we go to Nick in Tallahassee, who's been waiting patiently for a little over 20 minutes. So we thank you, Nick, for your patience, and hopefully you enjoyed that report from Ira. Nick, go ahead. You're talking to the Warchant postgame show after a 10-win season. What's going on?
Oh, gentlemen, just so sweet. I just want to reminisce something with, and I have a key question. How many football programs have hired a guy at their lowest point in the middle of a pandemic where they have to teach football over Zoom? We forget about that. And recruit, which is near impossible, go into 0-4 season, dead in the water, somehow pull out of that, rejuvenate the culture. Now we're sitting at 10-win season.
Yep.
How in the I don't know. I got to cuss. But, yeah, Miami of Florida can't buy a win. And here we are with a staff that can coach players up. I didn't know that Jordan Travis could throw in the middle of the field last year. It baffles the mind. I love every minute of it and nothing negative, because I was watching that defense today thinking the reinforcements are coming. Look at that portal, guys, and look at our recruits and all this energy coming. The reinforcements are coming, and we're not done yet. So I'm through the roof, man.
Well, thank you, Nick. We appreciate the sentiments there. And you're right. I mean, this time last year, we had so many fundamental questions. And from 0-4, Gene, they've now gone 15-6 since then. 15-6.
It is unreal. I mean, if you're around sports at any level, doesn't matter the sport, doesn't matter the level, the turnaround what Florida State's been able to do in such a short period of time is nothing short of remarkable. Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable. Now, here's the hope. Again, I'm hoping if let's say they do happen to have a great season in 2023, make it to the playoffs, then you're going to hear a lot of national people going back and doing a dive into where this program was. Yeah. How they were bottom dwellers and how quickly Mike Norvell turned these guys around and how he did it and did it the right way. I mean, that's the thing too. It's not like, this isn't like a mercenary thing with an Urban Meyer who's going to come in and get a bunch of thugs and guys are getting arrested and those kind of things and all the cheap, shady stuff he did back in the day. No, these are guys, when guys don't, knock on wood, these guys don't get in trouble. They're very likable. You've been in press conferences, Tom. These are fun guys to be around. They're great. So he's doing things to go back, harp into like almost like a Bobby Bowden type of culture here, the way he's doing things. So it's so easy to root for this team, not only because of what they've been able to accomplish the last year and a half, but the fact that they're just such a likable team.
Well, he had a choice to make. Mike Norvell did at 0-4. It could be to change course, change messaging, get more aggressive, focus on something else. but he stayed on message. In that moment, after that 0-4 press conference, Corey got the great answer out of him, but he wasn't complaining about infrastructure, facilities. He wasn't complaining about, people expecting too much out of him. He wasn't blaming the media. All he said was, we're going to go back to work. Has Mike been perfect? No, but it takes a special coach to look 0-4 in the face and then go 15-6 after that. I mean, and they were in every game last year, all 8 of them to conclude the season against teams with more talent. So he stayed the course, and I think that's why these guys love him. They were here for 0-4, the vast majority of them. They know what it felt like at 0-4. And here they are now. That's just got to be one hell of a ride. And I think that's a window into why these guys wanted to play an extra game if some of them are moving on to the NFL. And they said, no, I'm sticking around for one more. This has been a really rapid transformation. And Nick is correct. The reinforcements are on the way. They're about to get better. They're about to get better. I don't know if it will always feel this kumbaya in that locker room. It's hard to duplicate what they had this year, which is why it's special. But, man, they're all pulling in the same direction right now, and it's a lot of fun to watch. Our penultimate caller of the night in Virginia Beach, it's Mark in Virginia Beach. This is the 5th time he's been on Warchant TV. Welcome to the program, Mark. Thanks for your patience, and go ahead.
Hey, no worries. I'm not in Virginia Beach. I'm down here in Orlando. We just got back from the game.
All right.
Went with my family. So a couple of observations. One, 10-win season does matter. I listened to the Jeff Cameron show, and your rebuttal to him, I think it did matter. This 10th win was necessary and needed, and just the whole feeling through the whole fan base. It was great walking back and driving the bus to them. The other thing is I want to give a shout out to my son Landon. It was his 13 years old, and we surprised him on Christmas, and this was his first FSU game.
All right.
And bonus to that, we sat behind Keen Williams and his family.
Well, how did they enjoy the game?
They loved it. We must have got, I don't know, at least 5 high fives from him, at least. And he knew, and I was watching him, he knew every song. He knew the war chant, the chop. He was totally in he had his lanyard, FSU lanyard hanging out of his pocket. His mom knew all the songs too. So it was kind of icing on the cake.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, Mark, I hope safe travels back home for you, and certainly happy birthday to Landon. That's special. What a first game to go to. That is a very entertaining night. We didn't want it to be that close, but if you come out with a win and your first game as a Nole fan in person is something like that, wow, that's a hell of a Christmas.
I forgot about your adding Hakeem to that bevy of offensive weapons there next year too. So I mean that's pretty exciting.
Being the best part is there's no pressure on him to be a stud.
No.
When you're rebuilding, a lot of times you got to put so much pressure on freshmen to make instant impacts. If he's good enough, he'll play. If he's not, no worries. To be a starter or be somebody that's in the heavy rotation. How many receivers saw the field tonight, Gene? There was a crap ton of them. Johnny.
I'm glad to see Williamson back in there because he had that big breakout game and he got hurt.
Yep.
And he was back out there. He made a couple nice catches. Obviously, Johnny blew up. I mean, we saw the end. I mean, that was the end. A great end for Pokey's career.
Yes.
He showed out today. How about that little spin move he had when they had him out of bounds? He picked up the first down. That's gutsy, man. Pokey, thank you, man. Pokey has seen the Taggart years.
Yep.
And got through it. And he got to experience his 10th win. So that's something. I mean, I'm so happy for him.
He goes back to the end of Jimbo. I mean, he's the bridge to a different era. He and Tamorian came in at the same time, if I have that correct. Yeah. And I apologized to him before, but I'll apologize to Pokey again because it felt like every spring and fall camp his name would come up and then he wouldn't do anything. I was like, okay, whatever. He's good in camp. Well, he was legit from the first game this year. That LSU game was memorable for Pokey. Big game Pokey Wilson, the first touchdown catch against Miami. Remember the shot play they had near midfield? And then he has a touchdown catch tonight in addition to, you're right. I love when guys don't go out of bounds and they fight for those extra yards.
Yeah.
And, Pokey, what a wonderful send-off and a just reward. A lot of guys left Florida State in those situations, and I don't blame them. But for those who stuck around, here it is, 10 wins. Way to go, Pokey. You saw it through like no other Nole in history, really. You saw it through. Our final caller of the night is in South Carolina, and we are talking to Doug in South Carolina. Doug, welcome to the program. Thanks for being our final caller, 2022. Go ahead.
Hey, well, better last than not at all. But I just wanted to let you know I'm from a different era. I was a freshman in 1964, and there was somebody named Fred Bolitnikoff on that team. And at the end of the year, we made the Gator Bowl game, and I went to that game. I was sitting in the end zone, and I saw these goal line stands of our defense against the OU. And Fred Bolitnikoff set a record in that game of catching passes. And because of that game, I believe is one thing that put Florida State on a national map. Because we beat this powerhouse, the Bud Wilkinson coach team, even though they had a lot of players that were declared ineligible because they had hired agents or something like that. But still, we beat them. Now we've done it again. It's kind of like it's put Florida State in this 10-win season by beating OU again in this year. And it's like, I believe we've got a whole lot more coming to Florida State. But that's one comment I want to make, but I wanted to ask a question. Do you think we might have, not necessarily just a team, but all of this, all of the Warchant people, overestimated Florida State's team or underestimated OU? Because they gave us a hell of a lot more than what I thought we were going to get. Mm-hmm. They took it to us, and they gave us all we could handle. And isn't it poetic justice, by the way, that it was Fitzgerald, after all the trouble he had at the beginning of the year and everybody's down, he's the one that kicks the winning field goal in this game. So I thought that was awesome too. Yeah. And the other comment I wanted to make was what Gene was talking about as far as not locking down Mike Norvell. Mike is a terrific coach. He understands people, he understands the game, but he knows the psychology, he knows how to organize. And he's a no BS type coach. And what he tells you is this way. He doesn't lie to anybody. He says, if you're going to come here, you're going to have to work your butt off. Mm-hmm. And it's a respect to not lie to the recruit, and also as respecting the recruit, that's also showing that the recruit has to respect him for not lying to him.
Yeah. No.
We need to lock him down in a long-term contract and show him our love by doing that. If we do, I think that Mike Norvell has a character, the type of coach that would stay with us a long time. I think he's the type of coach, as long as he's building this program here and has the teams like he's had, that he is always going to be in love with Florida State because he loves this team. And as long as we show him the love, he's going to love us back. And I think this is one of the issues that I feel like if reading some of the comments I've seen on the board over the years about, oh, Mike Norvell has to go and stuff like this, I'm thinking like, you guys are idiots, because he's the real deal. And if we're stupid enough to let him go and just try to penny at him or just give him a minor raise, he's going to go, because that's not showing love. That's just the final comment I wanted to make. And let you answer or make other comments you might want to give on that.
Well, Doug, I appreciate it. That is a great way to wrap up the season with that particular call. And let me make sure that Gene is okay now sound-wise. There we go. Well, we'll start with, after praising that call, Gene, the question about overestimating Florida State or underestimating Oklahoma. I would say I would start with underestimating Oklahoma because of the replacements that they had in the game. Backup players at both tackles, backup running back. I think they had 3 offensive linemen, actually, that were different this particular game. You could look at Oklahoma 2 ways. They went 3-7 to finish the season, 3-6 to finish the regular season. But they were competitive with the likes of Kansas State. That game went down to the wire. They were competitive in losses against Texas Tech and West Virginia. And outside of the TCU and Texas losses, which were blowouts, they were destroyed by TCU and Texas. This was a pretty competitive football team that brought it tonight. I think the overestimation part on Florida State was that the Florida game was a one-off in terms of the trenches. You know, they produced 500-plus yards tonight, nearly 600 yards of offense, but they weren't as consistent at running the football, which has been their hallmark, as we've come to expect game in and game out, Gene. So that was the hard part for FSU on offense, and defensively, Oklahoma was able to run it right down our throats. Fabian Lovett or not, Gene, you can't have 5+ yards a carry.
No.
Just for sack yardage. That's what Oklahoma nearly ran for 300 yards on Florida State, and they ran for over 5 yards a carry. So those two things are alarming. And again, when you pair it with the Florida game, you've got a trend here. Bowl games can be weird on their own, but when you pair it with the Florida game, the trenches, there's still a ways to go. We have been taught a lesson here that there is a ways to go to get from a 10-win season to a legitimate 11, 12 playoff contention season. And I think it all starts with the toughness in the trenches.
Yeah, but I first of all, Doug, very good call, man. I appreciate you calling in. Love the old school perspective, being an old school guy. So I love hearing that kind of stuff. You're right. Oklahoma's been, it's funny you brought that up, but I was thinking of the 1980 season when they played, I think it was Jamel Holloway in that one. I think it was the 1981 Orange Bowl. And FSU suffered a 1-point loss, but there was, I think Oklahoma's 3 or 4 in the nation. And that was an early Bobby Bowden team that kind of put their, the nation, they put them on call that, hey, this Florida State team is pretty darn good. And obviously great things came from there. And I agree. I think it was mostly Oklahoma. Venables had them ready to play. And I brought up the point about Gabriel, about how well they played and how he's done offensively. They've been very good offensively when he's been in the lineup. And we saw that again tonight. He's a good quarterback. I mean, he can run. I mean, he didn't throw a ton, but he made some pretty good throws, some clutch throws on some 3rd downs and 4th downs they needed to make. So, I mean, I give him credit for that, but your point's well taken, Tom. I mean, there are some issues in the trenches. We saw it. I think it's exacerbated when Fabian's not in there.
Yeah.
We see it even more. We saw it during that 3-game losing streak. They were different, but you're right. The last 2 games, there's some issues on that, stopping the run. And it's been a problem. And I think, there's some deficiencies in the secondary as well. So those things need to help. That's where you hope the portal helps. I mean, you're getting some guys in here instantly that are proven to some extent. We saw, how good was Jamie Robinson when you brought him in? How well did he fit? What has he done for the defense? If you get a couple more guys like that, you might be able to, and some help in the trenches, you might be able to cover up those deficiencies. So this is an aspect of it. But I think primarily, myself included, we all just kind of discarded Oklahoma. They're losing these guys. They're not there. They're 6-6. They're going to roll over. No, they didn't roll over. They were ready to play. They've got some talent on that team. They have some talented players. Look at the recruiting classes. They're good players on that side of the ball, and they came to play today.
Yeah, my thought was with the backup tackles, then you were going to be able to get to the passer enough that you were going to affect the downfield shots.
Well, they did. I mean, they got to him with 6 sacks.
They got 6.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they didn't have to go and live by the pass tonight.
Yeah.
They run the ball right down Florida State's throats. So it's something that's got to be cleaned up. There's no doubt about that. We will take a break in just a moment, but before we do, and then we're going to come back and thank everybody we need to thank. ABC Fine Wine and Spirits has supported us in the viewer chat and also the caller line all year long on Zaxby's Warchant Game Day. Our thanks to ABC Fine Wine and Spirits. You know what's coming up in 2 days, Gene, and everybody out there. It is New Year's Eve. Go get your champagne on or whatever your beverage of choice
Get your craft beer, man. I got this at ABC.
For the big day, go to ABC. It's really easy. Order online and then park in the designated spot, pop your trunk, and they will load you up. You can even make it that painless if you don't want to go in and select, and become an Access Rewards member as well, because that'll get you into what is called the Vault. And you big-time bourbon drinkers and craft liquor drinkers out there know what I'm talking about. If you want rare finds, join the Access Rewards program, and you can do just that. We are going to take one final break for 2022. We'll come back on Zaxby's Warchant Game Day, the post-game call-in show, in just a moment.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured and largest staff on the Florida State Sports Beat, and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
We will actually have one more caller. One more caller on the
in, huh?
Yes, well, because he's the man who makes the promos happen. We all know the promo master for the 85th time. Saw him yesterday in Orlando. For the 85th time on Warchant TV, it is Wes in the Villages that's going to be joining us in just a moment. He is on the screener line. Got to let Wes through. Nobody cuts the promo.
He's a
like
pillar.
Wes. So Terry in the screener room, my apologies. I'm just going to pull him from there and bring him up. Wes in the Villages is with us now. I took you from the screener line. Go ahead, Wes. Welcome to the program. Good to talk to you.
What's up, buddy? Hey, I'm glad you made it back. It took me a while to get back to where I could call, so I won't keep you guys. Did anybody call that was at the game?
Yes, we had one caller who was sitting next to Hakeem Williams' family.
Nice. I just wanted to say appreciate the year. It's been great, guys. All the work, all the content. It was great seeing you at Harry Buffalo. Gene, you doing okay, buddy?
Gene gave you the thumbs
Or is
up.
Gene not there?
Oh, he's there. He gave you the thumbs up.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was able to. I told you I'd call in and cut the promo, but I don't know if everybody's still on and listening, so I didn't know I was about to give up.
Oh, no, we're all here. So go have at it, my brother.
We're all here?
Last one of 2022.
Yeah, no, everything was great. Great way to end the game. Great way to end 2022. Everybody, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, get on that. Subscribe to warchant.com, the best in the business of content across the board. It'll continue into 2023. Only $10. Everybody be careful. Happy New Year. Go Noles. See you next time, fellas.
All right, there we go. That is Wes in the Villages. Great promo as always. A little slow on the trigger there to get that volume down, Gene. Hopefully everybody's ear.
Yeah. Wes was coming in strong.
Yeah,
on that one. Hey, Tom. Before we go, we know we got a lot of people to thank. Thank you so much. I got a funny text from my friend John Goodson, JMG Knoll, and I guess he got this. I think it was on Twitter or something, but it's a great. The one thing, it was a little joke. It's something. Florida State and Florida have something in common in the bowl game. You know that?
Let's see. They both kicked a field goal with under 2 minutes.
Yes, they both kicked the last-minute field goal. How about? Hey, look at that! Look at my man Ben. That's awesome. There we go. You go Gators. Look at that. You got your 3 points. You got your last-minute field goal there.
Ba-na-na-na-na. Shutout streak. Yeah. Congratulations, guys. You put 3 on the board.
Good stuff.
Man, oh man, there are so many people to thank. First of all, Gene, I just want to say thank you for another year. This show has gotten bigger and better every single year, and it's a blast now to be doing it where Florida State wins more than they lose. We would do it anyway because we love the program. We love what we do at Warchant. But this has been a fun ride this year, sir. I look forward to it again next year.
Yeah, it's been a blast time. You've done yeoman's work, man, doing pregame, in-game. I mean, today you went all tilt. How many hours straight are you?
We're on 5.5. It wouldn't be that bad. The drive back, there were 5 car accidents. And my heart goes out to everybody out there on the Turnpike in 75. Hope everybody's okay. There were 5 accidents on the way back. Again, I hope everybody's all right, but it took a minute to get here. But we're not martyrs here. We are well taken care of at Warchant by the man to my right here, Gene Williams, by you, the guys with the super chats as well, and by our great sponsors. So it is not just a labor of love. It's a dream job. So even if it is a 5.5 or 7.5 hour day,
wow,
who cares? We are talking about.
But still, you deserve some props, Tom. Come on, people in the chat, give him. All season long, he's been grinding like this, doing the long days, man. You deserve it, man. You've been a great addition to Warchant. Thank you, and we're blessed to have you part of the team.
I appreciate that, and thank you everybody in the chat. Again, just love doing this gig. Ben behind the scenes, director Ben's first season with us.
Ben,
we look forward to another.
He's so quick on those drops, man. That's money right there.
Yeah, he did his homework. He's got a couple of Oklahoma ones too. As I go through,
yes.
for the second time, finally. First time since the 60s, Florida State beats Oklahoma. Wow, I didn't realize there was one from way back when. That's outstanding. Oh, man. Goodbye, Schooner. Boomer, indeed. The Boomers remember the previous victory against Oklahoma, but now the modern people, like a 100 Proof Football, who said he got that monkey off of his back. This was a big night.
Hey, by the way, we need to cut Ben. Please cut that out and put that as a separate video. 100 Proof needs every time. He needs to be the caller, the feature caller.
Yeah, he's money in the bank every time. We had a lot of great callers tonight too. Thank you to everybody who called this season. We appreciate you. Thank you to Terry behind the scenes who screens the calls, giving of his time. He's a Nole, so he has to book it even for home games back home to make sure that he's in place to handle those parts of the operation. And his support of what we do is invaluable, because without him, I'd just be guessing. Who the hell am I talking to? So Terry keeps the notes and he keeps things in order there. To Zaxby's. I'm not going to do the live read. Everybody knows pregame, postgame, no game, no. I could read it without actually reading. It's in here now. Zaxby's supports the program. Zaxby's supports Seminole Athletics in Tallahassee. If you go to any one of the Tallahassee area locations, your money is finding its way. It's a percentage, but it's real. Back to Florida State through booster membership, through Golden Chief booster membership. So it's just like we say with our friends at Garnet and Gold. When you support these kinds of businesses, you are supporting the program. When you get into town next time, if you don't live here, choose Zaxby's for your lunch, for your tailgate, whatever it is. Zaxby's has been a fantastic sponsor for us last year, this year, and we hope.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Doug. All right, so to the people in the Super Chats that we have to thank, Ben has them lined up for us. Matt Diaz, is the former baseball player, on the way back from CWS. Great game. Go Noles. Camping World Stadium. I'm thinking about baseball.
I was saying College World Series. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, hopefully he'll be coming back from the College World Series this summer.
Former Nole Matt Diaz. Maybe it's him. Kim, thank you. My wife and I have enjoyed following you all this year and being a big part of this passionate community. Go Noles. Kim, it was a pleasure to meet you at the Kegtacular. I hope we see each other again soon at a Warchant event.
Yeah, we got it. What is the bet? Have we figured that out for next year? If I think I set the bar at ACC championship. We
yes,
need to do something.
And I think it was minimum 11 wins. I think is what Corey said too. So ACC, they kind of go hand in hand, really. If you're winning 11, you're probably winning the ACC. JB, say it twice. Thanks to our Warchant team for covering the Noles so well this season. This donation is from my 13-year-old son, who, I mean, come on, young man. JB, if you bring the 13-year-old son, who's probably 14 next year, to one of our events, I'll get him food. Let's give him his money back.
Yeah.
Let's get him some in Corner Pocket or wherever we meet. Thank you so much, young man. We very much appreciate it. 93, Nole Leg Sweeper. Great season. You all did a great job this year at Warchant. Thank you, Leg Sweeper. We appreciate you. David Mars, no message.
Super sticker.
Hope it's a good one. Thank you, David. Josh Corbs, Tommy Tom, and Gino. Hopefully I'll be home in an hour from Delaware to talk to you guys. Sorry. Hey, that's Josh in New York. Now we know his last name, everybody. Hopefully Long Island is treating you well, pal. It was great to talk to you all season long. FSU Fan 93, does Fuller need better players to ramp up his schemes? I feel like he's teaching algebra geometry when he wants to teach calculus. Your thoughts? That is a thought provoking.
Well, we agree he needs better players. I mean, that goes without saying, any coach, but I think we've talked about a lot, some of the help in the trenches, secondary line. I mean, all three levels, I think there could be some help that will make him look a lot better. You know, I don't think he's the second coming of Mickey Andrews at this point, but I think they can get a good enough defense to win a lot of games if they can just improve the Jimmies and Joes across the board there.
I agree. When they play good zone, it's a rarity, but they did it again tonight. Azaria Thomas drop back, had a nice pass deflection, nearly an interception. That was in his own concept. Hopefully they get more multiple in what they're capable of doing next year. Travis H., say what you will about the defense, but they're about as clutch as they come. They were today, Travis. They closed the game. That was a really good trait. Go Noles. They got the turnover when they needed it, too.
Yeah,
I
want to bring that up, too, Tom. And I think it's 3 games down the last drive where they have stopped teams. Look, I know Oklahoma had their backs against the wall. Florida did before, and I forget what the other game was. But there's at least 3 games this team, and the other team had the ball at the end to a chance to tie it. Yeah, a chance to tie it or win the game. And Florida State's defense came up big in those. So say what you want. Yeah, I know the old numbers were not good. Like you said, giving up 5 yards a carry, almost 500 yards of offense, not great. Yeah. But when they needed to, they did come through because they stifled OU on that final drive.
Also, that Miami game was really close. Thank you, Travis.
Oh,
my God, Z-Chan, my goodness. You are too generous, man. This is for all you guys. Gene, you have put together an all-star staff who brings top-notch content on a daily basis. Tom, love all you do. Love Corey, Ira, Jeff, Michael, and all the support staff that make what y'all do possible. Love you guys. Go Noles. September can't get here soon enough. Cheers and here on that, Zach. We can't wait.
Cheers, Zach. Thank you, buddy.
Chris Morgan, great win for our program. I can't be more proud of our team and Coach Norvell and how he is building, my eyes are getting tired. Building and creating a winning culture. Truly appreciate the Warchant team, all the hard work. Thank you, Chris. We have very kind people that are a part of this operation here because without you guys, we don't exist. So it's that simple. Thank you so much, Sassy Seminole. I appreciate the kind thoughts as well. And that wraps it up in terms of the people who have contributed to the program. It means the world to us. And remember, you'll break Google if you search Miami Bowl game. It won't match any documents whatsoever. One final laugh in 2022. Remember to stay tuned to Warchant TV. This video is about to wrap, but you can go check out the channel. We have all of the press conferences from the postgame. They are up. They are live. The Warchant wrap is coming up. I don't know if there's going to be a wake-up Warchant because tomorrow's a weekday. We'll see if Corey and Aslan cut that or if we just run the wrap. There will be a Jeff Cameron show tomorrow at 1 p.m. Jeff is booking it, as I understand, right
he's driving
now.
back tonight, right? He's probably in one of those traffic jams with car accidents right now. So hopefully he's not involved in any of those. But I know him and the boys, and that was sweet that he got to take the boys to the bowl game. They got entertained tonight, and hope Jeff gets back safe. But yeah, you guys on 1 to 3 tomorrow.
We will be on 1 to 3. And, of course, head over to warchant.com. While you're watching or listening to the videos, you can also get the great content. Corey's column. Ira's going to have a 3-2-1 coming, putting a wrap on the season with his great perspective. Michael Langston with recruiting coverage and recruiting reaction, maybe some more transfer portal news and notes. We've got to cover returning.
I heard they're not done. I heard there could be something. Little birdie said there could be something before this window closes in the next couple of weeks.
That's what I'm talking about, and we'll cover it right here at Warchant TV. So from the website side, $10 through August 31st. From the side on Warchant TV, hit subscribe right now. It's free. Just hit subscribe, and if you want to be alerted when we go live, hit the bell right next to it. Thank you to everybody for hitting that like button tonight too. So that does it for us, a 10-3 campaign. Can we improve on it next year in 2023 on the Warchant GameDay postgame call-in show? We'll actually stop in one time between now and then, Gene, for the spring game, I'd imagine, right? So,
oh yeah, we'll do that. We'll have some fun with that, and don't forget PFF grades. And everyone wants to see FSU's tackling grade tomorrow, so that should be fun. A lot of red, like I said, a lot of red, a lot of orange. But now I'll do that. I'll get up in the morning, love to do that, and crank that out for everybody.
I bet that Pokey Wilson is going to have a really good grade in this game. Pokey Wilson, for all of his targets, he made the most out of what he could do. So I look forward to seeing.
I think Jordan will grade out pretty well too.
Just okay. Just okay for Jordan. So that's what we got coming up on the site. We will talk to you in this form on this show again in April. Once again, our thanks to our friends at Zaxby's for their great sponsorship all season long. For Ben behind the scenes, for Gene next to me, I am Tom. This has been Warchant GameDay's postgame call-in show. Happy Nole year, everybody. 10-3. Talk to you next time.
Happy New Year.